Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Beep, beep, boop. Bitch! Hey! None of that. None of that. Fuck you. None of that. Fuck off. Internet company always be a bitch. Internet company always be a bitch. Why am I never surprised that the internet company is a bitch? And I really wish they would stop giving me these goddamn fucking... Bam, 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 boop. There. Perfect. 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 TikTok, shut the fuck up. TikTok, shut the fuck. I'm so sick of your fucking notification. I want that shit goddamn motherfucking turned off. TikTok's like, oh, but look at me. No. You are not my main control of my screen. I don't need to see you. I need to look at OBS, where there are more things to prioritize than you, TikTok. Go fuck yourself. Fuck you, TikTok. Die. Die. Hello, Sir Lazy Sloth. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. It's continue. Where we left off last time. Boat. A mysterious boat of doom. There. Okay, my shit's running shitty again because of TikTok. I'm gonna have to put Task Manager out really quickly and force the game into higher priority. Because for some reason, today, of all times, TikTok wants to be a really big bitch. Again. Every time TikTok does one thing, holy shit fuck! No, TikTok, we need to talk about that. How the fuck are you absorbing, like, so much processing power all of a sudden? All of a sudden, it's doubled its processing power. In one update, it's doubled its processing power to over 1,000, like, over 1,300 a second. TikTok, we need to talk about that. What the fuck is that? Ow. TikTok out here be, like, absolutely absorbing. Almost. Well, that's like a gigabyte of like, processing power. They're literally absorbing 1.3 gigabytes of space. Why do you need that much processing power, TikTok? What? There is no reason for that. Like, none. That's a gigabyte a second. An actual gigabyte a second. Why a gigabyte a second? That's insane. Even some of the most up-to-date, perfect GPU computers would struggle with that shit. What the f... Hey, I got a bleeding headache today. Did you come by yesterday? I don't recall. Anyway, what can I do for you? I have a... Live. He doesn't remember what happened to him. I don't actually need the crab pot right now. Still want to catch the eel. Ow. There's an aberration of the stingray, so I think I'm gonna go try doing it. I'm weird. I like catching things in this game. I have spent more time catching shit than actually playing the game. Like, the story-wise of the game. I just, like, honestly, just like, whee! Where's the stingray? What have you done with him? Arnold, put the stingray down. No, you will fuck the stingray. The aberrations are my fault. Don't you know? I was the one who did it. You are a fool. You're an idiot. You can never understand the stingrays as I have. You can only capture one stingray at a time. What the fuck? You have no idea how a stingray should feel, just as I do. They must be caressed and touched and held up in net. Arnold, you're a fish fucker. Stop. I don't know, I'm coming up with some fucking bullshit drama about fucking fish or some shit. Ow! Hello, Fortnite, welcome in. I'm doing pretty good. Haven't seen that strange red light in a while. Know what it was. Maybe talk about some interesting things I don't care about. Look how fast my boat is, though. Hello, King. Welcome in, welcome in. Well, the stingray, the fucking stingray stuff is gone. Well, oops. I can catch some squid. 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 You sliding that stingray, gay? I'm gonna slide the stingray right into your butthole. Arnold, be gone. No! You can't! Stop! Okay, Julian, why are you trying to fuck this stingray? Hey, Julian, what is wrong with you? You know, I've been seeing a clip resurface. Of... Oh, I forgot who drew it. Like, ow. I forgot who drew it. Oh. Never mind. No. What have you done? You've unleashed the cat! TikTok will not be able to see what the fuck's happening right now. Ow. Stop abusing me! What the fuck? What the fuck? I might have to switch. What is happening? TikTok's getting fucked up by that. Like, the TikTok frame rate's going down. Oh, that just fucked up my whole computer. Holy shit, what the fuck just happened? That just shut down my whole ass fucking computer, like, straight up. Like, the background of my computer's gone. What the fuck? Like, Windows just crashed. Like, straight up, I'm not even kidding you, Windows has crashed. I'm gonna have to restart stream because Windows just crashed. And I think like, it's just a black screen in the background. Everything else is running, but I think TikTok just screwed up my entire internet. Or it screwed up my entire computer. Turning it off right now. I noticed that TikTok was lagging because it's eating up about 1.3 gigabytes of space whenever I'm using it. I was right! I was right! I was right! It was TikTok! Holy shit, TikTok decided that the Windows program itself was eating up too much resources, so to limit the amount of resources to save face, it, like, removed my Windows. What fucking level kernel access do you have? Be able to shut down my Windows in the background. What? I sent some feedback. I have no idea how they even got, how that even happened. It is very rare for a program to essentially require so many resources that it inevitably shuts something. Because one thing that people don't realize is when a program requires resources, right? If there are other resources, you know how, you know there's a priority system on your computer, right? How I had to switch Dredge to be high priority so that it wasn't lagging. Because the big problem... I had to shut... So, essentially, the big problem with, TikTok right now is that it is eating up so much resources to use the program. To the point that I'm switching over to it being a part of my OBS again. Which, the reason I didn't do that originally was because TikTok actually lowers your ability to be visible if you don't stream directly from their platform. It's bullshit, unfair, but it does happen, and I can't see any alerts or anything like that from TikTok side because it's so engraved. It's really bad. No. Now, the reason why we keep TikTok around is because, for me, it's where a large chunk of my audience is. It's a large chunk of where a lot of creators' audiences are. Without TikTok, by the way, we would not have the ability to grow as a creator, essentially. We wouldn't. Without TikTok, I wouldn't grow as big. A lot of people end up getting curious. I do TikTok lives alongside, so that way that people from the TikTok side can still see the live stream happening and know that I stream. Because it's kind of ironic, is that TikTok doesn't like you advertising that you are somewhere else. They want you to stick with TikTok only, but they don't incentivize you to stick with TikTok. That is why a lot of creators who do stream on TikTok, most likely just, like Flats, for example, Flats OW, streams on TikTok, but streams on 2 other platforms, his main platforms, YouTube and Twitch. Without TikTok, for a lot of creators that are smaller, such as myself, wouldn't really get that much traction. And it sucks to say that. And it sucks to say that I need other people from on the TikTok side to want to invest in coming over to Twitch or YouTube, but mainly Twitch, because that's where most of the bulk of stuff happens, right? That's kind of the biggest issue. Without the TikTok half, I wouldn't be able to do what I do to the capacity that we do it. And it sucks. Because, for example, a good few of you guys came from TikTok over to Twitch. That's the dynamic that we're trying to make. Without the TikTok lives, they would not know that I would be streaming. They would be like, oh, it's a funny little clip, because the thing about TikTok is that it's a very fast-paced environment. People are flicking throughout the things. And TikTok lives do randomly show up on your For You page, which is where they will see me. And when they do see me, they can make the decision if they want to watch the TikTok live. And if they find that they like me enough, they go, oh, I really like this creator. I think they're very funny. Hello, Arthur Morgan. Sorry, I didn't see you. I have to use OBS. I was just talking about it. Hello, N. Welcome in, welcome in. I do apologize for all you tiki-taki people. I had to switch over to my main... I had to switch over to OBS instead of using the TikTok Live Studio, so I won't be able to see things like your gifties and all that other stuff, because, unfortunately, TikTok at the moment, which keep in mind that it's been steadily going up on how much resources it's been requiring. It is now at 1.3 gigabytes of space that's required for you to stream with TikTok Live. It is really bad. And let me tell you something else about TikTok Live that they don't want to tell you, because unless you have TikTok Live Studio and you're allowed to do it, because you have to sign up to be able to stream on TikTok. Basically, you have 1,000 followers on TikTok, and then you have to basically get it. You basically sign an application to get in, and if they approve of you getting in, which is really easy to do, by the way, you get in. But a lot of the stuff that's the bulk of the issue that's on their platform, the things that require 1.3 gigabytes of space, by the way, is all of the AI filters that they use. Yes, they use AI filters for a lot of things. They have, like, Instagram filters and shit like that. They have AI optimization tools. Like, so much AI is built into the program that it makes no sense. It requires so much resources that it literally, the only way to fix it is by literally going in and just shutting everything else down. Why do you think so many creators are in one of two camps? They only stream on TikTok because that's the only place they do it, and they stream from their phones, IRL stuff, and all that other junk, right? That's probably what they do for the bulk of it. Anybody else on the other half of the situation are streaming alongside with TikTok, meaning that TikTok is not their main bulk of their content. Also, TikTok has like several thousand other issues that make it very difficult to use. I mean, you just witnessed what I was just saying. If I could have shown you, my fucking screen went black. OBS was still on the up like any like thing, any program I was already running is still running, but that's how I knew that Windows wasn't fully shut down. TikTok decided that it needed more resources, and it couldn't find a program to shut off or lower the amount of memory so that it could have more memory and CPU to absorb, and so it decided to take Windows down. You know, the function of your computer was what was taken away from me, making it incomplete, useless to use. Like, holy shit. How does that work? First off, no program should be able to shut down Windows. It should not have the ability to do that. It should not have the ability to touch things that are basically key components to running your computer. And yet it did. That's dangerous. That's extremely dangerous. Why does TikTok have access to kernel level access to my computer? That's kernel level access. That's not a surface level access. That's not like a little bit underneath the hood. That's kernel level access. They're basically running like they're an administrator. They're running it like they have full access to every part of my computer, which is dangerous, by the way, and very strange and shady. All while they have yet to optimize their program to stop absorbing, like, data on your computer. Because at this point, I want you to know that when I had TikTok Studio on, my computer was on fire. It was heating up. And I'm just playing Dredge, of all games. Dredge. This game is not that intensive. This is not a very intensive thing. TikTok Studio has to battle against OBS. They're both resource hogs. So it's a battle of resource hog versus resource hog. And that sucks. And I hope that TikTok figures out something. Because the way that it's going right now, if they blew up my fucking computer, I can't fucking buy another computer. I can't build another computer. I can't do none of that. I would be out of a job. I would be out of looking for jobs. TikTok almost could have destroyed my computer. I wouldn't be able to stream to you guys if that happened. And I think I would cry and then stop existing, because it's the only thing that's keeping my sanity in check, is being able to sit here and talk with you guys and have a good time and have a conversation. You know what I mean? To not feel alone. To entertain people. To do things. I worry about that type of stuff. Nothing should ever cause my computer to do that. Ever. TikTok Live consumes about 1 to 2.5 gigabytes of data per hour. And a significant VRAM / storage due to high definition video buffering, caching, and active streaming. To reduce this, clear the cache in the app settings and free space. What? None of that makes sense. Why does it need 2.5 gigabytes on data hourly? That is absurd. 2.5 is a massive amount. TikTok stores significant data on your device, sometimes leading to over 30 gigabytes of total storage usage. There is, like, no reason it should be doing that. Even OBS doesn't do that. Even Fraps, the fucking shitty recording software, doesn't do that. That's insane. That's just really weird. That could have killed. That could kill. And I'm looking through people, by the way. I am looking through people's stuff. There's a person on here from 5 months ago who was saying that they were having the same fucking problem. They're running OBS, which is eating up about 25%. The game's taking up 30%. And then because they have to use like a virtual camera and other things like that, and all these other things, they're losing like 99% of their frames. And they have a 5090. A 5090. Dude. That's insane. For a 5090 to be struggling with fucking TikTok on it? Because I remember TikTok Studio not, like Live Studio, before the merger, not having any of these issues. I don't know what the fuck has been going on. But I'm gonna have to not be using the TikTok Live Studio just to make sure that the TikTok viewers experience is okay. So I apologize. Anyways, we're gonna get back to playing the game instead of me being a miserable fuck about TikTok again. Because I wanna make sure the TikTok people are having a good time too. Also, welcome in, Fourth. This game is great. I finished it a year ago. Yeah, I haven't actually gotten to finish the game. I want to finish it. I just haven't gotten the chance to. We were talking about TikTok, so I do apologize. I would like to try to get back to the thing, to play the game. We're here to have fun, not be miserable fucks. You know? I apologize for having to get so crazy about... I don't think anybody could figure out what's going on. I just know that it's something broken about this. One thing I know is that they're using quantum security to basically run their security program. That's not great. So I'm assuming that they are getting really lazy, because again, remember, they added the AI thing and they're now holding it like back. Also, did you know that there's a lot of AI videos running around throwing up propaganda on TikTok right now and shit like that, which I'm not surprised by. Which are using a lot of AI to TikTok started pumping in. I got a theory, a game theory. Okay. My game theory is this. I think that TikTok, which is being run by America right now, is using everybody's computers when the live streaming software and the TikTok app. By the way, the TikTok app can also use about 1 gigabyte to 2.5 gigabytes just using TikTok alone. You ever wonder why sometimes your TikTok causes a weird amount of lag on your fucking phone? Weirdly enough, it too has issues. And I'm thinking, you remember how there's a RAM shortage, right? You remember how there's a lot of issues going on under the hood? I have a feeling that they're using our computers to train AI, throwing in all these random AI optimization features and all of these other AI-based materials, and they're using our GPU and CPU to train the AI through TikTok without telling us they're doing that, so that they can build a better sense of AI. Because again, these are staple mark issues with AI specifically. Remember, if you hear anything about AI, right? CPU, GPU starting to heat up, creating extreme heat, constant usage, lots of resource management issues, lots of stuff that they require multi-layer buildings just to continue to test this shit. Only after the merger happened in America did TikTok start having these issues. They're silencing me. They're silencing me. They're choking me up. These are all staple marks. Sorry, I was choking on a chip. It was just, I had like, I've made my own 7-Eleven nachos. I was eating those. But I have a feeling that what's going on with TikTok is that they are legitimately using our stuff to train their AI. Because these are staple marks of AI issues. Keep in mind that if it was just me and my GPU, because my GPU is not super powerful, it does the job great. It can run a lot of things and do a lot of things. It's a great GPU. It's not that old. It's only maybe a few years old. So it's still within the realms of usefulness, right? Now here's the problem. People with 5090s and above are struggling with the same program. High CPU loadout issues. Randomly, keep in mind, one of the biggest telltale signs that I've noticed, that I found other people talking about, is when you boot up the studio, right? Just the studio alone, or the TikTok app or whatever. Have you noticed that when it's not live, or you're not doing anything, it lags? It seemingly slows down your computer. It's eating up resources and shutting things down in the background. There's something going on that they're not telling us, that no creator is going on about. There's something shady going on. And I've got a feeling it's to train AI. Because think about it. There's a RAM shortage. There's a GPU shortage. TikTok was just was acquired by by America. And America is the biggest culprit of AI right now. They're the biggest ones inside the AI bubble sphere. Why would they not try to find a way to secretly use people's computers to test AI features? Why else are there 1,000 AI filters for your face with a camera? Why are they so obsessed with you using your camera for gaming specifically? Keep in mind, remember, gamers don't have to use a webcam. Why all of a sudden is the TikTok gaming side forcing you to use a camera? Think about it. AI filters, AI optimization tools, AI security robots, AI fucking security team members. The majority of the platform is filled to the brim with AI. No other platform requires your face, because an AI checks to see if you're live by looking at your face. It's recognizing facial patterns. And if it's recognizing facial patterns, when you don't have a webcam, it wants to shut your stream down, forcing you to pick one or the other. Either deal with the inconvenience of constantly switching that shit and telling the system that you're live, which guess what? Tells the AI that there's a human being there. Or B, turn on a webcam and expose yourself. TikTok is 100% doing something shady right now, and no one's talking about it. That's my theory, is that TikTok is hiding the use of people's GPUs and CPUs when they go live on their platform. And unless you have a significantly, and I'm talking bulky computer, that the strain of that thing is not causing that many issues. Because here's the crazy part. A lot of the people who aren't struggling are people that are multi-streaming. And the only people that are struggling are the people that are forced to use the TikTok Live Studio. Think about it. Isn't that weird? Multi-streamers, when I'm multi-streaming right now on all three of these platforms using OBS, not a single stutter, not a single GPU issue. Everything is running smoothly, and my computer has cooled down profusely. On its own. Runs smoothly. Everything is running optimally. There's something going on with the TikTok Studio that is doing dangerous things to your computer. Because I did research, and I dug into the files for the TikTok Live Studio, and when I said that they're using a cryptocurrency, security thing called quantum security, I know, sounds stupid, right? It comes from crypto.com. The security that they use to quote-unquote better the security, and here's the thing, some people did get upset. Their excuse was, oh, we're not using the crypto half, we're just using the security half. Remember that joke I made that they're crypto mining on your computer? That might not be so far-fetched as you think it is. There might be a chance that they actually are now crypto mining on your fucking shit. Because why is it that it needs 1.3 gigabytes to 2.5 gigabytes hourly of space, of time, of resources? Keep in mind, my OBS does not need more than 8.9 at maximum % of my CPU. Occasionally it will dip into close to 10%, but it never goes above that. Yet, every time that I check the CPU, specifically for, like, TikTok, this seems really strange, doesn't it? Ah, big dick Randy, you fucking put your big dick down and wait. You wait, big dick Randy. Put that away. The hell? You wait. Isn't that like Yujiro Hanma's face when he got slapped by, like, wasn't it the slap by Baki? And then he did the face thing where he's just like, he puts the face on to, like, shield himself from all the pain. He, like, distributes the pain everywhere else. I feel like I've seen that image somewhere before. Because I think it was extremely memed, because it was really funny looking. Sorry, I read Baki. Dude, I read the Baki Isekai manga about, about Retsu. It was pretty good, honestly. It was really good. I saw it again. I saw the flash. But yeah, I just wanted to make that quick assertion and notion. TikTok is probably being really shady right now, and there's nothing we can do about it because I'm not big enough to basically call out, like, TikTok. This weird use of your GPU. Anyways, let's go fishing. I want to go fishing. Alright. I've done all of these side quests here. Now it's time to search for relics. But I need multiple clots. How do I get refined metal? That's a question. I probably have to go somewhere else, huh? Sure is dark around here. Mutant fish! Where's my mutant fish? Yes! No, don't you turn my lights off. I want my lights on. Because the thing about the TikTok side that I have to deal with is that I have to keep constantly switching. I have to use like a browser source, right? Since TikTok does not like to integrate well in OBS, I can't see OBS chat without doing a bunch of workarounds. Might as well get to the next area, yeah? So that is southeast. Southwest, idiot. Go! Long ago was grabbed by a gigantic pinar. What? What are we fucking talking about? The fuck? It was a pinar, and it was scary. Fast as fuck, boy. What's that? You approach a hooded figure, swapped in a dark blue robe, their faces barely visible. Benjamin, please. You can barely hear his rasping voice above the wind and waves. Fulfill hunger. The hooded figure unfurls a old paper scroll. Oh, he needs a macro. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be back, little one. He needs a mackerel. I've got you, homie. Are you mackerels? Yes. You get a good one, too. He's big. All right, come back. Fulfill the hunger. Sure. Here you go. With expert precision, they plunge their hands through the gullet of the fish and tear out the heart. They stuff it into their mouth unceremoniously. More. Still empty. They point to a tiger mackerel on the second scroll. Well, I gotta figure out where the... Oh, let me figure out where a tiger mackerel is. I don't know where that is. Oh, it can be found at the Gale Cliffs. I just gotta get to the Gale Cliffs. Alright, I'll be back. Oh, eels. Alright, 2 eels. Wrong way. This way. Hello? It's the killer whales. It's Shy Lily. Traveling merchant. Oi there! You're a new face. A fisherman, I take it. Perfect. Well, we should get along like a house on fire. That's not a very good analogy. I'm a traveler and a merchant, all rolled into one. If you have any fish to sell, I'll take them on board and sell them to the next town I come across. Likewise, I have a haul of small cargo equipment between places. You're welcome to browse the stock and see if there's anything you might want to take your fancy. Come and see me if you're ready to trade. Alright, what you want to sell me? Say, have you met the photographer? She stopped by my platoon not a while back. She loaded up on some fancy camera equipment to take pictures of the wildlife. He sighs wistfully. I wish I had my own camera. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to document everything you do? I'd never forget anything. Anyway, she said she was setting up a small island to the south of the Marrows. You're in the area, maybe you could check it out for her. Oh, hey again. Come by to chat. Need help with anything? Assistance with the, from an angler? Absolutely. I've been trying to collect the records of where each species of fish is located. I figured that most of them are on my travels so far, but there are a few I haven't been able to track down. Reckon you could share some info with me? Sure, I could help with that. Great. The fish that I left in the track are the oarfish, gulper eel, Goliath tigerfish, and the colac. What the fuck? I know all about the pieces of each species already, so maybe I can point you in the right direction. What you want to know? Give me about that oarfish. Given that the oarfish has a long and fragile body, I suspect that it lives in reasonably deep but calm waters. Maybe the shelter of the Gale Cliffs would suit them? What about the other fish? Well, how about this one? I know the gulper eel lives in the deepest depths imaginable. You'll have to get some specialty gear to catch one of those fucks. Anything else? The tiger Goliath? Oh, those guys are legitimately scary. They hunt in murky swamp water, using the shade of the trees as cover. Actually, I have no idea about this fish could be, but they have a primordial feel to them, don't you think? Anything else? Nope. Okay. Boop. Let's see. Cabin. Catch a tiger mackerel and catch a rare fish. You might be use the dry docks on any port, but we can make sure that the upgrades of your boat floats checks and docks and shit. This one? No. Can I just go to this one? No, okay, no. Do, 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 do. I can make my boat even fucking faster. By a little bit. I have the money. Perfect. Just a little bit. Can I have this? Thank you. She's got two research parts. That'd be really good. I'll come back when I think about it. Is there anything I was working on? Mangrove. I mean, if I eventually work towards it, I could work towards this one, which would just be really useful, but I'm gonna need to upgrade my boat first to be able to actually use it. I'm gonna rest real quick, because it's really dark, and I don't want to die. I like having a boat, thank you. I know a lot of people that love this game as well. It's like a very... Holy stutter! Where's the stutters? There's a stutter? Was it me that was stuttering? Was it the game that was stuttering? Did you guys on the other end have any stutters? Or if that was just TikTok, 'cause it could just be TikTok being an asshole to everybody. Oh, me. Yeah, I stutter a lot. Oops. It was me. I am the stutterer. Disintegrates. What kind of fish is that? It's the fish that I'm not gonna feed you. You won't be able to eat these fish. I'm selling them. No fish for you. No, not this. Needed that, thank you. So now I just need to get basic materials. I'll be able to get a new haul! Ooh, it'll be so good when we get the new haul. Oh, fish. A tiger mackerel. Ah. Ah. Pretty sure that's what the other guy wanted, right? That's what the tornadoes! You cannot have this. Get away from me, you stupid freak of nature weather. Fuck off. Yeah, okay. I'll be right back. I'm coming, weird freak of a person. Weird person that eats the hearts of fish. I'm coming. Fuck off, lightning. Go return somewhere else. There he is. Hello, good sir. Oh, still empty. Here you go. Again, they rip the flesh from the fish, draw out its heart, and consume it as quickly as the first. Almost fulfilled. Voice to a fish in the final scroll. A snake mackerel. Okay, I'll figure out where that is. I don't know where that is. It's probably like a disgusting fusion of the fish, right? Hey, I got the freak. I'm gonna assume that the freaky fuck mackerel is the mackerel that they're like, oh, it's fucking freaky. Probably like a mutated version of it. Probably. Hey, alright, well, I'm just gonna go sell these. 'Cause it's not the one I need, baby. We ever gonna come out of the basement? No. That's where you get to stay. Where am I going? Sorry, I was going the wrong way. Dolphins! Fish market. I'll still buy a fish out fresh, but if it's completely rotted, I can't pay you anything. That's okay. I usually try to sell them as fast as possible. Alright, we're hunting for mackerels again. And we're off. Ooh, there might be a fucking freakazoid in here. Gotcha. That's not the one I wanted. I'll sell it. Doo-doo-doo. Hello. Ah. That's okay. Can rats fly? In hell they can. Either way, the basement's not actually a basement. You're just in hell. There's like 9 circles. You could go anywhere. Yeah. 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 There we go. Now we need to go and keep trying to find a mackerel. Somewhere. Ooh, look at that guy. Can I capture you? Yeah. Ooh, big. I don't think I have space. I would literally have to... Ah, well. I got... Go fuck yourself. Fuck yourself. Don't try it. I'll fucking kill you. I will jump in these waters and beat your ass. Do not try me. Need to find more mackerels. I can go back to starting place. That'll probably be a good spot to do it. You know, I can fly, by the way. We all can fly if you put your mind to it. Maybe. Don't blame me if you fall. I'm just making observations. No, I don't need that. Tornado! Away with thee! Don't want any! Ding! Hello! Fish. 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 Thank you. Now we sleep again. There's Tostino pizza rolls in there. There's pizza. There's chicken nuggets. There's everything you could have on the surface world is down there. It's... That's a very tiny fish. Yes! God damn, that's fucking weird. Fish? Oh, hell yeah. Look at this motherfucker. It's a stonefish. That's dangerous. That's a dangerous motherfucking fish. No! Fuck you, tornado! Fuck you! Stop fucking gatekeeping! Stop gatekeeping! Fucking asshole! So I just wanted to see what type of fish it was. It fucking goddamn motherfucker be gatekeeping. I have no idea what that is. Ah. Oh. Look at that. Ah. Domino Foxy. Arigatou gozaimasu. For joining the Sharkers. Welcome in. Welcome into my store. I listen mindless, driven only by the desire to consume, a purpose situated many times over. Oh! Thank you. Alright, time to do a little bit of research. What should I research? Probably this one. I'm not gonna lie. Probably this one? I don't know. Both of them are probably useful. I don't know. Something tells me this one. There. I'm trapped inside a thing that easily... You think people that go to hell are easily allowed to just leave? Huh? Huh? The winds, it blows this way. Whee! Probably not exactly a great idea to come here. Like now. How did I spend up all my day, by the way? Out of curiosity. But all of my day. In a boat, it's very dark around the boat. Look at the boat, it's so dark. Go fuck yourself. I go to bed, fuck you. I go to bed, you can't stop me. It was an excuse to grab a chip so that I can eat another chip. What kind of fish are you? Nothing yet. Pathetic. You pathetic. Stingrays! Don't need you. Nah, I don't need you. We're gonna go back this way. Go back to the tiny town. Because I want to try to find this macro for this weird freak. I'll need a hate. About this fish. Good fish. Oh, that's no good. That's not the fish I need. Are you? No, you're not the fish I need. Are you the fish I need? No, you're not the fish I need. You're not leaving the basement. You have plenty of everything. Well, that's all I can carry at the moment. And driving and driving and driving. There's another game like this on the Xbox. I forget the name though. It has a monster too. I don't remember. There's a lot of sea-based games these days. Subnautica, anybody? What do you fucking want? Seagulls don't get your catch. Those blasted pests. Very satisfying. Thank you. I need new clothes. Just order them online. And then you could use Hell Express. It's better than Amazon. Because at least they were honest. And that's just fucking sad. Give me freak fish. Give me freak fish. Give me the freaky fish. I want the freak ass. I want the freaky deaky fish. Freaky fucking fish. Give me a freaky fucking fish. That's not the freaky fish I wanted, but I did ask for a freaky fish. I didn't specify. So fair. I'm looking for a particular freaky ass fish. One that is long. Long freaky fish. Freaky fish the long way. Looking for the freaky fish the long way. I'm gonna sneeze every time I say that. I need to catch a snake mackerel. So definitely not the blue mackerel. Catch a snake mackerel. Where am I gonna get a snake mackerel? That looks relative, maybe? That what I'm looking for? Maybe. No, that one. It looks like that one. Number 50. But I gotta go to the Devil's Spine. Man, why y'all motherfuckers naming shit after me? I think I've seen the Devil's Spine. Do I want to go there right now? I feel like probably the fuck not. Probably a bad idea. It's probably a really bad idea to try to go to the Devil's Spine. Probably. Ah. My boat's too fast. I'm too fast. My ship. I lost a spot. Dark. The Devil's Spine is this way. Dude. My clothes are women's clothes. For I am... I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, what's that? That looks just like my boat. You pull up a wreck, a familiar-looking hull. It's almost identical to the ship given to you by the mayor, except that this one has a huge breach on one side. Look in the cabin. You look in the cabin. You're in the cabin. Look in the cupboards. Cupboards have are completely and methodically empty. All drawers are missing. There aren't any floorboards left. The electrical overhead equipment. The equipment is still there, though surely exposed to the elements, has fried its internals. You angle the overhead radio down to take a closer look. A note was slipped at the top. You put into your bag to read later. Check the cargo. You poke through the cargo, a few items remain. Not yet lost to the sea. A basic fishing rod. A weak valve. It looks just like our boat. Order the Boris. Freaky waters, it's very freaky, freaky waters, evil fishies, gonna come and eat me, go fuck yourself, dude. Fuck you! You'll never catch me, tornado, go fuck yourself! Ah, fuck you. I'm too cool for you, bitch. Sticks middle finger up at Mother Nature. Fuck you, Mother Nature! Yo, what's up? Shipyard. Yo, what's up? Fix my boat, please. Thank you. I don't know. Just ask the devils around. I'm sure they have spare clothes. But this makes me fast as fuck, boy. I'll probably hold on to that for now. let's see. A wooden mask, 12-piece set, a jar of earth. Interesting. Deep sky, deep forever. Casket seal broken. Fog core. 5 equals rise. You know, out. He knows. I wanted to play the forest, but at the same time, I was like, probably not today. I also have to figure out with Luferus. Actually. Let me actually message them. I can't spell that. It is time to boop. Fish. Ooh, it's a wreck fish. Shit. That's all I can catch for these fuckers. They're big-ass fishies. Do-do-do. Thank you. I'll be on my way. I need more wood and other things. Oh, fuck you, Mother Nature. Go fuck yourself. Leave me out of your bullshit. Probably gotta go over there first. I'm so fast, but I could be faster. I need to... I'm pretty sure if... I could try going over there for the finishing of that quest. For the guy who just wants to fucking fish. Like, I could try. There's no harm in it. Maybe. Maybe there's a harm in it. I don't know. I know what I've been, if you know what I've been the devil's spine, you know what I mean? I do not. No one knows! No one! That. It looks like the devil's spine is supposed to be. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't doing something too stupid. While the game doesn't directly stop me, it's supposed to be the final area of the game, meaning that it's extremely difficult and there is a guarantee hit that can happen there. You have to be super careful. What is it? Do you need help with anything? I've been trying to prepare a special meal for my partner, but I have been having some issues. Around here, we consider aged codly ear to be a particular delicacy. Some may say they're rotting, but they're delicious if prepared correctly. Normally, we bury them in the ground and allow them to mature, but our dog keeps digging them up and eating them. I can't raise the subject without spoiling the surprise. Can you bring me an aged cotter eel? Sure. We're gonna catch a couple. Ah, yes, that could be tricky to find. I'm told that they inhabit holes and burrows within the cliff themselves. I imagine that they'll be fished out around the edge, so you may have to venture into the passageway of the cliffs to find them. Oh, and did I mention that they only come out at night? Yes, I believe they hide during the day. Good luck. Anything else? Can you tell me about the cliffs? Many years ago, the cliffs used to be a haven for smugglers and pirates. Legend tells of two pirate lords who used Gale Cliffs as their hideout. Supposedly, they got into a disagreement and a huge battle was fought around the south side of the cliff. There certainly are a large number of wrecks in this area. Both sides were completely destroyed, their treasure hoards left abandoned and unclaimed to this day. I dare say they'd be worth a lot if anyone knew where to find them. Anything else? What do you know about any of the odd characters around these parts? Have you heard of the tales of Margram? He was an old whaler from these parts. As the whales got more scarce, the crew spent longer and longer at sea trying to find them. Margaret, it seems, wasn't cut out for this. He formed an unnatural attachment to a scroll he found on one of these trips. Okay, she bad. This lady? She pretty sexy. She looks like Symmetra. Sorry. Something about it's the curvature of her face that gives me reminiscence of Symmetra. He says that the scroll told him that how to become immortal by eating mutated fish. People started calling him Morgram the Fisherman. One day, the town awoke to find all the boats and nets and lines had been slashed in the night. And old Morgan was nowhere to be found. Nor has he been since. Anything else?
What is it?
Are there any ships or wrecks out here?
Real wrecks around here, that settlement of the Gale Cliffs. My brother ditched us and moved on over to those cliffs years ago. I suspect he regretted his decision now. The devil. Anything else?
Have you heard of any strange things in the area?
Some time ago, just after the last whale was brought in, there was a sudden exodus from the Gale Cliffs. Dozens of ships sailed past, packed up, and hurrying away north as fast as they could. They were waving and shouting something at us from their boats, but we couldn't make it out. Never did see or hear of them events. Anything else?
Can you tell me about the Ingfell?
Ingfell used to be a whaling town. Emphasis on the used to be. We would go out and bring carcasses, and then the rest of the town would get to work. But the whales got scarce sometime 20 years ago, And now look at us, barely scraping by with some for a new candle. Anything else?
Nope. Looks like we gotta go and do a bunch of shit. I need to find fucking eels. I got this thing. Pretty sure this isn't what he needed, right? He didn't need that Ouroboros. Ouroboros.
An old man emerges from one of the nearby broken buildings and hobbles towards you. Oh! Greetings! Don't get many visitors around here. What is it you need?
This place doesn't seem safe. Why didn't you live here?
I've been stubbornly holed out here for quite some time. Truth be told, I've been reconsidering my position lately. I've been happy here for so long. My wife and I had such a beautiful life. Until the collapse. Now I'm alone and cut off the land and sea, left only with the trembling rocks on all sides.
I could help you move to Inkfell.
It's not that simple. My brother would never... You see, I used to live in Inkfell with my brother. He was a whaler back in the day. Things were bad and we fought a lot. Mostly about how our parents' inheritance would be divided. We were in such the prime foolishness of our youth. When my wife and I decided to move here, I took the family crest. I stole it from him. Now, after this, I can't return without it.
Where is it?
There lies the problem. After the collapse, the creature, it dragged debris from the houses down into the wrecked burrow. The crest went down with it. It's a lost cause, I know. But if you were to find it, it's a large whalebone crest. It would mean the world to me.
I'll go look for it.
Thank you, but please, be careful.
Aye. There's a creature. Get away from me. Get away from me, you. You damaged my fishing rod! You bitch! Ugly bastard! Oh, I'd jump in that water if I was allowed. I'd be like, you broke my fishing rod! Now you must die! Jump in the water, start beating his ass like... Fish like, ah! Ah! Oh! You think I'm trapped in here with you? You're trapped in here with me! Fucking start stabbing the shit out of the fish. Like, ah! Ah! Fish just be like, how? Dude, he took 2 chunks of my fucking ship! What an asshole! Fucking dick! I should probably upgrade my hull if I can. Let's go get some supplies, because I think I should be able to, realistically. If I just get 1 more scrap and a few more cloth and some wood, we're good to go. That shouldn't be too hard to grab. We just gotta go back to where we came from. Off we go. Because I think definitely upgrading my hull right now is probably the biggest step forward. If I don't do it, I'll die! Because he took a chunk of my fucking boat! Because he's an asshole! No one's safe from this! That motherfucking fish had a weird-ass eyeball. You see that shit? What a freak. I bet that fish... I'm just calling it because I don't know anything about the story. I kind of have some vague ideas of what's going on. But I think that the mutation fish are like a curse of some kind, some sort of curse around these waters, and that some of these fish, these big evil fish, are because people ended up eating the mutated fish and then becoming the mutated fish themselves. I don't need to do that. I just got like an inclination that that might be the reason, and some of them end up becoming big, big, scary threats. I could be 100% wrong about that. I'll just go here. Then we're going to... I can't... Okay, so that definitely is a key item then. Maybe that is an item he needs. And I just happen to find it. Who knows? I don't. Alright. Time to go out back. And, just need to go out back and, check. Where's the... Where's the wreck, ma'am? I don't remember. Did it despawn? That looks like refined metal scrap. Alright. Now I just need metal scrap. Then I'd be good. Right here. Fuck yo, dark waters, I don't give a shit. Ooh, that's a big fucking spooky looking fucking thingamaboobus. See that shit? Spooky. Do 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 do. Go. As I something would happen. Something would happen. It's called death. Oh, 1 second. Sorry. Ish. Alright, we just need a little bit more wood. Let's rest. We just need 2 more things of wood. And we're good. Mutant fish! Yes. Mutant fish? No, it's gone. Where am I gonna find more wood? I need more wood. That's metal scrap. I don't want metal scrap. I mean, I do, but I don't. But I do, but I don't. But I do, but I don't. Ah!
A slab of the rock from the water bears the crude symbol of a curved fish in its base.
Ah. Mysterious as the dark side of the moon. This is mysterious as the dark side of the moon. Shut up. Oh. Does anybody got any wood? You got any wood? What's that thing? What are you? Oh, you're just a shark. Does anybody got any wood? I need some wood. You got any wood on you? Nah, that's an eel. You got any wood on you? Any dirt spots full of wood? It'd be very helpful right now. That's a stingray. You got any wood? Oh. A random boat. It might have wood. Hello. Wood. Yes. Give me. I like wood. You like wood. We all like wood. 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 Ba ba da da da. Wa ba ya da da. Iti itu. Wa ba ba ra ba bum. Beep beep ra ba ba. Fuck you and your bitch ass. In the darkness I am strong. You're not trapped. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. You stupid fuck. Do 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 da 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 do 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 da. They'll never touch me. Except that time that they did. Mr. Fishman. Take this, please. Thank you. Alright. And dry dodge. Oh, dry dog, sorry. Yeah! My heart is now stronger! With the amount of money that I have already gotten, I could probably go straight to trying to upgrade to the max. We could just spend all our time before actually completing any part of the story by just spending as much time doing all this shit. Because now I've got upgrades. I just need to get a few upgrades. Cargo space. Oh, that would be really good. That would be really good. I need 2 scrap. I just used up some scrap. So go get some more scrap later. We sleep. When we go back to that spot with the ship, we get a bunch of shit. Alright. Fish. Yes. We're gonna go to the shipwreck over there. If we do that... We have 4 hits now. We can take 4 hits. Or, if the fish is really strong, maybe 1 extra. Oh. Fancy. Ah. Yeah, so my time has been wasted. Wood. Well, that's the depletion of all of that. What is that? Oh, fancy fucking cool. There's gonna be an evil fish. Or probably a really annoying boat. Fuck them boats. They're like these boats that look like my boat, and they try to run into me because they're assholes. They're like, beep beep. They're like, get the fuck out my way, bitch. Move. Trying to run you over and shit, and you're like, fuck off! Hello, nicest Viper. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you are doing good. Whoopah! Noogie! Everybody a noogie who enters. Noogie! The noogie of doom! Alright, fishmonger. Take. Thank you. Alright. Right now. Okay. With all of that, my spread. I should probably send that to the big guy, right? We're gonna rest so that I can go and travel. I'm gonna first travel to the opposite side to sell a bunch of these these trinkets. Look how beautiful this game is. It's so beautiful. There's a fishing game that was inspired by this, according to the devs. They actually, like, gave me a code. I want to play their game again. I think they're really cool. I just... It's called Dreadline Net Quota. It's a very cool game. It's a really simple fishing game. It's like, you know, obviously it's co-op. Currently it's mixed. I have no idea what's going on there. Let me read why. I'm curious now. Decoder didn't work for me as a solo player. The system feels layered in a way that makes the game more confusing than engaging, and playing alone quickly becomes overwhelming instead of fun. There's potential in the concept, but the complexities and lack of satisfying solo flow made it hard to enjoy. With friends, it might shine, but solo, it just isn't a good time. Game can be fun at times, but absolutely nowhere near a full release status. Bugs everywhere and little gameplay to show. With 109 minutes in the game, I crashed once just sitting there in the main menu while waiting for friends to be ready. Pressed no buttons, just being alt-tabbed, then 2 separate occasions. First, the host crashed, which set us back a day of progress. Although somewhat frustrating, it was fun enough to give it another go. Unfortunately, the second time, it crashed again. Game sucks, unfinished, pointless crap like other space crap game. Literally just a cash grab. Ugh. It looks like a lot of people kind of don't... The people that are having negative reviews seemingly are... talking about it's frustrating, it's got a lot of bugs, deaths, and more frustration. Boils down to... It was heavily inspired by this game, specifically Dredge. I think it is pretty fun, personally. But I can see where a lot of those issues, just as I said, same type of issues that I think are... Because one of the biggest issues that I know of is when you run out of space, you can still catch fish, obviously, but they can fly out. And there were just times where they could fly out. So I don't know if they ever fixed that issue specifically. But I'd love to play it again. Because I genuinely do think it was pretty fun. But I need friends to play that with. Let me go this way. Excuse me. What is it? Don't bother. But you don't want to see this trinket? Guess I'll store it for now. It must be a different quest item for somewhere else. Not something he cares about, I guess. Don't hit it. I just need a little bit more wood. Mutation? Yeah. The stone skin of this ray is molded around a black crystal shard. The rock fragment articulate and grind together. Freaky. I forgot to go into the thingamaboober. Thank you. Here we go. Off I go. To the boat. To the dig. To sell my shit. Thank you kindly. What are my thoughts on femboys? I don't really know what you mean by that. I mean, femboys are cool. They're just dudes that like to dress femininely. I don't have a problem with that. They're great, but, like, they're just people. So, if you like people, and you like feminine men, which I do, I mean, yeah, they're just people. If anybody has a problem with a femboy, that's a them problem. That's... all honesty, that's just more of a them problem. Because those people are weird. People can dress up to how they want. They can be who they want. It really isn't that complicated. What do I call them? Whatever the fuck they want to be called. I'm trans. I say that from the bottom of my heart. Like, if you're confused or don't know how to act around other people that are just trying to be people, I mean, you got... y'all motherfuckers out here calling P. Diddy P. Diddy. He wants to be called that, right? He wants to be called Puff Daddy and all that other shit, and y'all motherfuckers are more than willing to do that. Right? You are so willing to, like, do that type of shit, but you aren't willing to call people by their pronouns? You're the weird one. You're calling a man who be doing weird shit. You know what I'm saying? Let people be people. If you love femboys, you love femboys. Because femboys are great. Because people can be great. So, you know, just be chill. If you don't know how to act around people, always be respectful. You know, it really isn't that complicated. I see so many people out there just getting so unnecessary. It's like, but I don't believe in what they're saying. It's like, why? You know what I'm saying? Like, why? Because it goes against God. Stop using God as an excuse for your shitty behavior. God said to love your fellow man, not your fellow woman. That's pretty fucking gay if you ask me. I know that's old term in writing, but you get my point. Don't take everything as a literal. You're kind of stupid for doing that. Does it need... oh, I think it needs multiple fish, yeah? I guess it wants as many of those types of curvy fish. Is that not the right curvy fish? Maybe it wants the fish from the gale. Love people for who they are. Let people be who they are. If you disagree with them, that's great. That's your... You fuck off. You, I'm busy. Fucking stupid fish bastard. Fuck off. Stop growling at me. I didn't ask for your opinion. Stupid fish. Da. Da. Fish. Weird fish. Sorry, TikTok AI is gonna get mad at me for saying specific words. They're gonna be like, you can't say those words. Because TikTok's moderation bot's so bad at its job, it can't tell a joke from... Or that I'm not talking about a real person and I'm talking about a video game character. Yes. Bunny shark. All right. Another time. I just will never understand when people, like, again, it's really not that complicated. If you want to make it more complicated, I mean, sure, if you want to, like, have an argument, but, like, don't use religion as, like, an excuse for your shitty behavior. I'm sorry. God doesn't discriminate like you do. That's somebody who was, you know, a Christian, Baptist, and Mormon, and Catholic. Because of all the different types, each of my family were kind of like different things. The Spanish, so a lot of that boils down from that. But, like, again, most of the concerns that these people have, and they use, like, religious texts, they're actually wrong. There are priests who have literally told off those types of people, like, no, you're actually just wrong. They would be like, a lot of the scriptures that they do take into place are actually vehemently fucking wrong. And they're taken out of context. And I'm like, go fucking figure that they're out of context. Right? A lot of the shit that they say are legitimately out of context and, like, missing the rest of the point. Or not using context clues and reading analysis to understand that, that there's a little bit more to that conversation that meets the eye. I'm like, oh my god, go fucking figure. There's more to the conversation than what you're reading and trying to use specific, like, scriptures as an excuse. Because here's a little spoiler for you. If you need to use religion as an excuse to be a shitty person because an all-powerful God is basically your excuse. People that use religion as an excuse to be a shitty person because God, if God can forgive you for being a shitty person, then you yourself fucking suck. Because if you use God as a way to say, I don't like these people because I do not agree with them, then, like, and then proceed to shame them, send them to camps, which has been a thing, by the way, and trying to reform people into being what you believe is correct, you are the problem. And when somebody calls you out for being that problem, you say, well, God wouldn't want you like this. God wouldn't want you to do what you're doing in general. You think God wants you to go around telling people that they are evil and sinful and all these other things because you don't understand something? Because the answer to that question would be absolutely the fuck not. But I also don't really believe in God, because if God truly did exist, then why the fuck is he who he is? Why is God creating all these, like, constant teeter-tottering analysis? Like, go to hell, but that doesn't make sense. Like, you'll burn in hell for all eternity, but there's, like, several questions you have to ask about each of these things. Like, it's just... Again, and also, like, if the devil is supposed to be so evil, then why is hell a place for evil? To punish the evil and the wicked. Think about it for like 2 seconds. Then when you bring that up, and then they go, no, 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 no. See, God is punishing the wicked by sending them there. Well, then the devil would just treat them nicely, would he not? Because why the fuck would he give a shit? Like, he would take these people, turn them into devils, and create more devils to make more people corrupted. He wouldn't treat evil people and punish them. He would make them his allies. That's just the logical way of doing something. So if the devil is there to actively punish the sinners, because, again, the devil will burn you for all eternity and torture you for being a bad person, then doesn't that make the devil a good person by jurisdiction? By the sense of your own logic, the devil is just as good of a person, if not better, than God, because God is actively choosing to condemn you to a fate worse than just dying. To be tortured for all eternity for making mistakes. And those mistakes can be as simple as petty theft because of the circumstances of your life. What dictates those actions? What dictates you and all the things you do? Well, I don't like people using religion, because there's a nuance to that conversation. Because those people use the scripture for negative purposes. Not everybody does that. I respect people in their religion wholeheartedly. But what I don't respect are the people trying to use it as an excuse for really shitty behavior. People do it all the time to say really negative things and ruin people's lives and all these other things. Like, there was a streamer or whatever recently that I found, like, a TikTok about, who basically got their sponsorship taken away from them. And while that could be seen as, you know, just as bad, he was sending donations. Like, he would basically donate to a charity, quote unquote. A charity that would basically tell children that basically were gay or potentially going, you know, on the path of, you know, trans and stuff like that. People that were discovering themselves would be sent to camps to correct them. And this is a notorious camp, because that's not changing their perspective. That's that's literally, like, so borderline exactly what we should have already learned not to do in life, that I'm surprised. It's like, does no one remember the H cost, as I gotta say it, where a particular German painter did almost identical shit because he did not agree with people? I'm like, are we high as shit right now? You know what I mean? It's just something that I always think about. I go back and I think about, because it makes no sense. Logistically. Maybe it's because of my autism kicking in, and I just can't comprehend these people's behavior and their actions, because it just seems so ass backwards. If God is supposed to love you for who you are, then why would he not love somebody that chooses to be who they are? Because who they are is who they were born to be? God made you this way? God can't make mistakes, etc., etc. So people are just forced into these avenues that they so desperately don't want to be in. Because you said so. Because you said these things. And so people are forced to be something that they're not. If I was forced to be, like, a man, right? And just live my life as a man. Which, by the way, I have to do for work. I have to just use my birth thing, right? Because being transgender is, as in, like, you know, transitioning between gender, is... It is impossible to get a job. Like, I cannot get a job. And I think a lot of people don't recognize that people can be people. People can be what they want. If a guy wants to dress femininely, then they... When it doesn't affect you or others around you. It's like, well, there's these trans people that go to gyms and they do bad things. It's like, you do realize that there are people out there that pretend to be something that they're not. There are people out there that do these things for nefarious purposes, just as there's P. Diddy, there's our current president, there's the entire fucking files that I can list where bad people are bad. Bad people exist in every facet of the world. The furry community, the My Little Pony community, or whatever, the fucking anime community, the gaming community, the movie buffs, the sports fanatics. Everywhere you go, there are bad people. Does that make the entirety of that group bad? If you answer yes, you are the problem. Because the unanimous answer should be no. That's not even a hot debate. It's just a no. Because it makes no sense. You ever heard about the sins of the forefathers, or not that? Of, like, you? Like, you know, like, your children, like, I forget the full actual meaning, but basically it's like the idea of, like, your forefathers' sins are not that of the children's. The children are not responsible for their forefathers' mistakes and their sins. Which is why I also argue a lot about other things that a lot of people find controversial. I've lost, like, content creator friends for voicing some of those opinions, too. Saying that it's just not right. There are bad people out there, and there'll always be bad people, I think, you know? But that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody's a bad person. That doesn't necessarily mean that everybody is doing bad things. Yes, are there trans people doing bad things that are creepy and unorthodox and not cool? Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I'm not arguing against that. When there are bad trans people, I call those people out. Because that's a no-no. That's a bad thing, right? When there are bad straight men out there and bad straight women, same concept. You know, cis men and women, straight up, same concept. Because the difference between you and I is that I'm not using bad behavior to justify my reason to hate somebody. Because I'm not actively trying to hate anybody. I'm actively calling out bad behavior because that person is doing bad things. I'm actually trying to make a change. You are not. You're not changing people's opinions by forcing them to... and forcing them to decide for them. Like, you're not giving them the, you know, the lessons they need to learn or understand this or that. You're just telling them what they're supposed to be. You're telling them what they have to do. You yourself are the problem. And I think until you can acknowledge that, as like a human being, I don't think there is room for like growth in this world. Because I think the major problem is like super telling, you know? When somebody uses, like, if you just don't like somebody, or you don't like a particular set of people, you're gonna find any excuse to not look bad, right? Because in this world, people that treat other people like garbage are seen as the garbage in and of itself. You know? You're treated as a negative because of your actions. You don't want that to happen. You don't want to look bad. You want to make other people look bad. So you find excuses and small nuanced pieces of a conversation that could be even more, like, proven against you just by a simple Google search, a simple fucking understanding. Like, there was this person who is trans, right? Quote unquote. They're not trans. And how do I know that? How am I going to be able to call that? That seems kind of bullshit to you, right? Well, doing the research, not even that long of a research, this person who transitioned took their ex-girlfriend's name, who they're basically having a restraining order against. So, the person that transitioned has a restraining order on, you know, by their ex. Their ex put a restraining order on them, right? For being abusive. And once that last abusive was they took their name, transitioned, and then proceeded to do gross things in a gym, get called out for that shit, and then proceeded to backpedal everything. Really not that complicated. If you use, and a lot of people are using that person as an excuse to say, see, all of trans people are bad because this one person is bad. In which that conversation makes zero sense. All men are bad because some men are not exactly great people? All women are bad because of X, Y, and Z? No. Stop roping everybody into the exact same note. Just doesn't make sense. Learn to, like, think before you say something. There's a lot of people out there that I've seen, especially, like, simple conversations, like power scaling, where people will make up feats for certain characters and believe it like it's gospel, even when they're proven wrong. Not once, not twice, but several thousand times get proven that they are wrong. Will double, triple, quadruple down. Just look at the Invincible verse, right? The Invincible verse is a very weak powered universe. For their universe, Viltrumites are pretty devastatingly strong. Put them in any other universe and they're gonna be struggling. Because everywhere else is not realistic. Because the Invincible verse is supposed to be realistic. They don't need to rely on all these crazy fucking bullshit things. They try to explain how certain things work and why they are. The Viltrumites are not supposed to be a Superman. They're supposed to be the antithesis of what Superman could have been. That's why it was created in the first place. Was to tell a more grounded and realistic story about superheroes, about an alien who goes to Earth and becomes a superhero. A more realistic take on all of that. So when I say that, you know, when I mention these things, I want people to understand that. Are those people the larger majority of the power scaling community? Of course not. Those are just a small section of people that make everybody else look bad. And those are the people that we need to call out. Those are the people that need to figure themselves out. You and I can have that conversation. You and I can talk. Wow. Like, in general, we can have these conversations. if you put your mind to it, if you open up your eyes, if you focus on thinking before leaping, you can have like a really nice conversation about something, even if you don't agree in the end of the day. You don't have to agree. Like, but when there's like actual solid proof, don't hide behind it. Don't hide away from it. Don't shy away from it. Look at it in the eyes and realize you made a mistake. Own up to that. There's a lot of people out there now with the current like world and how it works with our president and stuff like that. And I hate to say this because I don't like talking about this, but like in general, it's true. There's a bunch of people that were on one side are running over to the side that everybody else has been on since day one. And they're pretending like they never were on the side that they were on originally. To begin with. Because they see the warning signs now. And it's stupid. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to do anything. It really doesn't. It just takes a person to understand that the world works in fucking mysterious ways, man. Ow. A lot of stuff. Oh, it's broken. I can't do it because I broke it. I'm so far away now, far away. Ah. Yeah. Alright, now I just need it to rot. Ah. Danger. Yeah, again, apologies for talking about something so crazily too real. There we go. I need some dynamite.
Oh, hello again. Going to keep an eye out for the family crest. They dragged it.
Somewhere by a large waterfall. Ah! Beep, 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 beep. I go around, maybe. Is he a bot? Alright, I got it. Ah, shit. Wanted. Woo, look at all these shipwrecks. Tornado! No tornadoes for me, asshole. I just want to go. I want to drive away. Just want to drive away. Yeah, I need it. I'm just too goddamn fast. Do do da da do. Boop.
Hello again. What can I do for you?
Is this your family crest?
You found it! I never thought I'd see this beauty again. But now, I have a further favor to ask you. Could you take this to my brother in Ingfell? Tell him his brother is sorry, but would like to come home.
Here I go. On the road. On the road.
What is it?
I believe this crest is yours.
Gods, I haven't seen this since.
So did he take it? So he did take it. I knew it. Your brother's sorry. You let him come home? I don't know if I was in the right state of mind when he left.
Okay, fine. You can stay in my old workshop, at least for the time being. But I need some time to clear it out. While I'm doing that, perhaps you can do something for me.
See, I'm trying to clear some debris in the pathways through the cliff to make a shortcut with explosives. I was able to set a charge, but the cliff seemed particularly unsteady that day, so I didn't risk detonating it. I just need you to get in there and set it off. Not far in. I left some yellow flags nearby that let you can't miss it. Sleep. 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 But watch Dragon Ball. You go have a good one. Enjoy your Dragon Balls. Enjoy your Dragon Balls. Perfect. This'll do wonderfully. I can offer you a small sum in thanks. That's a small sum. That's $150. Thanks. You don't see shit, you fuck. A pile of loose debris. Yes. Da-da-da-da, that's a big-ass fish. Big fishy fish is what it is. Looks like he only spawned... Tornado! Boop. You've done it. I heard the blast from here. God, that echo. Surprised the cliffs didn't come down on your head. Got things ready. Go tell my brother that he can come home. Okay. Hello again. What can I do for you? Your brother forgives you. He found you a place to stay. He does? That's a huge weight off my chest. One so old as I can hardly remember it was there. Right. Well, I'm packed. Ready to go. The hermit climbs aboard with all his belongings. Hello, Loof. Loof, I messaged you. On the Discord. Well, here we are. The hermit notices the old whale is standing at the docks waiting for him. Little brother, you're home. I'm sorry. I was so foolish. We both were. On inside. Let me get your bags. The two brothers walk away down the dock. One of them pauses for a moment and turns back to you. Oh, stranger. If you find any more debris that needs clearing, I'm working on making some more packed explosives. Come by the old whaling yard anytime. Yes. Here, take this on the house. I hope you can put it to good use. Wherever you find... Ooh, I could just buy some more. I'm gonna... Thank you. I've got a few places I want to go do. The first one is that clear one that's over there in the city. Kaboom! Oh, that's... Oops, that's not... Ah! Why? Old... Hill organizer. organizer! Fuck you! Old! 1 foot in the grave, are we? No! You can't tell me what to do. Um. Respond to my message, damn you! Check your Discord. I was just talking about when you had days off, or when you had days to do the Resident Evil Revelations 2. As I would like to start playing that, but I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it solo, since I promised that we would play that together. It's fun. I really, really, really want to. I really, really, really want to.
No, you've returned. Wasn't sure you were coming back.
You drag a massive music box into the room, gorging the wooden floorboards beneath it. The collector doesn't seem to mind, focused on the box.
You found this at the cliffs, didn't you?
Yeah.
Ah, excellent. This should make future return journeys a little more swift. Allow me.
He selects one of the silver ribbons trailing from the crimson book bound book, opening it to some unseen page. Turning to catch a dim light, he whispers the words of the page. A few seconds later, you feel your stomach drop. Suddenly, as though thrown at high by a wave, he closes the book and turns his attention back to you.
Now, there are yet more relics to find. Keep looking. The reef of Stella Basin may have caught and accumulated some wreckage. Search around that area. I'll mark the location on your map where you can begin your search. Anything else?
Nope. Do 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 do. I need to finish Dark Cloud. I gotta do that soon. A pile of loose debris. Yes, I would like to use an explosive. Kaboom. Perfect. And now we have the next thing. Teleports you back to where it all began. Oh, good. It just teleports me back to probably the starting area, which is good. That'll help me travel a little bit better. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and try to sell some of our shit. And then we're gonna try to make our way to the basin eventually. I like catching the big funny looking ones. They're worth a lot of money. He pulls a book from this stack. His desk is covered in dust, otherwise seems in good condition. Put that refined metal in there. Then I'm gonna put the bomb here. Then we're gonna undock and directly head to the other side to sell these fish. Because I need to sell some fish, so that way I can get to the next area. But before I do that, I still need to technically do some upgrading. I would like to upgrade to the next set of hogs. If I can. The lighthouse keeper is waiting for you on the dock, looking displeased. I saw you sail out into the horizon, crossing the deep expanse. Do you really think that's wise? What's the problem? It feels a bit like tempting fate, does it not? Things are bad enough around here without your proclamations. Abruptly, she walks away, and her eyes scan the waters as if she walks along the dock. Woman, if you weren't so cryptic, I would be able to figure out what the fuck the problem is. You know what I'm saying? You acting like a... Perfect. Just need a little bit more wood. I can throw this cloth down, and then I just need to go get wood. And then this one just requires some scrap and some more wood. That should be good. Ow! 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 I just popped my fucking hip like a bitch. I am here to... Your butthole! What the fuck just disconnected? Did I just disconnect your butthole? I think I just disconnected your butthole! Sorry! Guys, I just disconnected your butthole. I'm sorry. I'm sorry! No! What have I done? What I missed? Not much. Just doing the fishing stuff like usual. Just need to get a few more parts, so we're gonna rest so I can focus on grabbing this next upgrade, because I've got a lot of money, so I can focus on doing that for the meantime. Ow. We're going this way. A rotted mass on the island, halfway hidden by the foliage. Inside. Free shit! A bag of doubloon. I love doubloon. Got all my friends and all my friends. I'm gonna turn my friends into fish. But I don't know which fish they're gonna be. Gonna turn them into mutant fish. Because I think it would be funny. What mutant fish should Luferus be, What do you think type of fish Luferus should be as a mutant fish? Nice it! Alright, we're gonna go grab some shit. Tornado! Ooh. I'm gonna go get one more bomb because I can see that there's another spot for it. Excuse me, sir. I'll need another bomb. Thank you. I also saw wood in there. It was exactly what I need. Eventually, we should be able to get everything we need. That's not wood. That's refined metal. Damn it. This is not at all what I asked for. Would you like to blow this shit up? Yeah. I don't want that. Oh, I'll take that for the meantime. No! Tornado! Fuck you! Fuck you, you piece of shit! Fuck you, Mother Nature! You suck! You're an asshole! I just want wood, bitch! Want some wood? Can a person get a little wood around here? No, fuck off! No touchies. Touchies. Fuck yourself. I don't want to hear your whispers of the damn, woman. Go fuck yourself. Fuck you, bitch. Do I have any... Nah. Sleeping time. Storage time. Sitting out again. Doot 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 doot. 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 It's the mist of your mom's house. Aha! Ow! What the fuck? What? Okay then. I love how throwing shit has become the new normal thing everybody likes doing. It's like, I'm just gonna throw shit at you. Ah, psh. Finally. I finally get my lick back. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! I don't know, cuteness aggression. I don't know. Pain. Oh, she's carrying small explosives now. Ooh! A tungsten light! I'll take that, thank you. Oh, yeah, that's so much brighter. I'm making that up, I don't know. All right. The new hall. Needs a lot. And I do mean a lot. We need 2 more clots and 4 wood. 3 more clots and 4 wood. Shouldn't be too hard to get. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. We just gotta find some. That's metal. I don't need that right now. Here we go. What was with the shaking? Don't you touch me, you fucking bitch! Nyah. Away with thee, you fucking bitch! My wood! Or fuck yourself! Mine! Fuck you! You're following me. Leave the fuck alone, you fuck. I bet that stupid bitch is still here, huh? Fucking tornado! Just going around, trying to avoid the big fish man. Woo! Key thing. Where am I right now? Okay, we're gonna have to go full round. Just going around to avoid the spooky guy. 'Cause he's spooky. The big fucking fish bastard. He's really fucking annoying. Won't leave me the fuck alone. 'Cause he's a bitch. 'Cause he's a bitch. Stop whispering to me. I don't give a fuck. Stop trying to sell me something. I don't want nothing. Go fuck yourself, Tornado. Go somewhere else. Get. Shoo. Fuck off. I want nothing to do with you. Fuck you, Mother Nature. Why red onions? Never! I can't. They don't sell red onions. Only sell explosives. Motherfucking tornado! Leave me alone, you big fish bastard! Fuck you! Fuck you, bitch. Come get some. Come get some. Get some, you scaly fuck. Come get some. Going prick. Ah. Get some. Fuck you, tornado. Fuck you, piece of shit. Eh. I think that's Clyde. Get off. Cool. Combine the emotes and turn them to pickles. Yes. Just what I needed. Soon we'll have an upgraded hall. And we will be so much better off. Don't you agree? Boop. Look at that. Look at us. Upgrade, baby. An upgraded light couldn't hurt. But more storage capacity would just be nice. We're gonna need a bunch of materials here. Like a bunch of materials for that. A twin propeller. Oh. You have combined engine speed of 75 kn. Now we're fast as fuck, boy. Let's see how fast we are. Damn, look at us go. We're so fast. Dude, look how fast we are. We're skipping across this fucking water, dude. Look at us go. Fast as fuck, boy. The progression in this game feels really good. Like, getting all of the upgrades. You could spend a majority of your time literally not doing anything in the story for the most part. But you're forced to do the story at some point to obviously get materials so that you can get the rarer materials. Because sometimes they require very rare materials. AKA that one specific one. Which is like the refined metal, which are the harder ones to find and only come in one each. You're kind of forced to take those avenues. But look how fast we are, dude. I could hold so many fish. I can hold so many fish. Oh. I didn't see that rock. I almost ran into it. Biggest thing to scare me today. The rock. Do you smell what the rock is cooking? No. Terrifying. Also, welcome in, Spooksicle. I didn't say that earlier, I don't think. So welcome in! Aw, oh, man, look how much fucking shit we're doing. I feel so good right now. Yes. Another engine slot would be absolutely bussin', dude. The twin jet engine. Did you ever get COVID? Yeah. I got COVID at least 2 or 3 times. COVID's actually how I lost my job. Because my boss got really angry at me for not being able to come in because of COVID. Because they didn't want to get other people sick. And that the COVID was fucking my ass up. And then they found that's how I got the whole thing where they found an excuse to get me fired by doing a false termination. By making up a false investigation that led to me getting fired. I still don't have smell again. Have you tried smelling harder? Sorry. Brain. It's pretty common for you not to get back some of that stuff for a little bit. COVID also does weaken your immune system. If you already have a really shoddy immune system like I do, it can further damage you. Ah, I can't smell now. I can't smell anything. Hey, that might be a blessing in disguise. You could do some of the most diabolical jobs now. They pay a lot of money because they're so diabolical. You could work in the sewer business and then you would not have to smell anything. Could you imagine that? You just get to work the sewer business and you're just like, bam. You didn't smell shit. You can't smell shit. They paid infinite dollar dues. Ultimate power. Let's see. At their destination right there. Yeah. The fuck? Who the f... That noise? Is that a dolphin? Ah! Ah! You fuckhead! I was distracted by the noise. You know, I'm kind of scared of dolphins. They're fucking evil. People might not know it, but dolphins are pretty fucking diabolically evil. Or at least they can be. You always treat them as like the friendly, happy-go-lucky things, but they are word people. A lot. And other animals. And each other. And they're really good at manipulating people. They're kind of scary. For a whole different bag of reasons. They can trick you right into doing whatever they want. Right into the palm of their fin. Get you real good before you even know it. Sure, killer whales are pretty terrifying in themselves because they're kind of just born psychopathic. That one's true. What the hell? What do you mean I got hit by that one, you fuckhead? What the fuck? No, I did not. You're a fucking liar. You lying piece of shit game. Fuck you for lying. Die. Nah, go fuck yourself, boat. Can't touch this idiot. We're faster than you. It's some idiot. You're not. You cannot, idiot. Go fuck yourself. I'm faster than you. I'm like way faster than you. Go fuck yourself. Fucking goddamn weird ass lanternfish. They pretend to be boats. 3 wood. 3 metal. What I care about the most. Could get an engine immediately. Engine is the fastest one I can grab. An extra engine would be dope. Your boat's speed is 81.1 kn. What does this do? Time to install. What is it? Catches. A worthy investment. Fast as fuck, boy. Yeah, you cocksucking motherfucker. There we go. Cocksucking motherfucker, I'll stab you in the butt. I'm the crazy butt stabber, is what I am. Be afraid, I'm the crazy butt stabber. Funny looking fish. Oh, we're almost at the basin. Scrap, metal, scrap, metal, scrappy, scrappy, scrap, metal, scrap, metal, scrap, metal. I would like some scrap metal. Get the fuck away from me. Very psychedelic. Let us rest a little bit. We may see. Old generator spurts and ticks over. The laboratory is in ruins, with equipment and research papers strewn all about the place. Where do you want to look? Cupboards? Check the cupboards. Yeah, always worth checking the cupboards, baby. Cupboards are empty. Where do you want to look? Inspect the equipment on the table. There are some strange-looking prototype parts on the table, but you can't see any use for them right now. The other side of the table, you find a hastily scrawled note that reads, "It not safe. Expect retaliation. Immediately evacuate to fort." Where do you want to look? Around the floor. Look around the floor. There's cracks in the base of the structure that grow two large gashes as you follow them along the walls. Something extremely large and powerful created these holes. Slowly reach your arm into one. You pluck the item out from the gorge of the floor. Where do you want to look? Leave. Broken pair of glasses. I'll need a bissel. I don't like that. Do you see what I see, or am I crazy? Do you see it? It's in the middle. Right in front of the fucking freaky deaky guy. I don't know if I want to be in that freaky deaky area, you know what I'm saying? I don't... That look like a hentai monster. Ooh. Fucking weird looking fish. Up. Oh, would you look at that? Right. Oh, refined metal. I'm gonna do some fishing, though. Because I am out of money. Which means it's fishing time. Which means it's about time that we do some fishing. I hate driver issues, don't we all? Grabbing the fish the long way. 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 I am so fast, I had to stop what I was doing to prevent myself from crashing in that shit. Up. Can I sell you all these barracudas I just caught? Thank you. Hour of fishing. This area freaks me out. I don't know what it is about that, but I think it's just a gigantic fuck-off thing and all the glowy shit just makes it ethereally creepier. There's barely any life around here. The other areas are fine. This area freaks me the hell out the most. It's that isolation. The desolateness. Oh! Consumed grouper. Once dazzling skin, now bleached and eroded, it barely resists. Relieved at the final end. That's just fucking sad. A stone hut quietly sends ripples through the air around it. Faint shapes dance upon its surface, vanishing before your eyes can focus on them. The stone is cold and unresponsive. It's like the sound of the creepy, gigantic, potential threat in the water. It always gets me. I am fast as fuck, though. You want to be when you grew up? That's because I wanted to be a marine biologist. Oh, just like Jotaro! I don't know. Back in the day when I was a kid, I really just wanted to be a voice actor, but I got that shut down by my family because they said you would never, basically it wouldn't go well because I'd be spending most of my time working a regular 9 to 5, looking for work for the voice acting side of it. But I never really had a dream. Because the one I did have got shut down immediately. At the moment, we're just fishing for shit. Hey! What? Look at that. Some big brain moves, dog. You see them big brain things? Nowadays, my dream is what I'm doing right now, being a streamer slash content creator. That's kind of my current goal. I would love to be able to do this as like a full-time thing, because then I wouldn't have to worry about all the pain and suffering that I would normally do as a sick individual who could barely work an average job these days. Without being hospitalized for several fucking forevers. Lol. I'm not a stand user. Oh, I'm just autistic. Me too. All autistic people are just stand users. Ah, so what? Explode. To be fair, I did used to do some stand user shit like make paper planes because this lay up with your head. Everybody is a bit of a joke, like a JoJo. We all, anybody that does weird ass things. That's what makes JoJo so relatable to a lot of people and why people love it. That it's essentially just kind of just what people do. All the weird people in life just kind of just do that type of shit. Fuck. Get away from me, you ugly bastard jellyfish. I want nothing to do. Whee! Sleeping time. I got a bunch of, like, shit to sell since I've got a bunch of treasures I want to go sell. I came back this way. Ow. Oh, don't bump into that rock. Doo-doo. Donk. Hello, trader guy. What the fuck am I doing? Oops. Nice. Oh, whatever. Did I did, if I didn't, I didn't. Ah! Lightning. Yeah. Doctors back in the day definitely did not understand what autism was at all. Like, I had not known until I was basically the age I am today. By the time I actually realized what it was. Because that's when I actually went to go get tested and diagnosed. A lot of times, doctors just kind of make shit up. When they shouldn't. Because they're stupid and dumb. Especially if they're there to exploit people. Because I was exploited to be a drug tester. Essentially, without my consent. Because they just basically false diagnosed people back in the day. At least some people did. At least the one that I know of. 100% did. And it fucked me up even further. Yes. Its body extended, then collapsed together, and each gasping for breath, nature dissected into a mechanical motion. There it is. I'm back, lady. People just do the weird, oh shit. There we go. And now we could potentially get this thing, which would be just really useful. Resting time. Very fun. A lot of times I find that not always do doctors have your best intentions. Especially if you're an organ donor. Like, especially if you're an organ donor. Ooh, what is that? Blood snapper. Leaks blood endlessly from under its scales, pooling beneath it no matter where it's placed. But why, though? Is he so rude? Ooh, big dude. Is he such an asshole? Why are you such an asshole? Why are you such a bitch? Ding! I still need to collect a bunch of stuff, so that is something I need to do. There's a fort over there. Probably go over there, because that's probably where I'm supposed to go. But first, that message in a bottle. I would like a message in the bottle. Why are there demon fish? Oh, hello. I wasn't expecting a visitor. Who are you? I'm a fisherman. Ah, yes, I thought you had the look. But a fisherman all the way out here. Strange. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. All the same, not that I've seen another soul in months. In fact, I could do with your help if you had the time. Well, what did you need help with? I need help collecting samples to study. I was originally posted at the research outpost on the interior of the basin, but it was attacked. A large creature emerged from the depths and destroyed the outpost. Now it rests in the center of the basin. I fled here and have been making do best what I can, but I had to leave most of my equipment behind, so now my research has come to a halt. Take a look at the specimens I need. Please drop them off here when you collect them. I need a glowing octopus, aurora jellyfish, and a firefly squid. One of them can only be caught with a net. One of them can be fished and or caught in a basket. About the specimens you're after, now that you mention it, I've been preoccupied with the attacks and having to rebuild. I had almost forgotten. I had these letters from my sister. She sent them to me a while I was studying, before she... The researcher is quiet for a moment and stares off into the side. Anyway, I find them amongst my papers. I don't remember packing them, but I must have. I started finding them more frequently. They turned up in my collection net. In my sample tubes. They were letters I'd never seen before, but they were in her writing. They were in her name. They were saying things, talking about things that happened after she died. I can't explain it. Is there anything else? What sort of creature attacked? Well, I got the sense that it attacking the research outpost itself rather than me specifically. I suspect that it was disturbed by some of my monitoring equipment. There were dozens of machines running there, all powered by a noisy generator. It was huge, larger than any other marine species I'd ever studied. It attacked with tentacles. So, I'd guess it was some sort of octopus or squid. Or an anemone. One of my research vessels was marooned around back of the station, so I managed to slip away in that while it was tearing apart the front. More valuable data and equipment left there, but I'm not going back. I can't. I won't face it again. Oh, okay. I don't think there's much to say. I just studied biological science in Iron Haven College. It was a struggle. There was no other female students in the department that year, or the year before, or the year before that. It's hard not to feel like an outsider in an environment like that, you know? You probably don't. When I graduated, I managed to find a job in the Northern Biological Research Society, and then, well, I was posted here. By myself. I thought I would relish the peace and quiet, but I miss having company. I always had someone, or at least a pet, out here. Out here, it's just machines. Anything else? Nope. That's depressing. Need a bissel. Alright, here's the plan. We're gonna need that net. So we're gonna go grab that net. Perfect. Perfect. It's been installed. I won't be able to do Oceanic for the time being. But you think it'll attack me if I go in too close? He looks angry. Whoa. He did attack me. And he missed like a bitch. Idiot. Sydney, I'm playing with people. Of course I can't pay attention all the time. I'm playing with my friends. It's not exactly easy to keep track of everything. It's not that I need to pay attention. Of course, I'm constantly looking at chat and talking with chat, but I'm also talking with the people that are in my vicinity in call at the time. It'd be rude to not talk with them. Especially because I revel when I get to talk. I'm happy to talk with my friends. I get to talk. What I'm basically trying to get at is that while I like when I'm talking and stuff like that, I'm obviously already splitting up my time. I don't mean to ignore people. But also, I'm like doing things and playing games, you know? There's a lot, you know? if I just want to hang out with my friends? I don't know. Not your girlfriend, and even if I was, wouldn't want to be. I don't want to be anybody's girlfriend in the first place. Like I said, I'm not into that right now. I'm not. But like, even if like hypothetically, that's pretty controlling, dog. It's a pretty controlling behavior. Those are the types of people that I've been with enough to be able to say, don't do that. Whatever you do, don't be like that. Trust. Not cool. Really important. Let people have the freedom to do what they want. Chat should know I'm not ignoring you guys. Most of chat knows that. Alright. There's one. Always behave yourself. Behave. You guys are seeing all the time. I talk with both chat. Besides, especially when I'm collaborating with other people, they're also chatting to you too. I live. Yeah. Like, again, Anna talks to you guys. And Luferus talks to you guys, and I usually mention the YouTube chat and talk about YouTube chat since they can't see it. And they can respond to the YouTube chat. It's just when I'm in the middle of something, especially because the games we play are pretty high stakes, or there's a lot going on, or I'm just so focused on playing the game because I'm autistic as shit. Which is another thing, is that I'm very autistic, and I have a lot of issues where, if I'm, especially, like, let's say that I'm playing, I don't know, The Forest, right? I was just having a good old time playing The Forest. Hard to talk when I'm having a lot of fun, you know? I don't care for a boyfriend, like, at all. The reason I say that specifically is because I don't really care to be dating right now. Again, number one, it's like, would you date Chatter? No. Oh. Why not? Why nor? Why nor? Because that's a power dynamic problem. To me, I see it as a power dynamic issue. And I don't like that. Relationships should be mutual. I can only get these fuckers at nighttime. These squids can also only be gotten nighttime via a rod. But now I just gotta wait till the nighttime to grab those fuckheads. Damn. Like I said, power dynamic thing bothers me. I'm not Sykkuno. Thank you.
It's because you're here, Count-chan.
I'm not gonna be doing none of that shit. That's why. I'm just not into. I'm just not into dating right now. Like straight up, I just don't feel like dating anybody. Dating in its entirety, whether they're male or female, I do not give a shit. I just don't. I want to care about me. I want to take care of me. I need to get in my head that I'm good. Do I want to find somebody eventually? Sure, yeah. I mean, anybody would, right? Unless you're asexual, then yeah, of course you won't. Did I just skip the daytime again? Yes. A sapphire ring. I did need some wood. I don't know. Again, there's an aspect of parasocialism that needs to be understood. I am a stranger to you. You do not know me, I do not know you. And as much as I'm here to be an entertaining force, there's a whole bunch of that. You understand? Gotta keep that in mind. Ooh, that's a freaky fish. Alright, that's all the freaky fish I can grab right now. I do reply to people. You're just not noticing that. Sometimes, by the time that I do reply to you, it's because I didn't see it because I was so busy and something.
Of course.
Let's see. It thrashes about ruinously, jaws snapping and tearing its own flesh apart. A body sundered by ravenous hatred. Like I said. The whole point that I'm making, I just went into dating in the first place. I was like, talked about something weird. Ooh, freaky. sucker! I understand if you think I'm not talking to you. I completely understand if you guys think I'm not talking to you, but I do. Thank you. Looks like you caught all the surface specimen I need. But, I do need something from the deeper down, but it's gonna be a problem. Why is that a problem? I've developed a device that retrieves samples from the abyssal zone. This was over in the other research outpost before the attack. I have no idea how to keep that creature at bay long enough to collect the samples. But while I was working on it, I need to retrieve some prototype parts. Carefully, I suggest that you do that during the day. I wouldn't want you to be out there in the reef at night. Is there anything else? Nope. No, it's just I'm tired. I've said it 1,000 times. Literally, my last ex was in that friend group that did a bunch of heinous shit, right? The person that was the closest to me, the person that I loved with all of my heart, was the person that betrayed me the worst, all while playing the victim. I don't want to date because right now I just don't really feel like... I don't feel like I'm emotionally ready to date people. That's the thing. I think that's kind of the point, right? It's less about self-esteem and more about just being tired and fed up with the way that it's been. That's like 3 exes of mine that I've not had a great time with. I don't know, love is specific. Love is big. It's a wide horizon of shit at the same time while being so specific. Which sounds redundant and kind of hypocritical and or like counterintuitive at the same time. That's because it kind of is. Like, don't get me wrong. Absolutely. But I think a lot of what I'm trying to get at essentially, it's just I don't feel like it right now. I'm just not in that capacity. I need to learn to fucking love my fucking self first. Because so many people are just so bad. They're just bad motherfuckers out there. Men, women, don't matter to me. I'm just not really feeling like interest in it. I don't know, it's just me. Yo! I have the prototype part you asked for. Excellent. Let me, assemble your device for you. This should allow you to catch specimen much greater depths. It's a little slow, but maybe it should work. Now I've done developing the repulsion machine. It'll produce a light. A bright light that emits a high-pitched noise. It should deter the creatures from attacking. Or enraging it, I'm not sure. Collect it at the research output generator. You'll have to return and re-engage it every few hours. But other than that, it's completely autonomous. Remember, I want you to install and activate the machine before attempting to collect these. Okay. Anything else? Nope. No. You don't get over... That's, like, really shit logic. I'm just gonna be honest. That's really shit logic. Oh, you'll get over a different person. No, you won't. That's how you get those people that won't stop bitching about their ex in the middle of dating another person. That's how you get those people. They try to, like, fill the void with a different person while they're not over the person they were with. That's just a bad thing. Like, verbatim. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. Trust me, don't do that. Wait till you're actually feeling like you're ready. Don't force yourself into a relationship because you're just putting that strain onto somebody else. Why would you put that on somebody else? That fucking sucks. Like, it's not fair to, like, everybody else in that relationship. Oh, I need a Hadel. Which means I'm gonna have to go above and beyond. Got that one. Always be sure to understand that, like, relationships are complicated. As they should be. But don't go into a relationship thinking you good. But you're absolutely not good. Like, trust me, it's not healthy. It's not a healthy thing to do. We're gonna go over here real quick and offer her the 2 ones that I've already caught. I have a feeling that some of these creatures are only found at night as well, so I'm gonna have to do it at night as well. Yeah, I just got an inclination. I need a Hadel type capture. That's gonna be quite interesting. If I need a Hadel type... think the machine's down. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Machine's down. You have to, like, let go. It's not easy. Like, at all. Sorry, sneezy as fuck, dog. Ah, perfect. Boom. Alright. We should have some time now. I'm just gonna... I don't want to talk about this for too long, because it's a really uncomfortable conversation for a lot of people. But I don't want to go on too hard about it. Just... Number one, even if it's a joke, understandable that, you know, the feeling of like, hey, I feel like you aren't talking to us. Just know that that's not intentional. I'm not ignoring you. I'm having fun playing with my friends. And that can come off as, like, ignoring. A freaky fish. Oh, he freaky. Alright, while little squid guy is a little bit preoccupied. He gave us what we needed, so I'm trying to figure out lightning. Yes, sir. Ooh, freaky. My friends are as much a part as everything else as everybody, you know? You just say, well, I don't know what the fuck I just said. Everybody's a part of everything. I enjoy every aspect. He's back! The point is that it's not him, it's me. I do not feel like being around people. Like, the dating-wise. When somebody has a bad experience in the dating scene, they can go one of two routes. They can choose to go with somebody immediately, or they could try to understand what happened in that relationship, grow, develop, and be a better person. Understand that they need to learn to let go. They need whatever time they need to take, they should take it. I'm a big advocate of if you need time after a relationship. You should not be going back into that relationship or going into a new random relationship because you are not ready for it. You are not over that person as much as you think you are. You are not. I can guarantee you. I've seen the ropes. I've seen the signs. I know the truth. I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear? The bad news? The bad news is that the samples you retrieved from the basin are dangerously high counts of cellular mutations. The good news is I have honed in on what's causing the abnormalities in the ecosystem. This all points to one thing. The thing in the basin is harmful to the life at a cellular level. It damages everything around it, whether passively or with intent. I need to write down the report of my findings. Sorry, our findings immediately. Maybe now they'll take me seriously. Oh, how rude of me. You've done all this for me, and I have not so much as thanked you. You should have this. Oh, cool. This is something I wrote during my studies. I think it'll be very useful to you. Thanks again. Cool, new book! Like, I'm telling you. Just because I'm playing games, and you think I'm not talking to you, because I'm in the middle of stuff. If I'm playing a game, and it's a game that's intense, right? And I'm playing and having fun, you gotta understand that that's just content creation. I can't 24/7 stare at you, because then I'm not playing the game, like I'm doing right now. I've stopped playing the game and I'm starting to talk, right? It's fine to yap and stuff like that. But when I'm in the middle of a collaboration, there's a massive difference between me and you, between the two sides, right? Because there, if I start stopping what I'm doing and one of you decides to have a conversation about something that the other people are just not comfortable with, and I've got to stop, mute myself, pause in every moment to discuss something with you, while that's normal between me and the chat, there's an etiquette. It's like me going into somebody else's house, and I'm hanging out with my friends, and then I get like text messages from other people, and I start texting them instead of spending time with the people that are currently right there in front of me. Does that make sense? It's rude either way. If I ignore their text, it could be seen as rude to them. But if I'm in the middle of something, and if I'm directly dealing with something, and I don't have time to deal with it, or I'm not paying attention to my phone, or which is my chat, that can happen. That's just how it works. Have you seen, like, a lot of streamers do this a lot. Iron Mouse has people show up and has, like, millions of messages popping by. Do you think she replies to every person in those messages? No. That's just a part of, like, what goes on. To expect the streamer to always bow down to you and like, always respond to everything you say is just as bad as if the streamer purposely ignoring you. I care for my chat. I care about you guys in the capacity that I am. You know, I'm here to entertain you. And part of that entertainment is playing the game that I'm playing, or interacting with the people I'm interacting with in a collaboration. And it's disingenuous of me to shut them down just to talk with one of you, and vice versa. I don't ignore you. It may seem like that. I might be busy, not paying attention to chat, then I turn over the chat and I read some of the chat. And sometimes I respond to it. Dependently. Same with Anna and Lufris. They respond to our chatters. Because we do, on Twitch specifically, we have a shared chat, so we're talking to chat a lot. Dependently. In between, switching around. Just because you're not seeing that, or your message gets buried under all the other messages, and I don't catch it, doesn't mean that I'm not trying to pay attention and that I don't see your messages. It comes off as very clingy and very rude when, essentially, my attention has to be only fixated on you. That's not how that works. There are other people that I'm focusing on. There are other things happening. Hell, I get distracted just playing games, and sometimes I don't see chat for 1,000 years. Dude, TikTok chat isn't on my screen right now. Because I fucking forgot, because I'm talking to you. And I've completely just remembered. It happens. Also, hello, Oodard. Oh no! Ooh, that's what I am. Ooh. Also, welcome in. Dredge, great game. Hello, Roger. Welcome in. On the tiki-taki side. I greet people all the time. I do talk. You think I don't. And that's that's you. Because every other person I have responded to, I've talked to, I've been talking with Spooksicle specifically, right? We have been talking. You just don't see it that way. Your message gets ignored, or at least you assume it gets ignored. Okay? And you're like, fuck, they're not responding to me. I say something and they don't see it. Maybe I did, and I just didn't think there was something that I could add to that conversation. Maybe I saw your message and whatnot. Does that make sense? I can't be everywhere at once. I wish I could, but I can't. I'm not trying to shame you and tell you you're wrong. I understand where you're coming from. It might feel that way. But here's the thing. And as the reality of the situation is, I'm not your friend. And I hate to say it like that because it sounds rude. But I feel like at this point I have to say this because it's a big thing. Parasocialism can get really dangerous. And so I'm establishing that boundary right now to your face again. Everybody's face. Not just you, Sydney, but everybody. Because I've had this before. On TikTok as well. And Twitch before. And I'm saying it again. I am not your friend. I am a content creator. I am a streamer. What I do off screen, you don't know about. My life is mine. And as much as I'm trying to entertain you and treat, I want to talk with you people. I like talking with you guys. That's why I talk. That's why I yap. That's why I respond to you when I take time to like sit down and just stop what I'm doing to respond. Even the hateful people, I will stop what I'm doing sometimes to talk with them. Because that's something I genuinely cherish, is having that conversation. I'm talking to you right now and having this conversation. Because if I truly was ignoring you, I would have ignored every single thing you just said. To the very teeth and nail. And so when I'm telling you this, you need to understand one clear thing. In your head, you think of something, and you need to understand, is that truly true or not? There could be 1,001 other reasons. Sometimes YouTube, if you are seen as constantly chatting, which is a big problem I've been trying to fix on YouTube, some chatters disappear, by the way. Like, chatters disappear on my comment section because they are seen as bots for some reason. And I've been trying to fix that. And so I don't see their messages. Because genuinely, they get buried underneath, like, the flagging system. So, there's that, right? I'm not yelling at you. I sound like I am. I'm not yelling at you. I'm not angry. Also, hello, Ray. Have you been enjoying Dredge so far? I mean, I like it a lot. I mean, I've upgraded my ship. I like the pace of the game. I've been enjoying it. But, like, my point still stands, is that I'm trying to get you to understand, because I'm gonna be honest with people. I'm gonna say it right now. I have had people in my DMs trying to flirt with me, and trying to get in my pants and all sorts of other things. I am not comfortable with that. Like, at all. Stop doing that. I'm gonna put it out there. I'm gonna slap that right in your face and just say, stop doing that, please. If you are here watching me because you have the intent on trying to date or whatnot, I do not want you here. I'm just gonna be real with you. I am not interested in that. Please and thank you. Stop. Do not put in your head something that cannot happen. Especially for how many times I have been blatant about this. Whether I say, I don't want to. I don't like that. I'm not okay with that. I am establishing boundaries. Could this cause 90% of my audience to disappear? Maybe. Would that suck and make me depressed? Absolutely. But if it's making me uncomfortable, I would rather be uncomfortable and lose all of my fucking chat. And all of my streaming base. And all of it. Than be uncomfortable with people that are doing things that make me uncomfortable. I'm not shaming you. But I'm establishing a boundary with you. I am not your friend. I am not. I do not know you, and you do not know me. As much as I am a person that is willing to have discussions and talk and be human with you, you and I are worlds of apart. Ironic, because I'm Satan, get it? I'm here to be an entertaining force. Play games I enjoy, like Dredge. I'm having a blast playing Dredge. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm not trying to shame you. But I need you to understand something. I need you to get through your head that this level of parasocialism is dangerous. For your own safety and your own physical and mental health. Becoming obsessed with the streamer can get dangerous for you. And for the streamer itself. Especially if streamers don't halt that shit before it starts getting too serious. And I'm starting to see the signs. And so I'm telling you, all of you, right now, stop. For your own good. It is not healthy. Do you understand the point? What I'm getting at? I understand where people come from, right? Sometimes you do make friends with your chatters. It happens with that. Like, again, it can happen. But if your intent is that the streamer can tell. And what makes it uncomfortable is that you're not there for them. You're there for you. Understand that. You are there for you, not them. You want to be friends with them. Though they tell you that can't happen. But you're like, well, maybe it will. And they go, yeah, maybe. But they've established a boundary. It makes them uncomfortable. I told people plenty of times, I don't want to date chatters, and I'm worried about a power dynamic issue. If I made friends with a chatter, right? There's a power dynamic between me and that person. Because I'm the streamer and they're the watcher. There could be a big issue. While some people don't see that as a problem, I have had this happen before. I have made friends with a chatter of mine. Known them for years. Like years. And then they betrayed me and called me horrible shit. When they were done with me, done using me, essentially. There's a power dynamic between those two people. It just can't work that capacity. There's a chance it might, right? But you gotta understand that that is a low statistic. And while it can happen, I don't want to shoot your hopes down, right? Because I don't know what happens in the future. But I don't want to get your hopes up either. I don't want you to be raised up to thinking that something can happen that just doesn't seem feasible. We're building a community of people that can communicate with each other. You know what I'm saying? You guys chat with each other. You guys respect each other. You respect me as the streamer. We all hang out when stream starts. Maybe one day I could actually finally make a Discord server. Everybody can get together and talk and chat and do a bunch of things. I don't know. You get my point? I'm not trying to tell you no. I'm trying to have you understand the reality of the situation. Streamers aren't your friends. Can they become your friends? Sure, maybe. Would I love to be friends with Cottontail VA or Porcelain Maid or Iron Mouse, Connor Sea Dog VA, Buff Pup, and several other massively big streamers? Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Krelly, Coco? Sure, yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. But I gotta be realistic. I am a small streamer. I am worlds apart from people like them. As much as I dream of being able to interact with those people, I gotta put the reality of the situation that I'm just a small statistic in the sea of things that they do on a day-to-day basis. And that I'm okay with that, because I just like watching them. If it happens one day, I don't know, that'd be sick. But that's a chance in life. I don't have that expectation. Would I love to hang out with Zentreya? Yes. Will it happen? Probably not. That is the expectation. We must understand that the world doesn't work like magic. Because if it did, I would be friends with everybody. I would be reaching out to every person, shaking their hand and be like, let's go hang out. I would love to do that. But the world does not work like that. There are people out there to exploit you. There are people out there with bad intentions. There are people out there willing to hurt you. There are people willing to get to you to get to someone else. Does that make sense? The world is not as black and white as it looks. And I hate to be that person. I don't like telling you guys this. I don't like being rude in this capacity. I don't want to tell you these things. Because I just want people to be happy. I want to express happiness. I want to have fun. But I also have to be realistic with you. Because if I just say, yeah, of course we're all gonna be friends, I'm fucking lying to you. And I am not going to get your hopes up. When there's a world of people out there that are willing to abuse you, hurt you, scar you, take advantage of you. Sykkuno just proved that. And the world treats Sykkuno like a good guy for being a serial cheater. Because the VTubers themselves weren't exactly great people. But that doesn't absolve him of anything. It just goes to show the exact fear that I have. Why I put up a boundary. It's not just to protect myself, but the people that look up to me as a streamer, as a creator, as a person. I refuse to take that power and abuse it. So I will be real with you. And it might sound harsh, and it might sound rude. But I respect you. I respect your time. And I respect your dedication to being here. That is why I do not want to get your hopes up. That is why I don't want to lie to you. That is why I don't want you to think something that might just not happen. Because I genuinely care. Does that make sense? It doesn't mean that things cannot happen. Right? I'll be honest. When I first met Anna and Luferus, I was hesitant. I had to basically put up the dukes, hoping and afraid that they were going to exploit me. I'm gonna be honest with you, because that's what I was taught through streaming, through my friends in the past, what they did to me. Exploiting me, using me, and then abusing me and throwing me away. And when I finally thought I had other people in my life, they too did the same thing after saying they would not do that. And that. So it took me a little bit of time to get used to people. When Anna first invited Luferus, I was hesitant. I didn't know Luferus. I kind of like trying to figure shit out. Does that make sense? I was trying to figure out who they were, kind of get a feel for them. Now I see Luferus and I'm like, he couldn't hurt a goddamn fly, that old bastard. Old man. His bones are too brittle. I can make those jokes now. Because through the walls, through connections, through other people, was I able to meet new people. And through time, was I able to understand a person, get a feel for them, and lower that barrier that I had built up. It's not easy. I'm not telling you no. What I'm telling you is be realistic. Be real. Because I don't want to waste your time. If that's all you're here for, if you aren't here for me, like the streamer, and you don't really actually like my content, right? You don't like what I do. You're just here to eventually be a part of it all, instead of cherishing what's already there, and it's only a means to an end, that it was never about friendship to begin with. And I'm gonna be real with you. I watched Zentreya and Iron Mouse and like Buff Pop, etc., because I like their content. I like Krelly's content, Coco's content. I watch them off stream all the time. I just enjoy it. I don't watch it so that I can get closer to them, so that I could be friends with them. I watch it because I genuinely think that they're funny, and I like their stuff. I watch it because I like it. And if one day I'm able to actually interact with them, I'd be happy. Because I enjoyed the thing. I found interest in their stuff. I look up to them. But at the same time, I am realistic in my head and I go, I don't think I'll ever meet them. I put that in my head because what the idea behind it is, they are strangers to me. I don't know them. They don't know me. And that specific thing is important to understand. That in the world that you see, they're friendly. We're all being entertainers. We're all having fun. They genuinely, when they talk to chatters, they genuinely enjoy their time with those chatters, right? Their community is their community, and they love their community, just as I do. But that does not mean that Buff Pup is your friend. That doesn't mean that Zentreya is your friend. That does not mean that I am your friend. Because that's just not realistic. I'm not saying there's a 0% chance. I'm saying that, again, be true to yourself. Be realistic. Your chatter talk, like your streamer talking to you, is something that you should cherish. When Nags21, referred to me and I would talk with the community and Nags, I had a great time. I felt like Nags was talking to me, and he would, because that's what he does. He's a big inspiration on how I talk to my chat. Because I like you guys being a part of everything that I do. Just as he does. But that doesn't mean that Nags is my friend. He's just the streamer. And I'm just the watcher. But that doesn't mean I don't belong. That doesn't mean that I'm not welcomed. That doesn't mean that I'm not treated special, or those capacity, not special in the super specific way, but you know, the chat is a part of the streamer. They're just as important. And that's what streamers try to get through people's heads, is that you are important. But that does not mean that you go above something. That's where you get those people that are considered what people call tier 4s. Does that make sense? I'm trying to get you to understand. I'm trying to get everybody to understand. You and I can seem similar. You and I, that's how you relate to people. I relate to streamers that I watched. Markiplier is a massive inspiration to me. But just because I relate to Markiplier, and that I watch his streams and he talks to me from time to time in those streams, and he reads out my messages, does not mean that he is my friend. And that I can ever be friends with Markiplier. Does that make sense? You can feel a sense of camaraderie. But you should also feel a sense of camaraderie with the people around you. The people also in chat. You know? Does that make sense? It's about building a community through trust and care, and I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to have you understand. I don't want people to feel like something can happen. I am a very fickle individual. I am very twitchy when it comes to boundaries. Because I have been taken advantage of. I've told this story 1,000 times. I have been taken advantage of. I do not trust very easily. And I do not like having power over somebody else. And when I say that a chatter and I becoming friends could lead to a power dynamic issue, I come from experience. Where somebody was only my friend because of the circumstances of who I was. They were in a starstruck mode. And when I realized those things, and things led to a horrible end, what I thought was genuine friendship was nothing more than an awestruck, starstruck individual who ended up becoming a pure hater. Through years of knowing them, by the way. And I don't want to go through that again. I'm putting up a wall to protect not only myself, but you. I'm not saying it will never happen. I'm wanting you to understand. Again, listen to my words. I want you to understand that that is a very low statistical chance. Streamers are strangers to you. You don't know them. You don't know me IRL. You don't know what I am like outside of streaming. You don't know who I am. And I don't want people to get hurt because of expectations you have of me. I want to stand. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I do not want to be a god, nor a king, nor a queen, nor a knight, or a priest. I want to be human. I want to stand with my community, not above them and not below them. Does that make sense? I do not want to stand above you with power that is not mine. And I do not want to give power to those who do not have it either. I want to stand and be human and being treated as such. And I have a boundary that, while I understand it sucks, other streamers have talked about this before. I am not the only one with this consensus. It's a normal thing within the streaming space. Because you get people who absolutely have taken advantage of their chatters. And it disgusts me. I want you to feel comfortable here, watching stream. I want you to have fun when we're having fun. I want you to feel like you're a part of everything that we do. Everybody in chat. I want everybody to feel a part of the camaraderie, because that's what streaming is. It's a place where you can go to chat. When that streamer is live, it's like there's a bunch of people. It's like going to a room at a party where you're hanging out with a bunch of people and everybody's just having a good time. It's a sense of camaraderie, a place to belong. That's what the VTuber community was. It was a place for people to feel like they had a space to belong and relate to others. That's how I met my friends. Through, like, Discord servers and things like that. Not through chatters. Not through making streaming friends. But through watching content creators and then relating to the other people that also had love for those content creators. That's how people meet each other. It's really important to understand. You need to understand that treat one, I've said this before and I'll say it again as well. When you treat one person special, everybody else will inevitably get jealous. If I treat one chatter way too special in comparison to everybody else, that seems favoritism. That seems strange to a lot of people. And it creates this dynamic that they are not, that can create hostility, jealousy, anger issues, other things. People start getting delusional. People start getting very obsessive. When you have this obsessive tendency, you need to understand it's not about you. I'm trying to get you to understand. Because not a lot of streamers would say what I'm saying right now directly to people, right? That's because I genuinely care. I don't want somebody to become obsessed. I want somebody to see me as a content creator. See me and go, I love watching your stuff. I love watching your streams. Thank you for this, that, you know, just hanging out. They're just having a good time. It's like, and hanging, you know, just being in there and existing. You know? They're getting something out of it. My point for being who I am and why I'm here is to make your guys' day better. But I'm also going to tell you things, give you advice, and do my best to be a human being. I don't want to be seen as somebody greater and on a pedestal far above everybody else. I want to be somebody you can look at and go, that's a person. And that when I give you advice, you listen, but you don't treat it as gospel. You take what I say with a grain of salt and do research yourself and other things in that capacity. I'm not shaming anybody. I'm not angry. I know it might sound like it, but I'm not, I promise you. I'm concerned. I'm worried. I've always been worried that there are going to be people that are going to get hyper obsessive. I worry that there are people that are going to get their hopes up about something and that I have to tear that down and break their heart. Because that's not my intention. And as I said, can it happen? Yes, it can. Lichen is a moderator of mine who is I believe a moderator for Razzle, who I met through Razzle, who was just a chatter in for Razzle stuff and whatnot. They're just a big part of their community. And I became friends with Lichen through a similar interest through Razzle, introducing that person. And I genuinely enjoy their presence and their time. They're a very fun person, but I got to know them through means elsewhere. That's what I mean why it's not impossible. Does that make sense? It's just a chance. It's not a guarantee. You need to understand that. For your own health, your mental health, for your physical health, for your understanding, so that you don't get hurt. I don't want chatters to get hurt because they make that mistake. You want to know why I say the things I say the way that I said them? I was you. I was those people. I reached for the stars, hoping, and was crushed under the weight of the realization of it. And when I realized that all it did to me was hurt me, it broke every facet of who I was. I would have... But then I clicked and realized something different. It's not their fault. It's never them. It's not about that. I was trying to step into somebody's life that I had no idea. And that's when I was a teenager, right? I'm trying to step into somebody's life that I don't even fucking know. That's like a stranger inserting themselves into somebody else's conversation and then trying to pretend like they're friends with them. You're making everybody else uncomfortable by trying to insert yourself. And it's you understanding that might lead you to making friends. You need to understand to look at yourself, not the reflections all around you, looking at all the other people's reflections, but your own reflection. And confront yourself about those things. You are your first step to making improvements. Without those things, how can you be friends with somebody? I'm just not comfortable making friends online. I've said this about it. You're not the only one, Sydney. I've had people ask me for my Discord and my Steam, trying to become friends, or hey, can I be your friend? It's no. I've told them no. That I'm not comfortable with that. It's I'm a streamer. It's a boundary thing. A lot of times they understand. They go, no, I get it. Totally understandable. Thought I'd ask. And I go, cool. Thank you for understanding. It's how it is. I don't want to be friends with famous people because Luferus and Anna and Razzle are not famous people. As much as I think that they deserve to be. They deserve the world and then some. You think that because that's your mindset. You do not understand that I am my own person and that I choose who I make friends with, who I interact with. What you're doing is called entitlement. You feel that you're entitled to friendship because you're here. That's not a friendship. That's what my ex-friends would do. And I'm telling you this. You need to understand this. Specifically you. Because if you don't realize this now, it's gonna be too late. I'm telling you this because you need to understand that. I am my own person. And if I'm uncomfortable with something, then I'm uncomfortable with it. It has nothing to do with famous people. It has nothing to do with any of that shit. At all. My roommates are friends I met through my love of certain content creators that I'm here living with right now. It has nothing to do with any of that. I established these bonds. I met these people. I got to know these people through the circumstances of what I do. Content creators make content creator friends for reasons. Some people, like kick streamers, do it because it's networking and it makes them money. I am not one of those people. I will never be one of those people. When I make connections with people, it's because I genuinely want to interact with those people. When I start with a collaboration with people, like Anna, for example, when I reached out to Anna for like, you want to collaborate, because I found Anna very funny. I thought she was very sweet, and I said, "Hey, we're both content creators. Let's try hanging out. Let's play a game together," and it worked out. We found mutual interest, coffee as well, right? Through similar things that we do, we were able to become friends because of the circumstances. You need to understand that I am here to be a driving force to help you guys. You need to understand how the world works. I was alone and depressed my entire life. I was told what I was supposed to be and what I am allowed to be throughout my entire life. My dreams were not mine, they were somebody else's. And when I did have a dream, it was crushed under the heel of somebody else. I learned to stand up for myself. Because if I didn't stand up for myself, do you know what happens? I lose everything and become a hollow husk of who I once was. And I do not want to do that again. That is why I'm trying to teach people these lessons and things like that. Because I learned those lessons through people like Markiplier, and Jacksepticeye, and PewDiePie. But I looked at them not as potential friends or potentially getting to know them and whatnot. I looked at them as that entertainment that got me a laugh, that saved me from that depression, that pain that I was feeling about the loneliness, and enjoyed those things. And through that acknowledgement that I'm not alone, that there are people out there that struggle similarly to me, and that I can relate to other people around me, seeing comments of other people also struggling and doing the same thing, was I able to realize that I am truly not alone. And I was able to work on myself and better myself as a person. And then I was able to find friends, meet new people, and experience the world differently than how I first originally looked at it from my bleak and dark perspective. Content creation isn't about making friends. Watching content creators isn't about welcome in, Ivy. You got here mid-speech? Yes. I got you. Welcome in. We're doing good. I'm just talking about some stuff specifically. May I ask what happened? It's nothing serious. I'm just establishing a boundary and trying to get people to understand something. If people don't want to understand that I have a boundary, then that's fine. I'm trying to establish. TDLR, if I don't see your chat, I'm not ignoring you. I promise you, I'm not ignoring you. If I'm collaborating with people, like in a collaboration with another streamer, for example, they are my priority. Because that is the person I'm hanging out with. That is the person that I am doing the collaboration with. That does not mean that you will go ignored. It's just, again, I'm in the middle. It's like going to somebody else's house and then ignoring them and texting somebody else on my phone. It's rude. It's an etiquette thing. You're spending time with these people. And I would like to spend time with Luferus, Anna, etc. Number 2, I am not your friend. I hate to say it like that, but it is the realistic thing. I am a content creator. I am a person online. You do not know me. I am a stranger to you, necessarily. But I am here to be an entertainment to you. I'm trying to make you guys feel better, have a good time, you know, sense of camaraderie. We chat, we have fun, we talk, we goof off. It's supposed to make you feel like a part, because that's what streaming is. But that does not mean that you are friends with that streamer. And you need to understand that, because that's a boundary problem. Especially if you become way too obsessive over it. Does that make sense? When you become obsessive about their streamer and that streamer doesn't see you for like a sentence, are you mad at them? Do you think they're ignoring you? What does that look like to everybody else? You make other people uncomfortable by demanding this expectation. You are not owed friendship, like I am not owed your time. This is why I do not want to waste your time. This is why I am honest with you. Why I'm telling you this. Because I do not want to waste your time if you have an expectation that I cannot provide you. Because I genuinely care about the person who is watching. If you are not here because you like what we do, or the streams, or me as a person, and you only vibe with me because you have the expectation that you'll become friends with me, and it'll be like that, then you were never here for the community, and you were not here for me, you were here for you. And that is a selfish thing that you need to understand is not okay. The streamer has set that boundary long ago, and you choose to continually ignore it no matter how many times they're uncomfortable with it, no matter how many times they have to have this conversation with you, no matter how many times this stuff goes through. I've seen this happen with plenty of streamers. That is why I'm saying it the way that I'm saying it right now. When you bow down to your chat, that's not a mutual thing. You stop having the ability to speak for yourself and be yourself because your chat dictates what you get to be. I don't want that. And I don't want my chat to feel like they aren't appreciated for being here, talking with me. I love hanging out and talking with the chat. You guys make my day a lot better. You don't even know the half of it. I love chatting, talking, and this community. But that does not mean that I am your friend and that you are my friend. That is not a realistic expectation. That doesn't mean that we can't enjoy each other's presence and that we can't talk and have fun. It's incredibly important. And lastly, I am not trying to shame people for having that feeling. Because as I said, I have had that feeling before. I have been that person. And that is why I'm telling you this. Because I want you to understand. So that you're gonna be okay. That you'll be fine. That way you don't get your hopes up about something that may just never happen. Life works in mysterious ways. Maybe I'm not the streamer that you will get to be friends with. Maybe through me, another streamer ends up talking to you in chat. And then one day, you two just become friends. How crazy would that be, right? There's a chance that that can happen. Hell, there was a chatter who ended up marrying a VTuber. By happen circumstance. Does it happen all the time? No. Is it an amazing and beautiful thing when it does happen? Yeah. Especially when it's clearly, like, a good thing. Right? And that's my point. That conversation is nuanced. There's so much to that conversation that I'm leaving out right now. But I want you all to understand. So that way, when we stream, it's about us being a community. You can be friendly with people without being their friend. You can enjoy somebody without the expectation of being in their life in that capacity. You can be a part of something without forcing yourself to be a part of it. I don't want to force to be a part of Luferus's life, or Anna's life, or Coffee's life. I invite them to things because I love hanging out with them. I don't force them to invite me to shit. Like, oh, they do collaborations. I don't want them to feel forced to invite me to random shit. If they don't invite me to anything and I just invite them to everything, I don't care. Because I just like hanging out with them. And I hope that they like hanging out with me. I swear to God, I hope so. You know what I'm saying? When I hang out with my roommates. When I hang out with, like, coworkers, when I had coworkers. There's a bunch of nuance into that. Are my friends with those coworkers? No. But I hang out with them from time to time because we just so happen to have similar interests. But we're not really friends. We both know that. We talk from time to time. Here and there because of our work relationship. And on top of that, the fact that we kind of related to each other in a capacity. But, like, that's where that ends. Like an acquaintance thing. There's a nuanced conversation and you need to have that in your own mind. You gotta think. For your own good. Because for me to you, I genuinely care to make sure that the people around me are gonna be okay. And that's a overly parasocial thing from me as a streamer. Hypocritical. But I've seen enough betrayals and enough hatred and enough hate. Does it make sense? Because Sydney, you're again misconstruing the entire argument. The entire reason I even said what I said. You're just now in a state where the entire conversation isn't about what I'm saying, it's about what you want. Yet again, I have to have that conversation like I did plenty of times beforehand. You're so fixated on the friend stuff. Well, now I'll never be your friend. Blah, blah, blah. Where the point was that you should be here to enjoy what we're already doing. Whether you like the game I'm playing, whether you like me as a content creator because you find me funny, or whatever the fuck. It's about that. Streaming isn't about making friends with the streamer because you watch their stuff. That's like all of the guys who, like, donate thousands of dollars to, like, a Twitch, like, streamer. Like, a female Twitch streamer, right? In the expectation that they're going to get with her. And when they find out that she has a boyfriend, right, for example, they all just dip. Right? Because they had an expectation from the start. They had this expectation. They didn't actually like her content. They didn't actually like her as a person. They liked her for the things that they saw about her. And wanted to step into that person's life. Uninvited. They invited themselves into that conversational piece. That's a selfish thing. It's not about friendship. It's about boundaries. And what that person that you're trying to step past their boundaries. Which makes them uncomfortable. If, let's say that Anna, right? I streamed, like the very first time I streamed with Anna, you know, and, you know, I start talking with them or something like that, for example, right? And she said, you know, I appreciate the collaboration, you know, blah, 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 blah. You know, I'll collaborate with you. Like, I hope we can collaborate again, but I don't really think I want to be friends with you or whatever, right? What would my expectation be? And I've said this before. If you know me, I would say, oh, great, thank you for being honest. Cool, I'll invite you to something another time. If I can find something to invite. For me, that clear established boundary in my face is something I appreciate. I don't have an expectation. I'm not mad at the hypothetical Anna, right? Who basically just says, I don't want to be your friend. But but collaborating with you is cool. You can be collaboration partners. Great. If I got mad at her because she doesn't want to be my friend, that's a fucked up thing from me. Because that's me expecting something to happen. That's me basically inserting myself into something that I should not have done. You don't insert yourself into something with that expectation. You're like, I'm gonna insert myself into this conversation, and then she will be my friend. After all is said and done. No, that is her decision to make. I can make the established door to a conversation and a bond. But if that bond is not reciprocated by the individual, then that's where it should end. Do not force yourself. Voice crack. Do you understand what I am saying? Because if you don't, I don't think you ever will, and I'll stop having this conversation. And whether you stay or not, that is up to you. Again, that is your decision. If you had an expectation and I could not fulfill it, all I can say is, I'm sorry. Because I have a boundary. And I shouldn't be talking in this capacity the way that I am. Does that make sense? I don't know you. You don't know me. And I'm bringing up a person who is in a similar field as me. Does that make sense? I'm in a similar field as this person on equal terms. And I'm giving you an example of somebody who just establishes, hey, I don't really want to be friends. Just more like a business thing. Does that make sense? For me, in my head space, I see that as cool. Thank you for being honest with me. And I don't have a problem with it. I couldn't. And the thing is, if I had a problem with it, and I said, you know, that's not really, I don't really feel comfortable with that. You know, I appreciate your time hanging out and whatnot during the collaboration, blah, 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 and it ended there. That's more than reasonable, right? If I'm just not comfortable with that idea, at the same time, then yes, I don't have to continue being there. But it's also should not be an expectation and get upset by having an expectation that's not realistic. An expectation thrusted onto somebody else who now feels obligated to do that. Because they're gonna make you feel bad. It's manipulative language. Instead of hearing me and saying, I respect your decision, I am sad about it, but I respect your choices, and I'm understanding of that. Because I am my own person. Anna is her own person. Luferus is her own person. You need to understand what that is. What you are doing. And keep in mind, you are not the only one. You are not weird for doing what you're doing. It is a very common thing. This is why content creators open the door. Did you know that Markiplier said the same thing I said? Markiplier has said that he is not your friend before because he had people getting really delusional. There is a reason why we have to say what we are saying. I respect your time. I respect what you want. But it is not something that I am comfortable with. I don't want to just randomly, like, start befriending every random chatter. Because for me, it's a scary thing. Because it feels like a power dynamic. And I don't like that. I don't like that feeling that I have something over you. It makes me uncomfortable. And I don't like having people hold shit over my head to demand something. If people started donating hundreds of thousands of dollars to me, and then all of a sudden they found out that I had a boyfriend and demanded all that money back, I'd give them that money. If I could. Because I'd be like, I don't want your money. Because if your expectation was to get with me, and that's the only reason you donated that money to me, then I don't want your money. I don't want you here. Because it was never about us, the community. It wasn't about me, the streamer, and your enjoyment and your time. You had an expectation for other people. That if you did this, you would get a reward of this person and their attention and their love. You had that expectation and delusion that it would lead to that. You put false expectations on another person, and when they did not reciprocate that, you got upset by it. You did. They meant no ill will behind it. You just chose that. Excuse me, I need to reset my fucking thingamaboobert. I think it's broken. What the fuck happened? Oh, there it goes. You fucking cocksucker. I knew it fucking did that. I knew it disconnected. It said, hey, we didn't disconnect. And I check again, it disconnected. I knew it. I'm trying to get you to understand that. I'm taking the time out of our stream for hours. No, it does make 100% sense. Let's be this. Anna is my friend. I'm gonna cut the bar right here before anybody thinks too crazy. Anna is my friend, right? We talked, hang out. They're very fun to hang out with. They're my friend. We talk off stream, you know, from time to time, right? I message, I send some funny shit. I don't talk with them all the time because they're usually busy and I don't want to bother them, right? But I do talk. I talk with Luferus all the time. Luferus and his girlfriend Katie. I talk with them all the time. We're friends. So when I say what I gave you, when I say this, the hypothesis, like I used Anna as an example because she was one of the first persons that I reached out to for a collaboration. So that's why I stated that. For a whole bar for people to understand this. Because you might find it weird that if you reach out to somebody to collaborate as a content creator, that automatically means that you guys want to be friends. The answer to that question is, the fuck no, it's not. Sometimes it is lucrative as content creators to collaborate with other creators. This is a known thing about content creation, is collaborative effort. Collabs are a massive selling point for streaming stuff. It gets multiple communities together, and that's a big thing, right? So sometimes when somebody offers a collaboration, people take it not because they want to be friends, but it's a business opportunity. Some people see it as a business opportunity. Not everybody likes that. Keep that in mind. I don't personally enjoy it, but I understand it. When I collaborate, I hope that I can make friends through collaborative effort, like through collabs. I hope to make friends. But that's the big difference in my words. I don't have an expectation that they're going to be my friend after the stream and stuff like that. I just hope that they thought I was funny, that they liked me, and that maybe we could be friends if we talk some more or something like that. You know, through, getting to know somebody. Because that's what it means to make friends, is to get to know somebody. Streaming is a business, first and foremost. People's lives, a lot of people's lives rely on this. Streaming stuff. People like Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, Iron Mouse, Connor, Sea-Dog VA, Nax21. When they stream, it's also their livelihood. And some people, like on Kick, take that to the extreme, where they're not actually friends. They're just collaborative partners pretending to be friends. It's a business decision. It's a networking thing. Connor and Iron Mouse and Buff Pup and all these other people, like these people that those people, they're actually friends. They make friends through this. I do that. I make friends through streaming. But not everybody is like that. Because everybody is different and they see things differently. You don't have to be comfortable with it. And if you aren't comfortable with somebody just being like, I just want to hang out with you for, as like a business thing. It's a business connection. Like, our collaborations are strictly business. If you're not comfortable with that, guess what? You're not comfortable with that. You could just say no. And that's okay. If you are okay with that, then you can proceed with doing that. Where you can stream with each other, but you're not really seen as friends. You're just seen as like, it's like a collaboration between two people. Like a McDonald's collaboration type of thing. You know, like it's like, oh, here comes a collaboration with Super Mario. Oh, ano banana? Hello. Again, Sydney. You see things very differently. I can't convince you. Like, or tell you more about, like, the streaming world of how it works. I'm sorry, but, like, it's just a normal thing. You can be uncomfortable with it, and you can not interact with it. Right? Some people do collab to make friends. Well, thank you. Also, hello. You know. We gotta do the forest again. I wanna play some more. I wanna go in. Also, I really want to start talking about this because it's starting to make. I think it's gonna start making people uncomfortable. I also don't like using my friends as an example, but it's just the closest thing I could think of. So apologies on that. And Sydney, I'm not mad at you. I want that to be clear. I'm not mad. I'm just trying to help you understand. It's clear you're confused. And it's clear you're upset. It's not the intention. It's just what streaming is. I'm sure every person has, like, a person they look up to that they would love to be friends with, right? It's just a normal thing. That's why I treat it with the utmost care and respect. The fuck was I doing again? I did get the abyssal stuff, didn't I? Yes, I got the ring, so... Ah! If you're trying to understand what the difference is between the person that I already know thank you, Ivy. Thank you. If you must know, the difference is just life. And, like, the circumstances. Again, if Anna was just a random chatter, she wasn't a streamer, right? It most likely would be the same thing you're experiencing right now, Sydney. Right? And you're like, oh, it's because she's a streamer. It's through streaming were we able to connect. Through that mutual thing were we able to connect. Which then led to me meeting Luferus, who then, through connecting, and, you know, were we able to establish a bond that turned to friendship. It is of circumstances. It is not a guarantee that that's how that would have worked. For all I know, Anna could have hated my goddamn motherfucking guts. Fucking want to stab me, dude. Like, ah! It's through the circumstances of each individual person, and how that works is how it got to that point. Does that make sense? If I wasn't a streamer and I was in Anna's chat, Anna would probably do the same thing. Would be like, thanks for finding me funny and whatnot, but there would be a distance between us. We would most likely not be friends at that point. Is there a chance that it could have happened anyways? Sure. But realistically, it's a boundary thing. The streamer has a boundary, and through similar things that we do, we're able to connect. Because even if, let's say me and Anna didn't hit it off, right? We would have still collaborated with each other and just moved on. It wasn't a guarantee that we would have been friends. It wasn't a guarantee that me and Coffee, or Anna and Coffee, would have been friends. It wasn't a guarantee me and Luferus would have been friends. It's through those connections that led to one another that led to that conversation. It's just chance. You can walk into a glory hole and meet your fucking best friend through sucking his dick. That would be the craziest fucking story, dog. That would have been... I've had a couple of those collabs and moved on. Right, it's that type of conversation. That's something you need to understand, Sydney. Just sometimes it doesn't work out, and sometimes it does. It depends on the situation. Through either similar interests or actually connecting with that person and finding them funny, and you actually like hanging out with them, it's that thing that drives a person to become friends. Friendship isn't guaranteed, it's earned. The difference literally just boils down to circumstances and what that person was comfortable with. There are streamers I have seen who literally have like 3 or 4 friends that came from their stream. You want to know something crazy? It's happened to me before. I have 2 friends, Musa and Blood Viking, who were chatters that my roommate said, you should join us and play the game. And then through him, he met those 2, talked with them, and then invited them to the stream one day, saying, oh yeah, they're pretty chill. Because my friend, my roommate, talked with them because he met them, talked to them, and that kind of situation. And then I met them through that, and then we just became friends from a it's circumstances. It just boils down to by chance. You never know, because you could have one of those pretends to have interest, but it's actually a serial killer. Exactly. Or it could be that guy who's just trying to get in your pants, like Saikuno. Oh, I love you, girl, but actuality, I already have a girlfriend, and I just want to fuck. But not establish that I just want to fuck. You know what I'm saying? You never know somebody's true intentions. You don't know anybody's true intentions. And that's the scary thing. I bet Anna thought that I was out to get him. You know, I was just out to exploit them. I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna exploit them. I'm gonna steal all their views. It'll be my views. Yeah. But that's what they thought. It's like, why would they do this or that? Why would they want this? Because that's what we all have to think. Because that's how the internet works. We all have to fucking save ourselves. We don't want to... What views? Don't you say that about yourself. I'll fucking kill you. Don't make me get Luferus in here. I'll tell Luferus on you. He's old. You get my point, right? Circumstances, chance, and all that other stuff. But when you're so proactive about Ivy / Gay Bish. Thank you for joining the Yakuza. Thank you, thank you. Look at us, we hit the follower goal of the thingamaboobers. Also, checking my connection. Thank you. It is connected. It was trying to disconnect again. Internet company's trying to do a throttle thing, but they don't realize I have two things. How dare you? Connect, you cocksucker! But again, that's what I mean. Through the circumstances of life, can stuff happen? It's not guaranteed. I wasn't guaranteed to hit it off with Musa or Blood. I could have still found it uncomfortable. Anna and I could have not hit it off and just moved on. I have reached out to bigger content creators before to see if they would like to collaborate. I thought it'd be fun. And then nothing. Radio silence. Am I upset by that? No! That was their choice. Because that's I asked them, and their response was dead silence. I don't have a problem with that. How dare you keep disconnecting? Stop it! Sorry, my internet's acting funky now. I saw it twice. So that's what I want you to understand. You had an expectation that needed to be met, and you were forcing it. Don't force that type of shit. Just don't do that. That's not a good thing. Let it happen naturally. It's a natural thing. Friendship isn't given. It isn't expected or forced. It's earned. No, my Wi-Fi! I'm half gay, that's why I'm half losing my internet. No! That's why I keep my expectations very, very low. Because I'm saying, I would love to hang out with Zendrea. I would love to hang out with Iron Mouse. I would love to hang out with all these peoples. I have repaired my PC. Wish me losing Wi-Fi during boot up is what made me need to repair. Who the fuck took my Wi-Fi?
It was me, Batman. I took your Wi-Fi. I stole your Wi-Fi.
I got an achievement. Trust. Was I not supposed to trust you, or was I supposed to trust you? I don't get it now. Am I doing bad things or good things? Alright, let me go grab another drink real quick. I need a drink. And I don't want you to feel bad, Sydney. But I also want you to understand that I have boundaries. And I'm sure any other streamer would have told you this. Giga, one of my favorite streamers, probably would have said the same thing to you. Except Giga's a lot more harsher, and she probably would have gone, like, really hard on that. I'm not gonna lie. This is kind of Giga's thing. But whatever the case is, be the best you. And I hope that you learn something, you know? And if this is the end, you know, of you being here, then go have a wonderful rest of your day. Try, live the best life you can. And I hope that you can find the people that you need in your life. I'm gonna go grab a drink. guy's ass if I see it. I swear to God. Somebody. Ouch. Help me find it. I'll find that. I'm gonna kill it. Back. Ah, fuck. I am back with some cheesecake and as well as in my cup with some ice, and I got my drink. I'm gonna pour. I also got my seafood snackers. What are those? It's a crab-flavored seafood made from sashimi, a fully cooked fish protein. AKA, it's fake crab. It's just a fake crab snack. That might sound gross to you, but it's 88 cents and I find it delicious. Leave me alone. Or I'm gonna rub mayonnaise all over you. I don't know why. Don't know why I even said that. I don't even understand that as a threat. But it's a threat. You walk in and place the jewel encrusted ring on the table. The collector, his eyes widen. You're certainly making excellent progress now. And I know an item like that would fetch a fortune at an auction. But for us, its value runs. Regardless, you are due a reward. He opens the crimson book, its spine cracking audibly. Selecting a page carefully, he begins to read it aloud. The words sound muffled as though he's gray, thick haze. Vanish. Fire off a blazing light. You're growling, crackling in your ear. Suddenly, vision flares. Both your ears pop. Closes the book. Muskin. I've been thinking more on where to find another. I can imagine all manners of debris, swallowed up by the slitty... What? Fuck of the twisted strands channel. Worth investigating. I'll mark it. Ring. Begin your search. Anything in? Nope. The banish ability is apparently the best ability in the game. Super helpful for almost every occasion. When you're dealing with the certain areas, it is best to have that on hand. Just she, her. Or whatever the fuck. I don't really give a shit. My response is, if you want to know, it's she, her. But if you want to know how I feel, I don't give a fuck what you call me. You call me he, she, they, it, bitch. It does not matter. I know who I am, and I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you're God, the devil, a dog, a cat. I don't give a fuck what you are. I know who I am, and that's all that really matters. So people feel comfortable just saying, yo, what's up, dude? Yo, what's up, him? I don't care. Let's keep going. I'm having fun with this game. I really like this game a lot. I'm glad that I gave it the time of day again. The lighthouse keeper approaches you on the dock, wearing a questioning expression. You must have been around most of the islands by now. Have you found whatever it's you're looking for? Not sure. Her face softens. Remember that you are in control. If you are having doubts, it's foolish to blindly observe. And always alternative. She turns from you, shaking her head and muttering, heading back towards the lighthouse. That's good. Let's see. I need 2 bits of wood. I need a bunch of shit with that one. Now I just need 3 bits of wood. This one at a really big net right now. This just needs lumber. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7? So I just need 7 things of wood. That's good. You and all are welcome here. Wouldn't it be hypocritical of me to be like, no, you're not welcome here, only me. I'm the only one. I'm fucking so stupid. I've actually seen trans people do that, by the way. Like, why are you so... Why are these people so stupid? Just sit there, I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Catches me off guard every time. Like, what the fuck do you mean? I remember when the LGBT community came together, and there was, like, this guy who did not really like a particular action that happened. And I was in agreement with that guy, but they said that he... Like, they were like, you're not black enough. And I was like, what the... Or gay enough. Because you're not on our side. You've lost your... color of your skin privileges. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck does that even fucking mean? Like, I sat there dumbfounded. I was just like, how the fuck can you say that with a straight face? Some people are just weird. Alright. What's up, fishmonger? So much money this day. Alright, so we now need to get to this other area, which I'm assuming I'm gonna need the mangrove type of rod, right? I'm assuming I'm gonna need this rod. Just an inclination that I'm gonna need this rod, so I'm gonna put that in storage. And then we're gonna go. Our next stop is up here in the Twisted Strangle. Most likely a murky water area. This is all new territory for me because I haven't been to this area yet, like ever. Oh, that's Devil's Spire. Wrong way. That way. Once a strong wooden hole broken against the shoreline. Ooh, free shit. And some earrings. What? Oh, this is where the lady was, wasn't it? The builder. Hey, thanks again for helping me move out here. Managed to make myself, set up my, whatever. I found this, while I was, unpacking. You should take it. Cool. If you ever need to use the dock or store some stuff here, my guest. Oh, thanks. I'll do just that. I want this fucking rod right here. Really need this rod. So... I'm gonna put some points into that. Like, honestly, this game is very relaxing when you're not, like, you know, worried about the terrors of the fucking sea that can come out of nowhere. Like, nighttime's terrifying, daytime is very calm. Like it should be. You pull up alongside a boat at an anchor. There's signs of life aboard, but nobody appears to greet you. Hello? Almost immediately, a small slot in the door snaps open. A pair of frantic eyes peer out at you. Who's there? A fisherman. What do you want? I was just checking to see if you're okay. Do I seem okay? No, I am very not okay. I'm supposed to be delivering this package to Little Marrow, but I'm being stalked. A huge leviathan lurks in the deep waters. I've seen it. It hung in the water. Its gaping mouth just below the boat. It would have swallowed this vessel whole if I hadn't bolted for the shallows. I'm not going any further into this accursed island chain. I could deliver the package to a Little Marrow for you. You would? Well, that would work, I guess. This is a lumpy brown package through the whole dark ooze fills in one of the corners. Thanks, stranger. This is bound to the dock worker at Little Marrow. I'm not sure what's inside, but listen. I know this sounds crazy. I think I can hear the faintest of whispering coming from it. Now, I'm not supposed to be transporting live goods. Don't have the equipment for it. So just careful with that thing, whatever it is. Here, why don't you take this too? Again, an item emerges from the door hole. This time, a book. It pushes through and thuds onto the deck below. You pick it up. I'll be on my way whenever the coast is clear. Safe travels. You got afraid of some fucking terrifying creature out in the water, man. What do you think it was? Must have been the mother. I don't know. I keep hearing people talk about the mother. And I just sit there and like... What? Hello! How's you treating you? I got a package here for you. Deliver, yeah? Oh, it's a big one. Let me see. He takes a large pack and examines it gently with his hand, lifts it with one ear and listens whilst he seems satisfied. Much appreciated, Fred. Now, excuse me. Good luck. He turns and hurries off to the dock without another word, or compensation. He was just too excited. That guy was just way too fucking excited. Oh, wood! And I was too excited for this wood. I've already beaten Kingdom Hearts on critical mode. I mean, I could play it again at some point. Like I said, I still gotta finish Chains of Memory and whatnot. I might skip Chains of Memory though for the Riku story because I kind of just don't care. I just was not having a good time with Chains of Memory. I just absolutely fucking hate that game so fucking much. It's just not my cup of tea. It's just way too frustrating. So I might skip it and go play one of the other 2 Kingdom Hearts games, which are going to be 1.5 years and recoded. So once those are finished, then we'll move on to KH2 and then KH3. In which, because I've already played KH3 already, I could start on critical mode for that one. So when we get there, we'll get there. I've just been trying to take a break from Kingdom Hearts because it is exhausting. I will say that the Kingdom Hearts can be Chains of Memory is like a full-time job with how much shit it demands of you more than any other game. So eventually, I mean, we will. And critical mode's not even that hard. You know what you're doing, it's, like, not too difficult. I will get my ass beat from time to time because I am stupid and I will die. That's not an exaggeration. I do die a lot. I will make a critical mistake. Get it? I said that before, I just... This. Another flag, huh? I should probably talk to that person. Alright. Oh, I don't need to. Okay. Mangrove is that way. Where's the evil fish? Oh, me evil fish. Ugh, I don't like this air. Oh, murky. Look at this murky water. Ah, it's all the poo-poo water. Look at all the poo-poos. It's the peepees. It's the poo-poos and peepees. I feel like I'm gonna need the mangrove. So... if you don't mind, could you... we're gonna need... there. I need you to put that away. Wait. There. Alright. So with that being done... time to rest. The plane over there. God, that looks awful. The murky water. Ugh. Murky water me no like. The fuck are you? Ooh. The vortex. What is all these fish for? God, it's so... I don't like this area. This area makes me uncomfortable. I think it's just because I can't see shit, and that's like the whole point. I never liked murky water, because the whole thing about the ocean I don't like about the ocean is that I can't... It's just an endless void. That makes me uncomfortable. Let's see. Vortex Interloper. A slow swirling twists its body, stretching it towards an unseen dimension. And I just caught this thing? And I'm just selling this thing? I'll be honest. If I saw a dimension being ripped into a fish, I think I probably would fucking not eat that shit. A mortar barrel? Now, what would I need that for? Boom, 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 boom. Dun, 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 dun. You know, daytime looks just as bad. Why is daytime just worse? I think the only thing about nighttime that I gotta worry about... that. But the problem is that it's deep in there. Go fuck yourself. A large man is watching you through the barrowing smoke of a campfire, idly carving away at a wooden stake. He sits as you pull ashore.
Oi, stranger. By the look of your face, I'd say you encountered the local wretches. Take a seat.
You join him by the fire.
I've been trying to rid them from this accursed jungle ever since we wrecked here. The boys call it the mind suckers. On account of them, affecting the mind. They made us see things, do things. I'd ask you to receive passage away from here, not until after I've avenged my squadron.
What happened to him?
A number of us went down in the fog, crashing into trees or ditching into the water. Those that survived rallied here, under the bogs of this giant tree. But it offered us scant protection. Before help could even arrive, our numbers quickly dwindled, picked off by the fiend, the forest. I've met a few would-be rescuers over the years, but none would ever help me fight. Are you any different from them?
I can help.
I'd figured you'd be up for it. You have the look. Listen. First, you're gonna need to find the lost piece of my squadron's mortar. Then, use that to bombard the beasts. Other planes went down north and east of where we are now. I'll mark the possible plane crashes on your sight. You found one component, but it's still missing a piece. They're all nearly there. Keep looking.
How will you honor your squad mates?
I hung a few of their dog tags up in the trees behind me. Fitting enough. But I've got other tags from the ones you must understand, I've never found all of their bodies. If you happen to find any of their dog tags, I could add them to the tree with their brothers. I have a number of mechanical doodads that might find useful. Take it.
I thank you.
The mind fuckers.
They suck out your mind
Like a cock in the night.
Fast as fuck, boy. This is a very freaky area. Should be... There it is. I see it. We just need to get back to camp. Ah, wait, do I have an explosive? No, I don't have an explosive. Damn. That would have came in so much. The mine suckers. See him? Trying to suck your mind. Your cock. No! How you going? Found another part of the mortar. That's the lot. Now, while I work on assembling that mortar, you can start the next phase of the plan. You may have noticed some contraptions in the lagoon around here. I've assembled those traps for the mine suckers. You need to lure them in there. Once they're in, I can fire on them with our new mortar. And that will be the end of them. No more nightmares. I'll mark the locations of the map. You'll need to make 3 special baits from different combinations of fish. Let's discuss the bait on the first one. This one will take 3 fishes from the area to make. Big fish, this fish, that fish. Got it. We're gonna rest so that I can get some good sleep. No bombs. Thought I had some. Ow. I'm too fast for my own good. Mine sucker! Hello, Sword of Sun. Welcome in. Where's my ship? Ooh, that would have been so nice. It doesn't look at the fish. Be gone, mine suck! Leave! I've got 2 of the 3 fishies. There, on our way back. Can I get a bit off topic? I mean, sure. As long as it's not something too fucking crazy or anything like that. You just dropping N-bombs and shit. No!
This should do it. Just mix these in here. Load this into the trap. Spring, I'll fire upon it with the mortar. Make sure you bring back proof. That thing will be dead. Here.
Where do I put the bait?
There are these traps I've constructed in the lagoon. They're marked on your map.
Catfish and another tiny fish. Got it. I just want to know the fish because I don't want to get to know about it until later. I'm too fast for my own good.
Explosiva!
Just got back from D&D session. That was absolutely wonderful, but also I know that this hated some.
The page of
D&D's pretty fun. They will use everything to fuck with you. I don't need that. Oh, cool. Plans for the future. This book.
Not this way, idiot.
Ah! My boat's too fast. Ah! Mine suck. Holy shit! Not inside of the mine sucker. Well, that was the first one. Yeah. Whew. Oh my goodness. I haven't played D&D in such a long time. How are things going? Have the creature go show you. See it then? He handed the tattered lumps of flesh to the airman. It's almost unrecognizable, but both of you know it couldn't have just belonged to anything else. He pokes at it with his knife, testing its rubbery meat. Seems satisfied.
Yes, this is one of the beasts. Progress at last. More to go, though.
Time to rest. Alright. We need to go around and try to find fish. I'd assume that they'll probably be relatively in the area where the fish that they want are. Definitely not that fish. Heading back in. Oh, not there. The next trap is right around this. Again, that's not the fish I... Let me guess, some of these fish are gonna be spotted at night. There's that fish. I bet that fish is gonna show up at night. I bet you that fish is gonna show up at night, because they always do one fish that shows up at fucking night in every area. Make it annoying. Yes, it is a night fish. That is what I thought. We have to wait to the nighttime to find that very particular annoying fish. Be gone, mine suck! I care not for your bullshit. Sailing, sailing on the open waters. Sailing, sailing on the open waters. Sailing, sailing on the open water. Sailing, sailing on the open waters. Powerful fucking mushroom. Ooh, what makes it difficult is that the mushrooms glow just like the face boys, making it very spooky, as you might run into them. They easily can hide amongst... Ugh. God, motherfucking damn it. This fucking boat controls, bro. Sometimes this boat control pisses me off to no end. Just sometimes, though. Just a little bit. Because I swear to God, I turned correctly, and then the game's like, no, you didn't. And now my boat is slow. Fuck you. Just sometimes, because my boat's too fast. Last one. Ooh. Okay. We're gonna rest so that I get back over to where I need to go. Without any issue. Now I gotta go repair my boat. Because it's too slow. I feel like the drifting sometimes, and there's so many, like, small quarters, that if your boat's just a little too fast, you're gonna fucking just revel in the absolute absurdity of the pain. A little bit. A little bit. Thank you for the fix. In a stale condition, but that's okay. And now my boat's fast again. I'm gonna assume that the last thing is also... I'm... It is quite sad that these creatures are only doing their fucking... What... You know, these are creatures of the night. Even though I'm pretty sure these specific abominations are probably bad for the ecosystem. Probably. I could only assume based off some... after the gigantic octopus one being found that is not exactly safe. Hot at night. I was right. I'm always right about that. Always at nighttime. And that means that it's probably gonna be spawning over there. I need 2 of them specifically. We're gonna have to make our way there. And I don't want to capture anything in the meantime, because it'll be... My ship's not going to be able to sustain all. Kinda don't fuck with that. Ah! Away with you, ye mind sucker! Fuck away, ye mind suck! Not what I need. Not what I need either. Not what I need. Got it.
Let's see it then. Other one taken care of, one remaining. On my count, let's finish this.
Hell yeah. The party stays in my character. I now the session. Just a lovely time with his family, but now is aware of her 4 nieces and nephews, and her brother, spouse is helping us rob a dragon. They'll provide him transport. We'll need their boat, and I have a feeling things will go terribly wrong. Oh yeah, usually if a DM is like, you're having such a lovely time, you're aware of your family, everything is going so smooth. Something horrible is about to happen.
They might kill the family! This should do it. Let's mix them.
Come here with these money.
Devilish creatures, through and through. They'll stalk you among the waterways and emerge suddenly, screeching their terrible song. The first time it happened, I saw shadows of my squad mates, searching, reaching out to me in a feverish dream. When I finished snapping out of it, I was covered in bloodied scratches. It must have sent me running through the foliage. Since then, I have done my best to avoid the fiends. Senses seem to be based on movement. Carefully.
What is the color of thy whispering eye? See the eye up here, that's green. It's just green. And now it's gone. Nope. God motherfucking damn. My speed is too high. The mangrove area really does not benefit from you upgrading your speed, like, at all. there's no turn radius. I end up spending money just to fix all my shit. That part's a little bit annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's like this second delay to your turning. Just fucks you up. It's only noticeable when you're in these very confined, like, types of spaces. Ooh, that looks nasty. It looks like a dog. The grinning gar. That looks pretty fucking rank. It has one more aberration, though. Still cool, though. I really fuck with all the aberrations, though. They're kind of fucking freaky. Like, their abomination forms are all so fucking strange looking. First things first. Everything bad will happen. Ooh, that's worth a lot of money. And those fishes are worth a lot of monies. Well, we got rid of the weird creatures, so that's probably a good thing. That'll get us to where we need to go. Looking for what we need to look for. Let's see it. He dropped a large, bloody carcass in front of the airman, his eyes filled with a sadistic delight. He bends down and plunges his knife into the soft flesh. It falls away before the blade, revealing a glint of metal. With a sickening tearing, he wrists it from it, embedded in the flesh of the creature. He holds it aloft. You recognize it as a necklace, glittering in gore.
Well, fisherman, unfortunate last. This ought to fetch a pretty penny. Take it.
Yes, that's what we needed. He stands back from the corpses. Mechanic look over his face.
Now, well, that's it, I suppose.
What will you do now?
I can't say for sure. Thought I'd be asking you for an escort away from this place, but this has become somewhat of a home to me. It doesn't feel right to leave my brothers here. I think stay here a little while longer. In the meantime, I can make some special bait for you. It ought to help you your fishing.
Oh, cool. Well, that was the fastest one of them all. I thought I had to do some fucking extra scuba goobies. Kaboom! Cool. You enter the house carrying the ordnance necklace. Collector recognized it almost immediately.
Ah, an excellent find. Demands pride of place in my collection.
He sweeps aside some scraps of a dusted table, candle wax pooling in the corners. Places the necklace carefully in the clearing.
And I suppose you'll be demanding compensation as well.
Once more, he opens the book, dust pouring from the pages as he reads aloud.
You begin to feel weak, but you're rooted in the spot. Knees on the verge of buckling.
As he finishes speaking to you, feel blood rushing back to your legs.
Strange feeling of power grows in your chest. We're so close. One remaining. I loathe to suggest, but the abyssal plane on the approach. The devil's spine is likely candidate. You can find. I'll mark it on your map where you can begin your search. Anything else?
No. And this is where we're going to need to upgrade our entire ship. So we're going to upgrade to the max, and we're going to spend some time upgrading. Because I think it'd probably be best to maximize the capability of our ship to the nth degree. To do that, we're gonna need a bunch of shit. And I do have a decent amount of shit, just not the shit I need right now. Still need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 things of wood. So it is off to find the wood. Now I'm sure there's some wood around here somewhere. That guy needs some shit. I can't give it right now because I gotta get to the devil area to get exactly what he wants. There we go. Da 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 da. Dolphins! Give me a moment. My fucking thing probably died again. It did. Xfinity, I'm going to have that conversation with you if you keep this shit up. I know you listen. Oh, you've watched. Die. Xfinity is cutting my internet and trying to cut off my Wi-Fi, but I have an Ethernet cable at the same time, so it just only cuts off my one section. And it doesn't work very well for them. Which is weird.
whisper.
Be gone, tornado! Bitch ass motherfucker, do not start with me. Are you fucking for real? Are we so dead ass? You did not just cut off again. You cut off again, you cocksucker. Are you so dead ass right now? Huh? I gotta keep recalibrating because you keep doing that. Stop it. I ain't done. I'm done when I say I'm done. Bitch. Alright, now.
It's going to die.
So we just need some more wood. Oh. The killer whales. Get away from me, Mother Nature. Fuck you. I don't want it. Mouse. I do not want it with this mouse. I do not want it here nor there. I do not want it anywhere. Jack? Let me see if you're trying to do the whole thing. Not this day. Day. Interesting. Okay. We just need some of that stuff, and I think I know where to get at least one special metal. I think I know exactly where to get one exactly, and that's over at the coast. Oh. Appreciate it, but that's not what I want. Damn it. Stop whispering to me. Don't want to hear. Alright, just need 1, 2, 3, 4 wood and 1 special metal. Boom. And rest. Over. Research time. And then door. Trying to analyze. Now we're really fast as fuck. Oh yeah, now we're fast. And you stop doing that. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Stop. Stop doing that. You are so fucking annoying. Stop. Asshat, stop it. I'm so focused on the game that as soon as I focus on the game, you fucking dumb prick of a motherfucker. What are you doing? What are you doing? Alright. Just want to upgrade my boat. This is where we want to go. My model will constantly blip out and it won't do anything. And that's because the internet keeps cutting out and just disabling my Wi-Fi code. Can't catch this. Get sand. I'm trying to enjoy the game. I'm pretty sure... Fine. That's what I needed. Yo. That's it. For research purposes. Now that I have this engine, I just... This. Manifest is on a cooldown. What's that? Who's that? You and Doc next to an old rowboat. Someone is here. He's hunched over the campfire, muttering to himself. You cautiously approach.
Did you throw it back?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The book!
I don't understand.
I'm not seeing things. It's really you, isn't it?
Who do you think I am? He turns away, wrying his hands. He speaks to the fire.
It was him. Him and his darn wife. He dredged up that old book. But something cloaked in fog followed it out. Right through the boat. Boom!
Now my model's back to doing this shit. Alright, you know what? We're gonna fucking reconnect my fucking thingamaboober and see if that fixes it. Because I'm starting to piss me off when that shit happens. I have a feeling it's what got disconnected. Means it was something else that was fucking it up. But there's a high chance. The man makes crude explosion noises and motions wide with his hands, still talking to the fire as though phantomiming a story to a child.
It spoke. It said it was coming for our breath. That we wouldn't be needing it soon. And that then darkness clashed down. At age later, some of us watched up onto the shore, and him still clutching that book. Throw it back, we cried, as the fog rolled ashore. We thought surely it could still be undone.
What are you talking about?
Silver and crimson, the book covered in her blood.
You're not making any sense.
Throw it back!
The man closes his eyes tight as he holds back tears. His voice falls to a whisper.
Please, the lighthouse keeper. She saw. She knows where it came from. Where it needs to go.
Tell me more about the book.
Silver and crimson, silver and crimson.
He rocks back and forth, staring through the flames. What do you know about the fog?
It's cloaked. The calamities things. It's evil. Haven't you felt it?
What does the lighthouse know to do with this?
She saw it all. That ruinous day. Ask her, beg her, tell her
He trails off, his face collapsing in sorrow. I told you, I gotta finish all the other Kingdom Hearts games. I'm not starting with 3. I gotta go play all the other ones first. That was the plan. Big scary fish man. Well, of course, I've played them before, but the stream, I already told you, that was the plan. I'm gonna be skipping Chains of Memory since I already beat Sora's story. I technically already finished the game. Riku's story is just a extra bit of detail. It's nothing too important. It's just his half of what was going on, which is just basically him dealing with the power of darkness and getting control over it again. And his establishment and his bond with, Mickey. What is it? Do you know about that silver and crimson book? He shudders at the very mention of the book. You'll really ask me, after all this time, you know it must be earned. She looks at you with deep pity. You will have to move on. For her sake, as well as yours, take control. Be rid of that thing once and for all. Tell me more about the book of yours. Which book? This one here. With a wry smile, he pulls the dusty tome from the nearest shelf and glances at its cover. There really isn't much to say. Histories of the Grey Isles. Don't play dumb. You know which book I mean. Dumb. Your hypocrisy is wearing. Suppose we must go through this rigmarole yet again. The Book of the Deep appeared in his hand, sheathed in its dirty crimson jacket. Go ahead. Ask us. Where did you get it? Sparkling dust motes hang in the air between you. Do you remember? You were there. The air around the book begins to pulse rhythmically like a cricketing heartbeat. So was she. Who? You wanted to forget. Begged me. The room bristles. This is what you asked for. Give me the book. Your words hang in the space between. Won't change a thing. The book is ours. You take a step closer through the cracked room. The collector lunges forward in response. What can you possibly hope to achieve? Mine! You strike out your right fist, punching hard into the jaw of the collector. His face shatters and falls into the ground. So pathetic. The Book of the Deep is in your hand. Understand this plainly before you sink us into despair. I know how to bring her back. It's all right there. And now you need its power first.
We wield the power to release her from her slumber.
We can undo everything.
Undo what you did.
Ooh. Ow. I was the collector!
It was me, Batman.
Alright, let me ask the old lady about this book.
What is it?
I have the book.
You had it this whole time.
Have you not? It doesn't matter.
Make the most of this window of lucidity. Now it's time to act. You still remember what happened in the gloomy darkness beyond the bay. When you're ready, I'll point the way. I need time to prepare. I understand. Do what you must, but do not delay this any longer than necessary. Return to me when you can.
Ooh, I was grabbing items and shit. I wonder what's going on. I would like to upgrade I'm gonna try to upgrade it to my ship to max, though. I just happened to stumble upon that, by the way. I didn't know he was there. He kind of gave me all I needed to know. I was like, oh. And now we know that we were the guy. We were that guy. We were blindly driving from place to place. Meanwhile, the collector was just the mirror. It was a reflection of us. We, the fishermen, are. It was us all along. Can you believe that? I mean, I also got I think I got all the powers. I think there was like probably one more power or maybe not. I don't know. But I got all the good ones. Oh yeah, I got all the powers. I'm good. As soon as I got this power, I was a little concerned. Because like, this power and this power was great. Yeah. Definitely interesting. Gonna need to collect a lot of monies. Right now, the plan is to collect a lot of monies to get all my boat upgrades, get our boat to max, and then try to do as much as we can. I don't really have a favorite video game, I would say, per se. I don't know, I just like playing games. I mean, I like a lot of games, like Jack and Dexter, Kingdom Hearts, like Cooper. I like a lot of different games, it's just... I hear you, you fucking bastard. What? Ah. Have you noticed that I've stopped catching a lot of abominations? Has anybody noticed I've stopped really catching abominations? They're all just fish? Or is that just me? Like, the odds of me not catching one, maybe it still is a thing, but maybe because I'm lucid? Like, I'm free, I can... Bye. Normal fish? Oh, never mind. There's an abomination. It's just bad RNG. What they say, it's like... There we go. Did I have a wife and she died? And we're to blame because of our greed and temptation for shit? And we're stricken with grief, so we wanted to forget. So we split our memories in half. Became a lifeless husk. And the collector is a part of us that we tried to skip out on. The book is a curse. It could bring back our wife at the cost of something much, much greater. The lives of many would die. We definitely want this. This is what I need right here as well. So I need to get this fishing rod so that I can then go and grab this and we're good. Talk about the game I'm playing right now. We just got notion about how I'm this thing. That I am the collector. I was the collector all along. Me. Oh, I totally got that. Because they're fun games. I play all sorts of games because they're all fun. The next step now is I have just enough money to potentially grab the final haul upgrade and then try to grab all those upgrades and then try to get all my fishing gear intact. So next off, I want to go to Gale Cliffs. I think. Yeah. If I go to Gale Cliffs, well, if I feel like it. I'm not really in the mood to play Pokemon right now. I play games that I just feel like I'm in the mood for. I really don't really feel like playing like Pokemon right now. I'm kind of waiting for the Pokemon Unbreakable Ties to kind of like get its final update. Because it should be closer to its final update. Which is good, because I'm hoping that Unbreakable Ties finishes so I can actually finish that game. As I'm very invested in that Pokemon fan game. It's really good. Don't need that right now. That bastard again. Be gone with you, you fucking fish fuck. It needs three-legged crab. Fuck you, tornado. Ha! Boop. Would you ever go on a cruise ship? No. No. Never. And I suggest no one does either. Those things are scams. Packaged as luxury experiences. Need I remind people of the poop cruise? Cruise ships also are notorious for people getting kidnapped, sold into slavery, and all sorts of shit. People going missing, people falling off the damn ship. Poor management, bad food, bad hygiene. All sorts of shit. There's too many fucking issues. And they're fucking expensive as fuck for how absolute garbage they are. Okay. Gonna need a lot of materials. And a lot of money. I could go to the Devil's Spire. Collect a bunch of fucking money. I could do that. Oh, cool. Not what I wanted, but I mean, still useful. Oh, cool. There we go, that's what I wanted. But for the most part, just trying to figure out what we need. Research. Perfect. The versatile rod. Now we can start working on that. How expensive is the versatile rod? Lots of monies. Still quite short on the cash arena. Alright, let's go grab some extra cash from all these treasures. From the treasure cellar! Boop. I'm not gonna react to shit. That's not something I'm interested. I don't care about the numbers game. I care about actually providing interesting content. And actually being, you know... Sometimes I might react to shit just because I find it funny. Like, I'll show clips or, like, stuff like that that I have interest in. But I don't want to, like, be a React Andy. I'm not a big fan of reaction. I find like that, I find it to be quite lazy content. A lot of times it's just somebody else's work. I'd rather put in the work myself. Sometimes I'll react to stuff, or somebody's like, hey, could you react to this? Maybe. Maybe that's a little bit better. Like, in general, I'm just not big on the reaction. It's all about that base, dog. Like, I'd rather just make content. And produce my own content. All right. So welcome in, Spooks, on the opposite side. I can confirm you. She introduced me to Alex Delgado, and now I have many new focal steps. Exactly! Alex Delgado! My boy! He's so fucking funny! That crimson glow in the sky seems to have gone away. The air feels quieter now. More settled. Have you noticed? No. But that's a good thing. We're now able to fish properly. We just need to get a few more components, and I know where to buy if I could buy them. We're gonna want to go. I feel like I kind of have to go back here. I don't want to. I just don't like this side of the map. I think that the murkiness actually gives me panic attacks, so I don't like going here. But I do need the supplies from the twisted mangled butt cheeks. Actually, I think, going back down this way. We're gonna go towards the beach again really quickly. The reason why I want to go towards the beach... Yeah, but also on Kick, that's where a lot of, like, racist and transphobic and all sorts of shit. Kick is a bad platform, just straight up. People that go to Kick all have bad fucking behaviors. They're all shitty people. There's not a single good person that's on that platform. It's always people that go to that platform and when they get ridiculed. That's the only time that people go to that fucking platform, is when they're so badly ridiculed that they use it because they know they can say whatever the fuck they want. Kick is just a bad platform. It condones too many shitty behaviors. Sure, Twitch does too, don't get me wrong, Twitch does it as well. But they're not actively harboring potential pedophiles. Ooh, sorry. And known really big problematic people. But there's a lot. There's a lot. Maybe that was like some sort of Autobot or something like that on YouTube. I have no idea. I know I didn't remove it. Skin. Probably a YouTube thing. There's probably some weird ass YouTube bot nowadays out there. I have no idea. I couldn't begin to describe to you. I have no idea what it is. I need monies. Fishing time. No, my fish!
Uh,
Fuck you! Perfect. Shipyard. We're gonna need $600 redues. We still have our abyssal, so we can still do abyssal stuff. We talk about it. I get that shit all the time. It's just it just comes with the territory. If you're trans, it just comes with the territory. Happens on YouTube. It happens on TikTok. It happens everywhere. Twitch is kind of one of the only places, because I'm not really that big, that I don't see it as often. But TikTok and YouTube, are kind of the big culprits for it. Let's go grab another fish. They're all hateful. Bram, bram. That should be a decent amount of money. Perfect. You have combined fishing speed of 200%. Look at that. Look at us. It's so good. But now we have so much potential. We're fast as fuck. We can get even faster if we so choose. That big fuck. But now we have Hadel, which means that we could actually catch other fish now. So all we gotta do is activate this fucker. Because this will protect us from getting slapped by the gigantic fuck. Hello, Michael. Welcome in. Welcome in on the tiki-taki side. What is this game? This is Dredge. Very cool game. I want to catch some of the new fish. It's a mysterious fishing game. Oh, is he waking up? Kinda looks like he's waking up. Yes! That's what I was waiting for. Let's see, the seizing snailfish. Fingers of flesh. Hold teeth on their tips and grasping grip that feels through the dark depths. Oh yeah, I have cards in real life. They're right there. I got Zeus and everything. I got like several rare cards and stuff like that. I don't know when I'm gonna do Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm kind of not like in. Again, I'm not in the mood. I don't know. It'll happen. I'll announce it when it happens again. Not in the mood to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. We're just fishing for some points and Ooh, new fish. Ooh, new freaky ass fish. New freak ass. Ah. Didn't think about that. I just kind of started fishing. Fish are freaky. Freaky, freaky fish. And this one. Swollen flesh folds back over its eyes. Crackling lips bleed through mounted scar tissue. I mean, Vlad's been known for that. Vlad's one of my favorites. Dude, I'd fuck Vlad. Just like I like Finster as well. Finster's great. Just like I just have like a very calm opinion about Finster. It's like, Vlad, I'm gonna fuck that guy. Finster, I like them. I don't know if that's offensive to Finn or not. The femboy extraordinaire, the one who did the funny memes and went outside and was just... Oh my god, it was... They're an amazing creator and they're very funny. What? That was bullshit, Gaiman. You know it. Ah, lips fish. Sir! Sir! Get me that fish! Sir! Get me that fish! Oh, I hear abominations close by. That's not what I wanted, but I mean, sure, I'll take it. Fuck off, boat! Fuck ass. Freaky fish boat. I don't like talking about other creators too much. I know I do it from time to time, but not a big fan of talking about it. I already have my opinion on the guy of Logan Paul. I think it's like a no-brainer. No one likes him. If you do like him, you're the weird one in the equation. Now I just need cloth for that one. Thank you kindly. We're out there. Vlad can dress however he wants. I don't give a shit. And Vlad rocks a shit. Dude, there are so many great people. Why the fuck you give a shit? Who gives a fuck if he dresses like a woman or not? Who gives a fuck? A woman can dress like a man and a man can dress like a woman. The only people that have problems with it are the people that are insecure about that whole damn thing. That's just the end of the story. There is no in-betweens on that one. I wish there was... People wish there was nuance to that conversation, but it really just boils down to somebody having insecurity issues. It's always insecurity issues. They're insecure about themselves and can't figure out themselves. They're confused about their own shit and angry that somebody else can live their life happily and comfortably while they're miserable as shit. And so they hate that. They don't like it. So they complain about it. And then make excuses for other people. And make excuses for themselves as to why it's unacceptable. Usually follow up with like religion or like other random obscure shit that they hope you don't read into or actually know what they're talking about because they rely on you not knowing what they're talking about. And I think that's the big problem, is they just always rely on, like, the, you don't know how to read, or you don't know how to look shit up, and just hope that you just believe them. And that's how it goes. And I think that sucks. I do. Because in the end of the day, they're just people. It's a shit. The only times that it's unacceptable, like, the whole, like, thing is, like, there are cis women, right? Who pretend like they're trans. Like, putting a dildo between that spot and just pretending like there's something that they're not. And then using it as a like, taking trans women and glorifying it as a fetish and only making it out to be that trans women are only out because it's a fetish thing. That's unacceptable behavior. Well, then that's the thing. How does that happen? It's called self-discovery. It's the same thing with Finster. They just kind of do it, you know, usually sometimes it's for pranks, sometimes this, but they find genuine happiness from it. They start to discover that it's just, that's actually how trans people get, like, it's a part of them that they probably figured out deep down. It's been there with them for a very long time. People just don't recognize that because, again, if you don't know, then you don't know. Because if you're not trans, you won't know what it's like to be trans. Just how it works. Because to know the ins and outs of something, you need to understand it from, like, its root. We all understand what sports is, because there's a defined way and explanation for it. Like, we can understand sports because we have everything about it. Oh. But at the same time, people still don't understand sports. Why is it so fun? Why is this? Why do people like watching a bunch of dudes beat the shit out of each other? Essentially, right? People don't know why people like MMA. It's a raw test of skill. It's somebody honing their combat prowess. It's the top of the top, being able to do so much. That's not up for you to decide. That's up for them to decide. If they're being disingenuous about it, then you would know. Like, because people would eventually catch on. But I don't think Vlad is making shit up. I've followed Vlad for a very long time. I legitimately don't see them making just shit up just because. It's not hard to tell when you actually follow that person. Not hard to tell when you yourself are in it. Other people will just see it as an exploit. Like, oh, you're just exploiting that group of people. You don't know. You don't know what they've been through. You don't know what's going on in their mind. Just like Finster. People thought Finn was just doing the whole trans, like, as a bit for a very long time. You might be asking, why? Because Finn was basically, you know, coaxed into ideas of trans, right? Through, like, their chat and other things like that, while being, you know, dressing up as a femboy is a big part of their thing. Same thing as Vlad. But Finster is accepted because he looks more, because he, you know, looked more feminine at the time. It's just a person's perspective. You need to understand. Of course, there's also other things, like, great examples. I used to work security, right? And we had somebody who, like, a guy, clear as day. He was a crusty old guy, bald, full beard, nasty shirt, like, and tried to go into the women's bathroom and then tried to use transgender as an excuse. As like, well, I'm trans. No, you're not. Everybody's trans journey is different, and everybody transitions differently. But there is a moderate amount of effort put into it. You know? There is a moderate amount of effort somebody puts into it. If you're not even fucking trying, right? And that's a person clear as day using it as an excuse to peep on women because they were peeping on women in the changing room. That's unacceptable fucking behavior. Because it's called using your fuck-ass brain. Think for 2 seconds. Vlad is a person who actually puts in effort, dresses up femininely, goes out femininely, wears, puts on, does things. Does that make sense? He puts all this effort to be a she. And if they feel as if they are a she, and they come out as trans, that's an acceptable thing. And that's their choice. They're not just a guy looking like a normal guy, then goes, I'm trans. After being caught looking at women in the nude. There's like a, use your brain for like a click of a second, and you'll be able to figure that out. There's a difference between somebody who has integrity and understands and isn't just being a pervert. Trying to be a pervert and then use LGBT as a get out of jail free card. It's called using logic. Use your logic to decipher if they mean it or not, if they genuinely are or not. You have eyes. Use them. You have ears. Use them. You have a brain. Use them. That's one of the most important aspects when it comes to sniffing out fakers in the community and people who exploit our community to gain benefits they otherwise would not have. It's a very easy thing to figure out. I am trans. I put on effort. I put makeup on. I have my pronouns. I do what I am. I go out the way that I feel like. Doesn't mean that I always put in 100% the effort, mind you. I don't put on makeup all the fucking time. Sometimes I just put a mask on fucking real quick. Maybe put a little bit of makeup if I feel like it. Just wear some baggy ass clothes and, you know, and like, but I still put on a little bit of effort. People still call me like a woman when I pass by. There is a moderate amount of effort to be understood. And I think that when you're a crusty old man, bald, full beard, I'm talking gnome beard, I'm talking like Lord of the Rings ass beard, crusty like shirt that is all about politics, clear as day. acting like a guy, being a guy. And only after being caught did he use something to try to get out of it. Like, oh, I'm trans. Like, use the brain you've been given. Just because a man puts on a dress does not make them trans. Just because a man is feminine and likes men does not make them a woman. Does that make sense? You gotta use your brain. If you do not use your brain in figuring out the context to something, what the fuck do you think happens? Everybody gets generalized. Donald Trump is a pedophile. Does that mean all men are pedophiles? No. Right? That would be stupid logic. Right? That'd be really stupid logic. Use your brain for 2 seconds. You use your brain, you use the context, you figure out what's going on in the contextual situation. Because here's the thing. Feeling like a woman does not equivalent to being trans. That's not what that's about. When I say I feel like a woman on the inside, do you know other trans feminine people say that? That they feel like a woman on the inside, but they don't really identify as that. Just because you can say something does not mean that it is a contextual truth. Does that make sense? Just because you can come out and just say, I'm trans, does not mean that you are. Because if that was the case, any person can get away with any crime just by saying that out their mouth. That is the reason why you have to use contextual logic. You use your brain. If you shut your brain off and then go, well, they felt like it. In the moment, they just said that. You and I don't know how they feel. So the next contextual step, as human evolution has given us, is to use the context of the situation. Think about it. If they go, well, I am trans. Okay, well, let's see what you've done. Usually the next step is people's looks, right? So we look at their body, we look at what they've done with themselves, and we look at who they are as a person, right? If a guy looks clearly unkempt, disgusting, and disheveled, full beard, crusted out, and like looking in the women's bathroom, if you were... I've been to a gym as a trans woman. I don't like going to the gym as a trans woman. It's uncomfortable. I get stared at, and I try not to stare at anybody, because I don't like to fucking do that. I get what I gotta do, get it done, move on, and leave. I get changed, I move the fuck on. Sometimes I use the fucking family bathroom to do that. To get all my shit done. Go work out, change to the family bathroom, get the fuck out. Simple as fucking that. You could be a trans woman and a pervert, or you could just be a straight up pervert and using it as an excuse. There's a person who literally, I've told this story. There's a person who transitioned, okay? Here's some new context. Person transitioned. Male to female. Took a photo in the women's bathroom showing their penis. Okay? Got called out for that because that's bad gym etiquette. Straight up. I don't care if you're trans or not. Bad gym etiquette. But they're not trans. You want to know why? They went through the transitioning phase. They went through all that. They put on makeup. They went through some of that transitioning phase. But you want to know why they aren't? Because they didn't transition with the intent for themselves. They did it to get back at somebody. Because it was found out that they had a criminal record and had a restraining order from their ex. And on top of the petty levels, they took the same name as their ex, as their transition name. Mind you, that's in contextual understanding. If you can use logic and understand the human brain, which is not hard. You don't need rocket scientists for this. You don't need any of that shit. That is a person who's trying to get back at their ex by saying, I can be a better woman than you. And proceeding to do that in a negative and fucked up capacity. Getting back at them one more time because they can't get near them. It's a fucked up game. It's a mental fucking game. Hello, Bish. Welcome back. You fell asleep. So, when I say use contextual understanding for 2 seconds, you don't understand trans, right? That is normal. Trans person feels this since the day they are born. Usually, it's a mask thing. You don't feel comfortable in your own skin. You don't feel like you. For me, when I was a kid, because of my religious background, I thought I was a devil who stole the person's body, which is mine. Because of the context of the situation I lived as a child. Growing up, not knowing what I truly felt. And as I got older, I started to figure shit out. Learned, grew, developed, and figured it all out. Eventually found out, oh, I'm this on the inside, and now I want to make that onto the outside. And so I put in the effort to make the me on the outside reflect the me on the inside. So, when there are people who exploit that, and transition not because they actually have the same dysphoria, called gender dysphoria, as I do, or other people do. They transition to get back at people, or to get away with certain things. You can tell the difference like night and day. It's not hard, you just don't have your eyes open. A trans person isn't going to demand you do anything. Most trans people are just trying to live their life as the person that they are. The people that are screaming at the fucking top of their lungs, demanding change and demanding this, usually are people that are playing it up for attention. Exactly, Spook. You can't really become trans out of the blue. It's a slow burn for some, and others you can feel envy from their preferred gender and wonder if there is something wrong. Maybe in a dare they got, makeup. Who knows? But you can't really change at a drop of a pen. Basically, it doesn't just click. It doesn't just go, oh, I want to be a woman. That's not how that works. That's never how it worked. You don't just wake up and I want to be a man. You don't just wake up and go, I want to be a woman. That's not how it works. It's been there forever. It's a slight uncomfortable feeling about yourself. These doubts. These ideas. There are people talking about it all the time like, man, like, some people, have, these moments where, trans feminines, they talk about how they can't really relate to their their guy friends because they have like all these weird interests that they thought were normal, but it wasn't. It's these things. Some others, they don't realize they're trans, and some people and someone else can pick up on that. It can happen as well. Some people can pick up on the ideas that, oh, you're probably this, but you never say that. Also, that's a big thing. Don't ever tell them they're trans. Help them figure themselves out, because you might be wrong. Straight up, you just might be wrong. They might just be a femboy. They just might like dressing femininely or manually, like manly. Right? You don't exactly know, but you can pick up signs of these people. These people are easy to tell the difference. There's something different about them that most people could pick up on. It's a subtle thing. Sometimes they themselves don't know or refuse to acknowledge it because of the backgrounds and the circumstances. I've had people not want to transition because of their family life, with like religious households and whatnot, being disowned. My cousins have been disowned for being trans and gay and lesbian, like straight up. And so a lot of them, and I guarantee you there's more of them, but they refuse to acknowledge it because of that. By the way, we know this is an issue because there's a concept called lavender marriages. Look it up. It's stupid. A lavender marriage, for those of you who don't know, is a marriage not done out of love, but out of trying to hide the fact that you're a part of the LGBT. Like for a woman marrying a man, they're lesbian, but they get with a man to seem normal on the surface. So it's referred to as a lavender marriage. It's a decorative thing. It's not a real marriage. Like lavender is a very decorative and nice smelling thing on the surface. It's all pretty, but none of it is real. Smoke and mirrors. Usually done out of fear from their family or done out of fear for other things. That's what a lavender marriage ends up being, and is, by definition. Because of how our society works. If you're lesbian or gay, or, God forbid, trans, you're seen as a lesser human being for it. And then everybody just assumes you. Now, I'm gonna give you guys something really funny. I have a very good video I want to show people. I'm gonna have to open up in the actual thing. It's still acting funky. Okay. I want you to hear this. We're gonna go to the volume mixer real quick. And just turn this off.
And that gender identity is not the... Transgender people have a gender identity that differs from the one they were assigned at birth. And that gender identity is not the same as sexual orientation. Gender identity is who you are, sexual orientation is who you love. Some transgender people do undergo hormone therapy or sex reassignment surgery as part of their transition. Some do not. And interestingly, their decision on this matter is, medically speaking, none of your fucking business. And if you're still wondering, well, hold on. What do I call a transgender person? It's so confusing. Well, actually, it's pretty simple. Call them whatever they want to be called. You can do it. We do it all the time. Think of it this way. David Evans woke up one day and said, everyone call me the Edge. And we all went, find the edge. Are we talking the noun or the verb? And that's... It's not just that. It's not just that. Over the past 20 years, we've agreed to call this man Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Just Diddy, and now Puff Daddy again, and most people don't even like him. And here's the thing. Here's the important thing. It's genuinely crucial that we get this right, because there are more transgender people in the US than you might realise. One study estimates that nearly 700,000 American adults are transgender. That's more than the population of Boston. And you probably know someone from Boston. I'll give you a clue. It was the guy who wore a Bruins jersey to your sister's wedding. and while a handful of transgender people have been winning awards or appearing on magazine covers, the community at large has been facing some staggering challenges. Transgender people have a...
Congratulations. There you go. The journey of a trans person is none of your fucking business. What they do with themselves is none of your fucking business. Does that make sense? Do you get the point, what he's trying to make? People are like, I get confused being called... Like, what do I call these people? It's so confusing. And he goes, no, it's not. Just call them their preferred pronouns. It's not complicated. If they're a she, then they're a she. If they're a he, then they're a he. If they're a there, then they're a there. If they're a they, then they're a they. If that's what their pronouns are, then that is their pronouns. And it's not a hard concept because just as he stated, some people literally wake up and want to be called The Edge, a music artist. I'm going to be The Edge. I made the joke. He made the joke. P. Diddy wanted to be called Puff Daddy. And P. Diddy. And Diddy. And then Puff Daddy again. And everybody is okay with calling them their preferred names. But no one is okay with transgender people being called their preferred pronouns. Does that make sense? It's not complicated. You're making it complicated because your head cannot see past disliking it. You do not understand it, but mainly you dislike it. Most people that dislike these things do this exact thing. They go, I don't know what to call them. It's so confusing. No. It really isn't that confusing. If at all confusing. It's just be real. You get the point. You're missing the point again. You're bringing up nonchalant, random things that have nothing to do with the argument. Do you understand what we're trying to get at? You're bringing up, well, what if they want to be called a cat or dog? What does that fucking have to do with their gender? A dog and a cat is not a gender. He's specific. Do I need to bring it up? We're going to play it one more time. We're going to play this part one more time.
Gender identity that differs from the one they were assigned at birth. And that gender identity is not the same as sexual orientation. Gender identity is who you are. Sexual orientation is who you love.
That right there is the explanation of transgender. Transgender is the gender that you are. The person that you are, being female or male. While your sexual orientation is the person that you're interested in. And that this gets blurred and confused all the time. And that, this trans person, should be called what they prefer. Being called a dog does not change anything. A dog can be male and female. A cat can be male and female. Do you not see the difference? Or does that go over your head? A dog is a dog. That's an animal. A cat is a cat. And it's an animal. And an animal can be male or female. Does that not make sense. Gender, being like me, a trans woman is a woman, meaning she. Does that not click? I don't know what people who believe they're dogs and cats have to do with trans. Because trans is about your gender. A person feeling like they're a dog or a cat means that they feel like they're an animal. And an animal is still male and female. That has nothing to do with the argument. That is just a random thing to continue to confuse yourself or to belittle the actual straightforward conversation. Dog, cat means nothing. What does that have to do with the argument? What does that have to do with gender? A dog and a cat is not a gender. An Apache helicopter is not a gender. As much as I need this to be clear, people make those jokes all the time because at the time it was used to belittle trans people and it just became a running gag that even trans people now do because it's meant to be funny. But in the real world argument, do you not see that a trans person, they're transgender, not trans animal, transitioning into an animal. They're a transgender person. You gotta use your brain. Salting. Running the Shakusa. Sorry that you joined in at this weird conversation. I am trying to educate one of my YouTube viewers who doesn't understand like transgender stuff and like the LGBT stuff. I'm trying to get it through their head what transgender is. It help them figure that out. Because they were asking these questions, and I'm trying to really get that point across. The only time it is an issue to call someone is if that someone's a dick to you because you misgendered them once, and you're willing to call them what they wanted to, and they make a scene because you do the correct thing. Essentially, what Spook is getting at is that when you misgender somebody, that's okay. That's normal. People do that with me all the time, right? The difference is the person behind it. This is why I say that a lot of trans people that are genuinely trans are not going to get mad at you. Because they understand. They're going through a journey, and while it makes them uncomfortable, they just correct you. Hey, I'm this. Usually is how they go. They go and they apologize. If they're being a dickhead, they're a self-entitled prick. They're just a dickhead about it. And that's not cool. Using the dog and the cat argument doesn't do anything. Because, again, gender has nothing to do with that. A man and a woman is male-female. A cat and a dog can be male and or female. So what they wanted to be a cat or dog, that has nothing to do with the gender argument. That has nothing to do with their preferred pronouns. Cat and dog is not a pronoun. Cat and dog is not a she or a he or a they. It is a cat or a dog. That doesn't equivalent. There are people, furries in the community, right? The furry community, right? That believe that they are dogs and believe that they are cats. But they also have a gender attached to it as well. Right? They're usually a male dog or a female dog or a male cat or a female cat. or God forbid, a non-binary dog or cat. The argument does not change. You are just saying the same thing again. The gender has nothing to do with it. Dog, cat are not genders. You are using the dog and the cat. If they want to be called a dog or a cat, that's not about their gender. No trans person's doing that, by the way. Not a single one does that. They'll call themselves she, they, it. They use pronouns. Pronouns are what people use. When they refer to dog or cat, they might be referring to their name. Like, yo, call me dog. Because I'm like a dog, you know what I'm saying? I got that dog in me, so you call me dog. So they might be referring to their physical name. Or cat, because they're like, my name is Catty. So you can call me Cat for short. Use the logic behind it, right? Cat and dog is not the gender. You're misconstruing the entire thing by trying to say, what's the difference between trans people and that? Everything. Everything is the difference. If somebody wants to be, if they transition to a woman, then they're a woman. If they transition to a man, they're a man. That's just how it works. It's not complicated. It's literally not complicated. If they want to be seen as a man, then they're going to be seen as a man. If my friend, Wolf, wants to be seen as a woman, then she's going to be seen as a woman. It's not that fucking complicated. Well, I don't agree with it. It goes against God. Stop using God as an excuse. I don't agree with it. Why? I don't like it. It's usually the real answer you have. I don't agree with it because I don't like it because I don't like you. And I don't like that. And then you can't explain it. So you use God and scriptures as an excuse for shitty behavior. Nothing fucking changes about the argument. The point about it isn't anything to do with genetics and DNA and all this shit. Using, oh my God, I am a woman. I was born a woman, but deep down I feel like a man. You'll never be a man. You will never be a man. You will never have a penis. You will never be a man. You will never look like a man. You will never be what you want. You are the problem. Because you are dictating what that person can be. Not them. You. You're doing that. But science. We have gender-affirming care where you can take your ding-a-ling off if you want. There are surgeries. We're on the precipice, by the way, of learning how to actually give trans women, like, uteruses. By the way, it's like a study that we're trying to figure that shit out. Plus, even the God angle, LGBT stuff can be generic, which means that religiously speaking, if God doesn't like trans people, that the all-powerful being could have just not made it, you know? Exactly. It's a walking contradiction. And on top of that, using science to say, well, you were born this way. That is the entire crux of what transgender is. You were born with the gender at birth that you do not feel is correct. That's how gender dysphoria works. And so they take what they feel on the inside to the outside. That doesn't make you a woman. Why are you using such blatantly specific things that women go through? Yes, they go through periods and they can get pregnant, but does that make them a woman? Is that the only definition for a woman? Again, their journey doesn't involve you.
Some transgender people do undergo hormone therapy or sex reassignment surgery as part of their transition. Some do not. And interestingly, their decision on this matter is, medically speaking, none of your fucking business. And if you're still wondering, well, hold on. What do I...
Do you understand that that right there is the perfect explanation of what we're trying to get through your head? It isn't about... It isn't about logistics and logic and like, well, by the metrics of science, you're not a woman. It's none of your business whether they snip or not snip. Transgender is being the gender you feel on the outside, or excuse me, on the inside to the outside. If you can't understand that, if you can't get around the logic that unless they have X, Y, and Z things happening with them, then the problem never goes away. Does that make sense? The problem doesn't dissipate. The problem is that people try to find logic and use that logic to discriminate on people and force them down an avenue they don't want to be in. Because in the end of the fucking day, trans people are people. Human beings. You are treating them like lesser for what? Because what you do not understand is that you are treating them like a lesser person. Because they are not worth a damn. Because they aren't following their God-given right to be who they originally were. They're supposed to be this. My guy, the entire point on why when somebody says gender, what is a gender? Is a dog a gender? Is a bird a gender? Is a car a gender? Is your mom's asshole a gender? Is your life clicking yet? Is the ideas in your head clicking? Because if you can answer a dog and a bird and your mom's asshole is not a gender, then think about it. Gender is that very thing. Because in trans and gender, what does that equivalent and turn into? Transgender is the referred way of saying transitioning genders. Yes. The fuck? Gender, and this man said it himself.
Call a transgender person, it's so confusing. Gender identity is who you are, identity that differs from the one they were assigned at birth. And that gender identity is not the same as sexual orientation. Gender identity is who you are.
Gender identity, being the gender part, is who you are. Male, female, or non-binary, which is a reference to that they'd feel neither attachment to either. It is who you are versus who you're interested in.
Sexual orientation is who you love. Some
Sexual orientation is who you love, the person that you find attraction to. Sex and gender are not the same thing, and they never have been. We sometimes say that sex is the reference to gender. What's your sex is what it is. That's why people get confused, by the way. When somebody says your sex, they're referring to the orientation of your birth. Does that make sense? Gender is who they are, and sexual orientation is the person they're interested in. Again, I feel like you're not listening to the video that I just showed, because it literally boils down the exact things I keep having to punch into your skull.
transgender people do undergo hormone therapy or sex reassignment surgery as part of their transition. Some do not. And interestingly, their decision on this matter is, medically speaking, none of your fucking business.
Congratulations, there it is. Some go through gender, reassignment, where they remove the dang-a-lang, and some do not. Some go through get their tits removed, and some do not. But medically speaking, it's none of your fucking business. Because that's not the point of the argument. The argument is literally people just treating them the way they want to be treated. You know, something the Bible has taught us before. Treat the people the way you want to be treated. With respect and kindness, you can be treated back with respect and kindness. They want to be trans people, like myself, want to be treated like a person. Respected of their decisions and not demanded or sent to concentration camps to change them. Of course it's going to be confusing, but at the same time, it's not that complicated. The crux of what we're trying to get people to understand is stop overcomplicating the argument. There is no need to bring in science or religion or the crux of any of that to explain why they're not allowed to be who they are. That's the problem. The problem is, they go, I'm a trans woman, or I'm a trans man. And immediately you're like, no, you're not. You are this. Because science. Because religion. Because I fucking said so, and I don't like it. That's the argument. That is the crux of everybody else's arguments. They just go, I am a woman, and you say, no, you're not. Then you bring in excuses as to why you don't want to, call them by their preferred pronouns. That's the point. And I'm not talking directly about you, Sydney. I'm talking about the average person. You refers to the general aspect of what I'm talking about. People need to understand that the entire crux of the argument is literally shut your fucking mouth, stop being an asshole for 2 seconds, and just respect a person's life. It isn't bothering you. Why the fuck do you care so much? That's my problem with it. You go after there have been people who have killed trans women because they quote-unquote got tricked. And that's fucking disgusting. And so many people are immediately defending murder because it's on a trans person. Mind you. It goes to show that trans people are treated as lesser than human because it's acceptable to kill them. And that's disgusting. And it's still disgusting on both sides of the spectrum. If a trans person killed a person, it's still disgusting. Because they're still a person. Nothing fucking changes. They're human. They don't... A trans woman is a woman. They are a woman. They're not trying to pretend to be a woman to trick you. Logic. Use it. They're not trying to trick you. Transitioning is the stage in which you go from one to another. A trans woman will inevitably remove the trans from their from transgender, and their gender will be woman or man. Does that not make sense? The transitioning part will fade away at some point when they are confident in themselves. But that does not necessarily mean that they will always remove their genitalia or other things like that. Because that's none of your fucking business if they do that or not. If you're uncomfortable with it, then yes, you can cut that off from there. If a trans person feels like they need to tell you, that's because they're scared. I need this to be clear. They're scared. If they don't tell you, they're going to die or get beat up. Do you have to tell every person that you're a man? Do you have to tell every person that you're a woman? Every time you start a conversation. Do you have to do that? Hi, I'm a man. Hi, I'm a woman. Just by the way, just quickly, just in case you didn't know, I'm a woman. Hey, quickly, by the way, I'm a man. Just want to let you know, just in case you didn't know. Does that not make fucking sense? So why is that so strange to say about that? It doesn't make sense. It does not add up. The reason why you get angry is because you think in your brain you got tricked. That they're just a man. That's a you problem. You did that. You misgendered them in an instant. And assumed what they are. And thus, decided to kill them. There is no excuse to murder somebody over this shit. You could be upset, reasonably so. I think it's acceptable if you're upset by it, because that's not something that you're comfortable with. But to resorting to murder and violence is unacceptable and unequivocally fucked up. Never does it make sense. You cannot blame the trans person for being fucking scared. You cannot blame them every fucking time. And keep in mind, I want you to be this clear. When I'm in the dating scene, tell people I'm trans. I do that. But I don't have to do that. Because deep down, over all this shit, the trans will fade away eventually, and I'm a woman. That's what I'm transitioning to be comfortable with. At some point, I'll be comfortable enough to just remove the trans from the tag. No, because they're a woman. If you have a problem with it, or you learn that they don't have to consistently fucking introduce themselves as, hi, I'm a trans woman. Hi, I'm a trans man. Because again, the same argument can be logically thrown at you. Hi, I'm a man. Hi, I'm a woman. Why does that need to be your introduction every fucking time? If they're a woman, they're a woman. If they're a man, they're a man. That's the thing we're trying to get you to understand. They are a man. They are a woman. But they have a penis. Thus, I see them as a man. You see them as a man. You saw them as a man. They have a vagina. But they look like a man. But they're a woman, clearly. That's a you thing. That's a you thing. That is you. You are the problem. Your mindset, that thing, is the problem. That is the thing that we are trying to get through to you. Your mindset already treats them as the thing that they are not. You have already conceded that that person is a man. That is why you're angry. That person's a woman. You've already conceded that, and why you are angry. You have already labeled them the gender that they are not. You have already done that. You've done that. You've done that. That's you. Are they a trans woman? Are they a woman? If they're uncomfortable with that and they go, oh, are you trans? I didn't know. I'm actually not comfortable with that. That is called reasonability and using logic. Hey, I'm not really comfortable with that. I can't look past that. And you got attracted to them to where the point where you were gonna take them to bed at that point. That's already a stage as enough, right? That means that you had attraction to them as a woman. That's the thing you don't fucking seem to get in your head now, do you? You just see it as, I got tricked. You saw them as a woman. They are a woman. Or a man, if you found them attractive as a man, for example. You saw that. You saw them for who they are. But then in your brain, something clicked differently, and you decided to change that and say, no, they're a man. They tricked me. You are the problem. If you're not comfortable with the genitalia you have, keep in mind, there are people who aren't. And that is reasonable. Trans people will always tell you it's okay. They tend to have that conversation when it reaches that stage. Why do they have to conceal? Why do they have to, like, always, like, not conceal, fucking the opposite of that. Why do they always gotta reveal? That's it. That's the word. Reveal their gender to you. You don't do that, right? Well, that's because I am a man. Well, that's because I am a woman. Does that not fucking click? Why are you starting off with redundancies? Because you don't see trans people as who they are. That's the problem. Again, the root of the problem is you don't see a trans woman as a woman. You don't see a trans man as a man. So thus, vice versa, they must tell you that they're trans because you don't see them the way that they see themselves and others around them see them. You are the problem. That is the problem, not them. You. You already have a very specific thing in your brain that is what they are. That's the issue. He wants a woman, and if he's not comfortable with it, and he finds that out later, and here's the even crazier part. Why is it always the trans woman or the trans man that has to go out and say it first? Why doesn't somebody, if you feel like they might be trans, why don't you just ask? You probably had an inclination at some point, right? Why didn't you ask? Is it because it might be found rude? Why would it be rude? If it's so important, why would your brain assume it's rude? Why? Because of other people's feelings? Because what if they're a cis woman or a cis man? It's rude. It would be rude to call them trans. It would make what you're saying then is that they look ugly, right? That's what you're saying next. Think about it. Your next step is, oh, you look trans. Are you trans? That looks rude. You're basically calling somebody ugly. Or you look like a man while you're a woman. Or you look like a woman while you're a man. Does that not make fucking sense? It's okay to be upset. We're not taking that away. What we are trying to get at is why do they always have to be this introduction shit? What is the... Again, a trans woman sees themselves as a woman. A woman. You don't. Click in your head. You don't see them as a woman. You are the problem. You. Again, you. What is the fucking problem? If you're attracted to them, and they see themselves as a woman, okay, and you're sexually attracted to them as a woman, and you see them as a woman, and they identify as a woman, what is the fucking problem? Upon the realization, maybe you're like, hey, I wanted to be with a cis woman because I want to have kids. Big discussion in the room at that point. Right? Because that's a whole different bag of stories, right? They go, hey, I'm not actually looking for, like, a trans woman. I'm looking for a cis woman because I want to have kids in the future. My own kids. That's a different conversation now, isn't it? It's a completely different conversation. You're not misgendering them. You're not calling them a man. You're not calling them a woman if they're a trans man. You are calling them... You would understand that you were attracted to them as a woman, that they are a woman, but you're looking for something specific because you are looking for a specific expectation that leads down a specific road. And you have that conversation as an adult. An adult. An adult. With a brain. And have a adult conversation about that thing. Do you not see the issue? The issue. The issue is the man. The issue in the room is the man. A trans woman should not be afraid to feel like a woman and have to identify themselves in that capacity. It's an embarrassment ritual. You are embarrassing them. That is the problem. It isn't her. It isn't him, the trans man. It's the cis man and cis woman going through bullshit because they've already misgendered them before it's even started. Nothing gets fixed because the trans person will still tell you, and they're still gonna get ridiculed, and they still might die. They could still fucking die. They go on the date, all of a sudden that person's not very fucking happy. They'll still think they're tricked. It's a fucking trick question. And that person still might fucking die. Because the root of the problem isn't the trans person. It's the person who thinks that they got tricked. It's that person's mindset. That person is the problem. It doesn't justify them beating the shit out of a trans person. It doesn't justify them murdering them. It's okay to be upset because it's not what you're looking for. But logistically, it does not make sense. If they like a man, and that man whips around and goes, "Oh, you're a man," the man in that room is the problem, not the trans person. The trans person has done nothing wrong. Because they are a woman. They're not concealing anything. They're not hiding anything. When they say they're a woman, that's because they are a woman. They're not lying to you. When they say they're a man, they're not lying to you. They are a man. What is that so hard to get around? We're beating around the bush just to get you to understand that that's what it is. They are a man. They are a woman. But when you hear the word trans, even if they introduce themselves as, "Hi, I'm a trans woman." Here's the fucking craziest part. If they're a man and they hear trans woman and they go, "Oh, that's cool. You's a sexy little thing, babe." They don't give a shit. They see you as a woman. Whoa, isn't that crazy? The second that I bring up somebody who doesn't give a shit, goes to show the massive fucking difference. They go, "What's up, baby girl? You looking fine as fuck." Even if they were revealed that, they go, "Shit, baby. How big that thing?" Making a joke out of it. Making them feel comfortable. Or being like, "You got that thing on you?" Just out of curiosity, you know what I'm saying? And they go, "Yeah." It's like, "Hey, no problem, baby. You's a woman in my eyes." Like, man, you sexy as hell. I've had men do that, by the way. Because it's your mindset that's the problem. Not the transgender person. Your mindset is the problem. No, they'll still get fucking killed. People have died admitting that they are trans. I have told people on the street before that I am trans, and I have almost gotten stabbed for it. It doesn't change the fucking person's opinion.
If they already have a negative opinion on you, and they've already decided they want to kill you, because they do not agree with you, or they do not like you, then they're gonna do it anyways. That was never gonna not happen. Do you not see the logistical brain issue? It's not the trans person problem. When you blame the trans person for the problems, that's a you problem. That's an insecurity problem. You are the insecure one. You are the problem, and you are the issue. It's a you. I have dated men who did not know I was trans. And when they said they found out that I was trans, do you want to know the big difference? You know what they said? They're like, oh, you're trans. Because you have your penis? It's like, yeah. They're like, alright, cool. When they found out. And we just went on the date anyways. Because that's a mindset problem. They're not perturbed by it. They saw me as a woman. We're like, damn. You fucking sexy. You sure you weren't a woman all your life? Like, damn. Fuck. It's not a trans person problem. It's an everybody in the room that is misgendering them and attacking them over it problem. I've told people before, and I've not told people before. I just told you, I didn't tell some of these people. And they didn't give a shit. Does that not make sense? You are missing the point. Stop missing the point. I know you're missing the point on purpose. It's clear as day you're missing the point on purpose. Because you're beating around the bush every time and doing the same thing. You are defending people's actions because they were tricked. The tricked part is not real. That's their words. Those people say they got tricked is because of what? Think. Why do they feel tricked? Why? Think. Why are they tricked? Why do they feel tricked? Why do they feel tricked? Trans woman is a woman. Trans man is a man. Why do they feel tricked? Why do they feel tricked? Think. It is not a hard think. They don't have to expel their gender to begin with. Does a man, when they go to date a woman, start the conversation with, "Hi, by the way, I'm a man"? Does a woman start a conversation with, "Hi, I'm a woman, by the way"? And why is that something that trans people do and have to do according to a lot of these people? Do you know what you just said? Some people are tricked because some people put makeup on and clothes and they look very convincing that... Right? But that's not the argument. That is a person pretending
to be a woman to trick a man into thinking they're a woman. What's the problem with that? Use your brain. Use it. Think. What I just said is what you think about a trans woman. What you just said is your definition of a trans woman. That is your definition of a trans woman. Think about it. I'm not gonna get hurt. And if I did get killed, it is not my fault. Think for a fucking second what you are saying. You are treating a trans woman like a catfish male. A male who dresses up like a woman to catfish men. You are treating a trans woman like a man, not a woman. Thus, if they don't divulge that they are trans, then they feel they got tricked by a man. And even if they did introduce themselves as trans at the start of the date, they're already at the date stage. And as thus, they would still feel tricked. Even if they began the conversation in DMs, in an app, and they start with that they are trans, that man will feel like they are tricked. It does not change. None of it fucking changes. I need you to understand. Trans people do not have to divulge their gender. Because it makes no sense. Gender should not be a part of that fucking conversation. Now, here's another thing. There was a guy who came over to me one time, and he said, I'm just really into trans women specifically. And I asked him why. He's like, I see trans women as women, but a part of me also realizes I feel like I don't. I put in my bios that I want to meet trans women specifically. Because I'm interested in trans women, but I feel like that's wrong. And I tell him, why do you feel like that's wrong? And he goes, I really don't understand. I don't know. I see them as women. They're pretty. I love them. Just as I would love a woman. And I stopped him right there. And I said, there's your answer. And he said, what? I don't get it. And I said, that. Repeat to me what you just said. I love them as a woman. Like, your brain says, I love them like women. Right? He's like, yeah, because they are women. It's like, you're right, they are. But they're not women. They're like women. Right? You see trans as a new gender, not as women. You see them as a different gender. And that's when it clicked for him. He was like, oh, fuck, you're right.
I'm into trans women, but I don't treat them like they are a woman. I treat them like they're close to being a woman, but they're not. And he felt bad, because he's like, that's not his intentions. And I went, why do you like trans women more than cis women? I went into detail. I said, what is the difference to you? It's like, well, it's easier to talk to trans women than regular women. Women don't really know me very much. And it's hard to talk to regular women, but trans women, I feel like I'm able to talk to them. And I go, why do you think that? He's like, because I saw them as a man. Exactly. You see them as men, but respect their decision. He's like, is that a bad thing? And I told him, yes and no. You should see them as women, not as kinda like women, but shouldn't be afraid to approach them the way you have been. Because you're interested in these women because of their personality, not their gender, not their trans in their gender. You like their personality and treat it like such. And he clicked it and was like, I see the difference. And Spooksicle's right. So trans women constantly live in fear for being themselves? Trans women having to basically say that they're trans every start of every fucking conversation. Mind you, is the epitome of the problem. Because they're not seen as women. Trans men are not seen as men. Hello, Spooksicle on the Twitch side, welcome in. Blair White is a grifting, literal asshat. Blair White is not a good person and has used and exploited and belittled trans people because they don't look trans enough. Belittling their journey and expectations and what they're trying to be because she thinks she is the messiah of the trans community. That is why people don't like her and disagree with her. Not because she's trans. Because she says something and has grifted her way into the community. She is a bad person who has used trans to belittle and harm the community. I would know because I've seen her do this before. That is what she's infamous for. Right. And the counterpoint productive of that same argument is that if they did say that they're trans, more examples of people being murdered because they are trans. Trans people are afraid to even say that they're trans because they will be seen, ridiculed, and potentially killed for it. Them transitioning is none of your business. In the dating scene, if you have an expectation, like, I want to have kids, like, here's the great and lovely conversation you can have. Okay? It's like, hey, I want to have kids in the near future, blah, 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 and this and this and that. And they go, oh, I'm sorry, I can't. They're like, why? That's when you can bring up your trans. Like, hey, I'm actually a trans woman. I don't have the reproductive organs to have kids. And they go, oh. And the other person shouldn't feel, they, at that point, should also say, oh, okay.
I understand. I'm looking for something specific. And I don't think that will be a good fit together. Really not that complicated. The trans stuff shouldn't immediately come up in the conversation. It shouldn't need to be every introduction. It doesn't make sense. Do you have to introduce yourself as a man every fucking time you have this conversation? Just use that logic. Do you do this that you demand another person to do? Do you introduce yourself as a cis male every conversation? Do you do that? If the answer is no, then why did they have to do it as well? Because they see themselves as a woman, or they see themselves as a man. So what is the problem? The problem isn't them. It's not them. We keep trying to get this through your head. You think you're kissing a guy. That's your problem. You think you're kissing a man. That's your problem. I'm just gonna say it. You think it's gay. That's the issue. You think it's gay as fuck. Because you're kissing a man. That's the problem. We keep trying to get that in your head. The problem is you see them as a man. A man. You see them as a man. Thus, you think you got tricked. Thus, you want to kill them. The people that do it in that perceived way. You do not see them as a woman. You've never seen them as a woman. You saw them. If that is your expectations in a dating scene, to have kids, you should say something. If your end goal is to have kids, say fucking something. People, there's an actual list in dating apps that asks, do you want kids? Or how many kids do you have? Why do you think that is in there? So that people match with people that might not want to have kids. Because if they want kids, a trans person isn't going to try to date somebody like that. There might be a few, but those are bad eggs. Those are people who have done bad things. There are people out there that literally hunt for specifically people. And those people have been called out. I've called people out like that. The problem is not the genitalia. That's not the problem. It's the gender. You don't see them as a woman. You see them as a man. Because guess what? Some trans women don't have penises. And people are still disgusted. And still think them as a man. The genitalia is not the problem. You see them as a man. You think it's gay. It's an insecurity issue. It's a you problem. It's a all of those people problem. You were tricked in your brain because you saw them as a man. Right? Don't lie. You did not see them as a woman. You saw them as a man. Thus, to you, it feels gay. You're not gay. And thus, you're mad because of that. That is the crux of all the problem. It is not the trans person's fault. It is a mindset with human beings who do not acknowledge who they are. If you're uncomfortable with them having a penis, and it gets to that point, and you're like, oh shit, I'm not comfortable with that. They go, that is a conversation, not a murder, not a punch to the mouth, not a they betrayed me. None of that. That's a Blair White thing. That's Blair White's thing. A grifting woman who transitioned and is the forefront for anti-trans behavior. Stop using Blair White. She is not a good person. My friend Razzle has talked about Blair and not being a good person. I have trans friends. Anybody that actually is trans or supports trans people do not like Blair White. She is not for the people. She is a hypocrite, a liar, and a deceiver who has done negative and fucked up things for clout and money. To be seen as more attractive. Are you gonna tell every single fucking woman? Are you going to tell every single woman that you're a cis man? At the start of every conversation. What is the fucking point of introducing your gender like it's some sort of title? It's some sort of identification. She doesn't use common sense. When have the fuck she used common sense? She belittles trans people because they don't want to remove their genitalia, which has led to trans women committing suicide in regret. Because if the surgery gets botched, they can't feel that area, as in that sexual gratification that you get when you jack off. They don't get that no more. There's a chance that that gets botched. That's a common problem. Because the surgery is still relatively new. It's a cosmetic. You, again, are doing the exact same thing I just told you. We're beating around a bush. We're not getting anywhere. All I can tell you. All I can tell you right now is that you do not believe trans people are trans. You do not see me. You do not see my friend Wolf as a woman. You see us as men. You say, and can respect our pronouns, but you do not understand. And thus you treat us like men. Right? You don't have to say something because you look the part. Because you believe that you are a man. A woman believes that she is a woman. Thus, they do not need to speak. So a trans woman believing that they are a woman, and a trans man believing that they are a man, same exact logic, is the only two people that have to forcibly divulge. Oh, by the way, if they say they're non-binary, or they're non-binary, the whole conversation changes, by the way. Everybody doesn't give a shit at that point. They go, oh shit, you have a penis, but you look like a woman. And they go, oh, I'm non-binary. That conversation completely turns their brain off, by the way. Did you know that? Because they don't see themselves as either gender, as thus, people don't have a problem with it. They just see a fine piece of ass. It's a mindset problem. If I run into the wrong person, it is not my fault that I get hurt. You're blaming me for getting murdered. That is what you're doing. Full stop. Full stop. That's a whole other conversation. Non-binary is a gender that is defined by the fact that they feel no attraction to either side of that. They do not feel male nor female. They are in the middle. They literally do not identify as either. They are ambiguous, non-binary. They understand that they're gender at birth, but they do not identify as a woman, but they also do not identify as a male. So they're not either or. That's not even that complicated, by the way. That one's the easiest one to understand. They know that they're female, born a woman, but they don't feel like a woman. It's like, oh, but then you're a man. No, they don't feel that way either. Thus, non-binary is what they are. They do not have a gender. That's the crux of the fucking argument. Why are they getting hurt? Why? Think. The argument is that trans people are being murdered for being trans. Whether they divulge it or not is not the problem. Them being trans is the problem. Thus, the person who does not like trans people is the problem. That is the problem. And that has always been the problem. Do you think for a second? Think about it. Every single part of our conversation was about that exact short statement. You do not see a trans person as a woman. You see them as a man if they are a trans woman. Thus, you are tricked in your brain because you feel that you were tricked by a man. Then you use arguments like scientific logic, like they have a penis, as the crux of the argument to justify the hatred. Then you use one of the most heinous people on Earth. Blair White is a literal industry plant. I'm sorry. Blair White is not a real trans person. They've never been. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why? Because that might seem really fucking strange to you. Industry plants are placed in place to plant the seeds of doubt and hysteria. Most industry plants are willing to go above and beyond. It's been like that since forever. You see a problem like cis is you're beating around the bush again. It's the same shit. Nothing's getting solved. I'm not gonna get through your head. You see it as a problem. You see it as a negative. I'm just gonna tell you to your face before I end stream. Because it is 4 a.m. And I'm gonna go to bed. Because I'm tired. I'm gonna tell you the straight, cold fucking fact. You see trans people as their assigned gender, not as the gender they are. You feel tricked because you see a trans woman as a man, not as a woman, as a man. Because if you saw them as a woman, you would not feel tricked. I gave you examples of what that looks like from the opposite side. Of somebody who didn't care. Somebody that saw a person for a woman. I gave you an example of somebody who found out what they really were thinking. And yet, the same mindset. You don't see trans people as people. You see them as lesser. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You see them as a lesser person. You use Blair White, the most notorious person who is anti-trans, is an industry plant who has been put there on purpose to belittle trans people and use the trans as an excuse to belittle trans people. For years. Who is known for this, who's been called out for this, and continues to rage bait trans people to this day. Because all she does is that. Not a bone in her body is fair. And you know what's crazy? I still gave her the her. Ain't that crazy? Out of respect. Because even though you're an industry plant, a liar, a cheat, and a deceiver, I'm not below. And I won't stoop to the same level. Just saying. Didn't I just give you an example of that? I gave you an example. I'm not a woman to you. When you say a different kind of woman, that doesn't make sense. A woman is a woman. There are no different kinds of women. There might be different races of women, like Latina and black women, white women, Asian women, but they're all women. They're a woman. You just don't see it that way. It's not hard to show decency, to show empathy, and to show understanding to people. Because in the end of the day, the people that hate trans people are the problem. Because they are unjustifiably hating them. Because they don't like them. They don't like change. They don't like this idea. It's breaking their bubble. And it pisses them off. Because if they just moved on, they don't have to understand it. They could just walk away. They could be like, I don't agree with that, and then walk away. But they always argue. They always find random things in the world to try to justify their reasonings for not liking something. Because they're seen as bad people or assholes for it. And they kind of are. You're treating a person like lesser than a person. It's the same problem we have right now with the black and the white situation with Martin Luther King. Black people are being treated like lesser people for the color of their skin. And now people are being treated like lesser for the gender that they feel, that they are. Because people chose for them that they are not what they are. Does that make sense? Because if it doesn't, I can't help you. And I'm going to leave it as that. Because it just goes to show. Blair is not a trans activist. They're a anti-trans activist. That is their own fucking words. They're an anti-trans activist. You're learning trans behavior from an activist against trans people. Your logic does not make sense. There are black women that hate black women and believe that they're not black women. And are racist towards black women. There are trans people that hate trans people because they're trans. It makes no fucking sense. You're learning from bad behavior. And then instead of heeding the words that we're giving you sound logic, reasoning, the thing that, quote, Blair has done, which she has not done. Giving you everything to try to help. I cannot. So I will refuse to do so from now on. Because until you can learn for yourself, my words will fall on deaf ears. You do not treat trans people like people. You treat them like lesser. On top of that, you treat trans women like men, and trans men like women. Because you believe that's what they are. Because everything you argued to us is the opposite of saying that you respect trans women and trans men and transgender in general. Everything you've said up until now is the opposite. And I want you to take that. I want you to take this and understand that. You are not for trans. You are against trans. Because every ideological thing you've said is against trans people. I want you to hear that. I want you to acknowledge that. That does not mean that you are a bad person. First and foremost, if you don't understand it, nor care to understand it, I've said this once, I'll say it twice. I personally do not care if you do not understand who I am or what I am. I ask you be respectful of me as a person, because that's all I ever ask. But do not call yourself somebody who respects trans, because it's everything the opposite. She doesn't, again, you're doing the same thing. What did I just say? You're not listening. You refuse to listen. All you're doing now is justifying yourself. You're making excuses. Well, I listened to Blair and she says this. We just told you what Blair does. The world knows that Blair is a liar. The world knows that she is a spreader. She's a spreader of misinformation. She is anti-LGBT. She is anti-trans. We know this about her. Everybody knows this about her. You're using her as an excuse. You're like, well, I learned everything from her. I learned all my history from an old man from World War II who's German. And they think America and all the shit that happened is wrong. And that Germany was right. And I listened to that person. And I heard them out. Would that be a good thing? Is that right? What happened to the people? And all the terrible things that happened to them because of their differences? You don't respect trans people. You tolerate them. Because everything you've said, again, listen. You're not listening. You say you are, you're not. You tolerate trans people. But based off of your own fucking logic, if you ended up going on a date with a trans person and they didn't divulge that to you, you just might be the person that hurts them. Based off your own logic. Using Blair as an excuse. When everybody knows Blair is a bad person. And years later, it will be known. Blair was never, ever pro-trans. Everything that she says is anti-trans. She breaks it down in a capacity specifically to go against trans people and their entire message, because they themselves are technically not trans. They are an industry plant designed to belittle them and harm the narrative. That was what they were always doing. Because every LGBT person, every person that's trans, and every person that's pro-trans would know that Blair is not a good person. Blair isn't a part of that community.
They're vehemently against that community. My point has been proven. You would be upset. You are the problem. Take that with every grain of salt you need. But you are the problem. Because what you don't seem to get is that you're not treating a trans person like the person that they are. You're treating like the person you think that they are. And if you think that they're a man, then they're a man to you. Do you see what I'm saying? You just aren't getting it, and nor do you care to get it. Because I've tried. Keep in mind, I've tried multiple times telling you. Spooksicle has been telling you. You don't listen to anybody. And again, I just told you, you've been using Blair as an excuse. Well, Blair said this, Blair said that. Blair has told trans people to kill themselves. The fuck? Blair has told people to convert to Christianity. The fuck? Blair has done irreparable damage. I told you, and you do not listen. You don't get it. You don't. Stop pretending like you do. You don't. You don't. You don't get it at all. Everything we've said has been a redundant statement over and over and over again. We've been saying the same thing 1,000 times. To get it into your head. Oh no, they have. They've done a lot of shit. A lot of people know this. She is not a good person. Oh, she'll seem like a good person. Oh, she'll say the goody two-shoe things. She belittles trans people and their journeys because she defines trans in a particular way. If you don't do what she did, you're not trans. That's narcissism. There's a lot of shit she's done. A lot of shit she's done. Telling people to detransition. Hold bar for a second. Telling people to detransition because God did not intend you to be the way that you are. And that I found God and I'm actually a man. That's some of the fakest bullshit. Industry plant behavior. It is already known. You just don't want to open your eyes. Nothing wrong with being a Christian, mind you. But forcing it down people's throats and using it as an excuse for her shitty behavior, what I said about other Christians, is unacceptable. No, they should not be treated better. They should be treated equally. Because they are people. They are human. They are not above. I keep telling you, that's not our decision to make. Your kids should be kids. I've said this a fucking 1,000 times. Your kids should be kids. But here's the crazy thing. When I was a kid, like I told you, did not know what trans was. It was not a readily accessible thing. The internet was not readily accessible. Right? I didn't know about all the different things that were going on. I just thought I was a demon who possessed this body. Because that's what religion taught me. To help explain to me what I am. Which was wrong. You don't force your kids to transition. But if your kid goes through a journey, and they discover themselves, and they use the internet, and they learn, and they grow, and as they get older, whenever that is, that is their decision, not mine. Their decision. That's their body, their choice. What about drugs? Okay. Estrogen. Testosterone. Okay. Those are the types of drugs that you're going to be dealing with. What about ibuprofen? Adderall? What about antidepressants? What about insulin? What about literally any drug? Think about that. The problem with the transitioning and the issue with transitioning in a young age is that their bodies are still developing and they are still growing. This is the job of the parent to guide their kids in the right direction, not force them down an avenue. To guide them as a parent in the right direction. For the child to choose who they are and what they want to do with their life. Okay? It is the parent's job to teach their kids life lessons. If my child came to me and said that I feel like I am a man, I would go through several talks with them, discuss, and be like, this is a very big decision. I want you to make sure that you're sure. I am 100% backing you. I love you, regardless of who you are. But I want you to make sure you know who you are. Let's give it some time. If you still feel this way, when you grow a bit older, I will work with you. And I will do my best for you. To be the you who's on the inside, to show it on the outside. If that's what you want. If that's what you truly believe. That's your decision. And I want you to be confident in that decision. That's called being a fucking parent. The problem isn't the root of all these random things you make up. Drugs, this, drugs that. It's not the drugs that are the problem. It's the parents. Bad parents forcing their kids to transition when they weren't actually trans is fucked up. Forcing a kid to not transition because you told them they're not trans, it's just as fucked up.
Both sides of the spectrum are bad. Because those are just bad parents. It's bad parenting. Hey, did you know that estrogen is an irreversible thing? And so is testosterone? If your gender at birth is the opposite? Doctors tell you that it's irreversible. I have titties. That's irreversible unless I go get surgery if I, for some reason, right? So, the problem isn't the drugs. The problem isn't that they want to transition. The problem is parents not being parents. Let your kids be kids. Let your kids be kids and let them make their decisions. You are there to be a safety net and catch them when they fall. It is not your job to tell them where to go. You are a parent. You go and guide them, give them lessons, but you never force them to do anything. Do not force them to transition, and do not force them to not transition. If they decide something, that's their decision, not yours. Do you want to know? You know, Blair doesn't tell you why most trans people kill themselves. She makes it out to be that they're trans is why they killed themselves. That's not true. Trans people end up killing themselves because they feel like they're not allowed to be themselves and the world treats them like garbage. They kill themselves because the world told them to. Because they are seen as worthless and lesser. Trans people kill themselves because they become depressed. Because they are not allowed to be themselves. That is why trans people kill themselves. Why do people kill themselves in general? Did you know that there is a camp that takes kids that are gay and potentially trans, and you send them to this camp to change and make them feel like they are not that thing? They are sent to a camp to correct their behavior, to tell them that they're not gay or they're not trans. And those kids have a higher suicide rate. No, not all trans people have trans kids. I'm a trans parent. My kid is not trans. Do not put that in your fucking mouth. Do not tell me what my kid is because of who I am. Get that shit out the fuck your mouth. Don't you ever say that about people. Generalizing trans people and generalizing their kids, you are the fucked up person. You are the fucked up person. My daughter is my daughter. Trans depression and suicide get worse because society treats them like garbage. Blair does not tell you the truth. The suicide, you can do the research. It's not hard. The suicide rate for trans people
is because they are treated like garbage. You didn't notice shit. You made that up in your head. You didn't notice shit. You're like, oh, look at all these trans people. Where? When? How many? What statistic? What logic are you using? Are you just making random facts up? Because you see something with your eyes a few times? Your logic makes no sense. Blair's logic is founded on not telling the truth. Vaguely saying, oh, trans people kill themselves more often. Why do trans people kill themselves more often? Why? Oh, it has nothing to do with the fucking fact that society treats them like lesser people. That they have less rights. That they are actively being hunted in the United States. It has nothing to do with that. Oh no, it's just that because they transitioned. It has nothing to do with the societal fucking problems that lead them to feeling like they are trapped and unable to be who they are, which leads them to become depressed and eventually kill themselves. Where the fuck do you see that everywhere? You know, Google searches things for you that you are actively looking, right? That's more telling to you. You know what's on my YouTube? VTubers. Papa Meat. Nature documentaries. True crime. Because that's the shit that I'm interested in. You are actively searching for that stuff to validate yourself. YouTube is not a source for guru content. Anybody on YouTube can make shit up. I can make shit up. This is why I tell you, and everybody out there, do not take my word for it. Look it up yourself. Do the research yourself. Search for the search of the search of the search of the search of the search until you can't find the source of the source of the source of the source. Until you reach the end. Because just because you do bare minimum research does not mean that you found the truth. Blair does this all the fucking time. Maybe because they're being pushed into an answer. Maybe they're looking for trans people that don't get it. And you know what? Trans people have said what rights they don't have. Trans people have voiced what they said. I've been telling you. From personal experience. Guess I'm not trans enough for you, huh? You see how your logic makes no fucking sense? It's gotten to a point where there is no conversation to be had. You are right and I am wrong. That is the end of the statement. And if that is the case, okay, I'm never gonna like get you to understand anything like I've been trying. And I'm done having this conversation because it is 5 fucking a.m. in the morning. I'm tired. My throat is shoddy right now. And I don't feel like having this conversation. Because it is clear to me that you will take surface value information, lie under your teeth when you are wrong, and defend yourself
when not just I, but other people are calling you out? It goes nowhere. We will not be having this conversation again. There will be no more conversations about this. I spent 3-4 fucking hours to have this conversation. We will not be talking about this again. Because all it did was nothing. And it made a lot of people uncomfortable. I will not be talking about this again. We will not be bringing this up again. There will be 0 conversations about this. Because for all of my trans viewers, you made them uncomfortable. I'm just going to tell you that straight up. I've got a lot of trans people in my community. It's not about forgiveness. Forgiveness is not for me to give. I'm not angry. I sound angry. Trust me. I know I sound angry. I'm just tired. And I have to raise my voice because my voice is getting shoddy. Because my voice is... I'm losing my voice as I'm talking. Okay? Spoosicle literally said, I'm not trans and I'm uncomfortable. This community is founded on respect and comfortability, and I need you to understand that. I understand that you may not understand something, and that it is my job to try to help you understand. But it's not a debate. That wasn't a debate. You were just defending bad intent and ill logic. When not only I, but others were giving you what you asked for. And instead, you use bad behavior, you use bad logic, and you use people who are infamously notorious in the community. Anti-trans rhetoric to explain why trans people are trans. If I can't get that across to you, then I will never get it across to you. And I'd rather not have to have this conversation every fucking day. Because it feels like I do have this conversation almost every fucking time. And it makes people uncomfortable. So I am setting a boundary. I will still try. But if I get to a point where I notice that nothing is getting done, I will just tell you straight the fact. And that will be the end of the conversation. Because I do not want to make people uncomfortable. I do not want to make my own community of trans women and men who are lovely babies. I love them all. And I do not want to make them uncomfortable. You need to think about your actions. You need to think about who you are, and you need to think about your logic. If you can't take anything that we said and all you see it is, well, that's your opinion, then there's no hope. Your mind has already been made up and there's no changing it. That's just how it works. When you are set in stone in something, there is no change that can be made. So, you do you. But do not bring it up anymore. We are barring that from now on. I do not want to hear about Blair. She is a bad influence and is a negative stigma in the trans community. We do not want to hear about her. Never bring her up. Do not bring her up in my friends' chats. Do not bring it up in my chat. Do not bring these conversations when I am with other people either. I don't care who's been in these chats longer. If you are making somebody uncomfortable, if you are making somebody feel a certain way, and you ignore their feelings on that, fuck that. Don't ever. Welcome in, Hayden. I'm about to end stream, though, because it's been 10 hours and I'm tired. I had to have a conversation with somebody about trans and trying to, you know, educate them on the things about trans. And then they brought stuff about Blair White. If you know the LGBT community like we do, you know who Blair is, and you know why that's a bad thing. We had a lot of problems. They did not learn their lesson. Blair White is a trans woman who is anti-trans, who uses Christian rhetoric to belittle and to spread misinformation about the trans community. Lie under their teeth and withheld information that is critical. Lie about many things to set a narrative and spin a narrative that looks way worse, to make trans people look even worse. An industry plant. Notorious for that thing. And when she gets called out, she calls people grifters. She calls people woke. Which is a tall tale sign of somebody who's losing an argument. Oh, you're just woke. No. They're mad at you for spreading misinformation. Because a moderate amount of research, even the bare minimum research, can prove all of her points wrong. And that's why I said, I do not give a fuck how long of a viewer you've been here. I don't care if you've gifted thousands of subs. If you make me or this chat uncomfortable, I will ban you. Because that is a rule. Respect. You can't give it, then you do not belong here. And you will be gone. I am making that a statement now. Because as a recent friend of mine transitioning, I don't need them to be uncomfortable. Especially after all the shit that they've been through recently. I will not be roped in, and I will not be told how I am as a person and be generalized because you don't understand. I am not your fucking punching bag for your excuses. Respect is earned. It's a give and a take. I am giving this as a warning to everybody. I have set my boundary. I am not comfortable with you or anybody belittling trans people, belittling the LGBT, and belittling my friends. Or my daughter, for that fact. Do I make myself fucking clear? Do not rope me in with all those other parents. I want that to be fucking clear. Because tomorrow's stream, we're gonna have a good day. Okay? We're gonna have fun. We're gonna play games. We're gonna talk. We're gonna goof around. And we're gonna have a good day. Is that clear? This mama is angry. Only a little bit. Just a little bit. Because of my daughter. I am a doting parent. I love my daughter with all of my fucking heart. Talk ill about my daughter. Talk ill about me. Or my ex, who is basically my best friend. Who is the other parent to my daughter. And I will ban you faster than a high-speed caliber bullet in a COD match. Tomorrow, we're gonna try to finish this game. Basically today. Dredge, right? I'll try to finish it today, because we're almost done, I think. We'll be starting at 6:30, like usual. 6:30 p.m. PST. Yes, I am a mama. And my baby loves me. She is the sweetest patootie baby I have ever had. She is my baby. And I do not ever want to hear slander against her. And tell her who she is. So, until next time, we have a new rule. That rule is, please do not come in to argue about shit. Okay? If we are playing a game, we are talking about that game, or just having conversations. No more political. No more talk about this unless I personally bring it up. I do not want to see you bring it up. I do not want to see any of you bringing it up. Do I make that clear? We keep the politics out of this. It has been eating up all of my time. I just want to sit down and relax. Play some games. Hang out with the squad. I want to hang out with the chatters. I want to have a good time. If I bring it up, it's a topic that you can talk about. But if it gets out of hand, then I tell you to fucking stop and you don't stop, you're banned. There is no warning. I don't care how long you've been here. It's a ban.
Do I make myself clear? Now go sit in the corner. And think about what you did. For an hour. No phone scrolling. No computer. No games. You're gonna sit in that fucking corner. You're gonna think about what you did. You know who I'm talking to. If you're like, what did I do? It's not for you. Now, do some homework. Do some research. Figure out some conversation. Okay? Is Dredge fun? Yes. It's a very fun game. Very good. But for now, it is time to go. I just fucking quit. Ah, whatever. I can get back to it. I don't give a shit. Anyways. Time to go.